mic. Oh, you didn't get it. Okay. Hold on. Ready to go? All right. Good. All right. I have confirmed with the clerk. Oh, he said go ahead.
Oh, no, Frank was talking to...
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll just listen to you, Madam Clerk, when you say go ahead.
Are these? Did we work on the sound? It sounds loud. I mean, I'm not upset with it. It sounds so much better. I can hear myself.
All right. Now that I've confirmed with the clerk, live stream and Zoom have started. I'm calling to order the August 19th meeting of the City of West Sacramento City Council Redevelopment Successor Agency and Finance Authority. And we will be going into closed session, but at first I'd like to ask the clerk if there are any requests for public comment before we go into closed session.
Yes, ma'am. Matt Weaver?
Right, Mr. Weaver? Is that the only public comment we have?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I heard I get extra PTO and a bonus for showing up to the session. Is that true? Maybe not. I understand that you have a matter on your closed session tonight that has been near and dear to my heart for the last few years, and I presented all of you with a couple of documents to go deeper into history that I've talked to all of you on the record, publicly, and anywhere I can get an audience, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, wherever I can get that. 100% of the time, I've never been acknowledged. I've never been told why the issue that I've identified over the last few years is now pending litigation in closed session tonight. The documents I give you tell me that lawyers have been circling our city for a few years and know more about the insides of this city than most of our citizens. The letter from Puzzle Law goes on record making an offer for my building before the rules were even published. Later, the rules were discussed in council chambers and privately changed on maps that redlined and implicitly took my property located at 109 15th Street out of consideration for the retail dispensary that you guys approved in council, issuing a further prohibition at 109 15th Street, either because somebody didn't want it there privately or something that didn't happen in these chambers happened outside of these chambers. Now we're facing litigation because the second candidate, Three Sisters Garden, signed an LOI in 2024. So one lawyer in 2022, one equity applicant in 2024. We'd like to participate in retail cannabis, only to be hardlined, stiff-armed, and ignored. With a citizen who's been involved in this community for the last 2 decades, publicly commenting, privately appealing, and now we face litigation from Stash. This comes down to doing what's right the first time, openly and transparently. And these documents will prove to you that this council has destroyed value through entitlement and land right uses that were not properly debated in public, documented, and have caused us to lose state grant funding, to lose credibility behind our program, to lose time that we'll never get back, and pay for outside counsel and continued litigation around this matter. I want to see my property made whole for the city's wrongdoings around this. I want to have a formal acknowledgement about what happened and why this can't be the way the city does business. We're going to see more RFPs get appealed via lawsuits when we don't do things openly and transparently. And I'll keep showing up, and I'll keep making public comment, and until it's agendized and spoken in public, I won't stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to closed session. Everybody ready? All right. All right, Madam Clerk, is the Zoom and the internet for those online wishing to speak available?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. So just to share with you, there is a new process for providing public comment, and we now have access to provide public comment via our internet. And so we have a Zoom link on our website, so you can go onto the Zoom link and have access to providing public comment via that process. So now that all the council members are present, I call to order the August 19th meeting of the City of West Sacramento City Council and the West Sacramento Redevelopment Agency and Finance Authority. We will begin with the land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we live, work, learn, and commune is the original homelands of the indigenous people of West Sacramento who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. We acknowledge and we thank the original inhabitants who have occupied, maintained, and secured this place and who still exist on this land. We respect and celebrate the many diverse indigenous people still connected to this land on which we gather. And the council met in closed session this evening. Mr. City Attorney, can you provide an update?
In closed session, no reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you so much. We'd like to invite our guests to join council and staff in the pledge, and we'd like to have Sally Mondahan to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Ms. Rhonda Morningstar.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh.
Thank you. The public may take part in a city council meeting in person or remotely via Zoom. And information, again, as I mentioned before, is on the city's website. If you are attending, we accept request to speak cards. So please fill out a request to speak card. It's kind of hidden there behind, in that corner over there. If you are wishing to speak, please fill out a request to speak card. Put the item of the agenda that you are wishing to speak under and provide that to the clerk. And once the staff report has been read and we open the item up for public comment, the clerk will announce your name for you to walk up to the podium to speak. Next to the podium, there's a little button for it to go up and down. So some people are taller or shorter. So that way you can reach the mic and speak clearly in the mic for everybody to hear. Now, in front of the clerk, there is a timer to ensure that everyone has had a chance to be heard, and we ask that all comments be limited. We're going to, I know it's going to be a long night, but I would like to provide enough time for everyone to speak. Usually with this crowd, I shorten it, but this situation requires that we give each person 3 minutes to speak, and that's what I'm going to provide. It may take us all night here. So the clerk will be in charge of turning the mic off and turning and muting the person after 3 minutes. And that's to allow for everybody to be heard. So we ask that you watch the time to make sure that you are within the time. Now, Madam Clerk, just to be clear, the person on the Zoom can see the clock as well.
Yes, Madam Mayor, they can see the council chambers.
Thank you. Okay. So we also recognize that for some, speaking in public can cause anxieties. We request that there be no applause at all. We don't need any applause because that slows us down. No boos, catcalls, or other demonstrations. I will be clear. If it gets out of order, I will ask that we have a break. So I will pause the meeting, and we will have a break for the period of time until we get everything back in order. And then council will go back, in our closed session chamber, and then we will come back when everything is back in order, and the chief will notify us when that happens. So we ask that those in attendance do abide by the code of conduct that is posted. It is right there. It's also, well, you can't see it now, posted, and not speak in a loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language to either the council members or the staff. And please direct all of your comment to the council members, not to staff. That's what we're here for. And we ask that the language not be disruptive, disturbing, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now, normally we have presentations of the public, but we're going to move up, and agenda item 2 has been moved to our next council meeting. We're going to move up agenda item 3 under presentations, a proclamation of the City of West Sacramento City Council recognizing Elizabeth Lizzie Spink. And we have Quirino Orozco. Councilmember Quirino Orozco, please present.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Elizabeth Spink, can you please approach the podium? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the City of West Sacramento City Council, the council is honoring the young woman that you see before you tonight, Lizzie Spink. She's being honored tonight for her extraordinary courage under pressure. For those of you who don't know, on October 23rd, 2025, this now 14-year-old was in her class at Our Lady of Grace when a classmate's clothing and hair caught on fire during a science experiment. Without hesitation, Elizabeth Lizzie Spink stayed calm, removed the burning jacket and headphones from the young lady, and helped extinguish the remaining flames, acting decisively in a moment when panic would have been easier than a response, and doing so with no thought to her own safety. As a member of the City of West Sacramento's all-women City Council, I find what Lizzie did to be especially remarkable, and I know I can speak on behalf of my colleagues in that sentiment. Real leadership isn't about title. It isn't about age. It's about acting when it costs you something. Lizzie could have hesitated. She could have looked away. She could have let someone else handle it, but she didn't. Her mother captured it best in her words when she said she hopes Lizzie will always remember this day, not because you received an award, but because it reminds you of the kind of person that you are: brave, compassionate, and willing to help someone when they need it most. That is the heart of what we celebrate tonight. That courage isn't defined by age, and leadership shows up in the split-second choice to put someone else first. On behalf of the City of West Sacramento, I now present Lizzie Spink with a proclamation honoring and recognizing her for her courage and her bravery. And I will not read the entire proclamation, but will finish by saying that the City of West Sacramento City Council recognizes the heroic efforts of Elizabeth Spink, who stepped up to ensure the safety of another classmate, and are proud of her valor, courage, and leadership proclaimed this 19th day of August 2026.
Lizzie, do you have a few remarks you'd like to share?
I would like to say thank you to the West Sacramento City Council and the West Sacramento Fire Department for this honor. It truly means a lot to me to be recognized today. A lot of what happened helped me from being around my mom, a burn ICU nurse. Growing up around her, I learned a lot about burn injuries and how to stay calm and how to care someone for his hurt. I also had the opportunity to attend a firefighter camp where I learned more about emergency response, teamwork, and helping people in difficult situations. Through those experiences, it taught me that even if you're young, you could still make a difference when someone needs it. Those experiences gave me the knowledge and confidence that I was able to use when it really mattered. I know this probably won't be the last opportunity to help someone because my dream is to be a firefighter, and I hope I will always have the courage to step up when I can. I also hope I can encourage other people to learn basic first aid and do what they need to in emergencies. Thank you again to the West Sacramento Fire Department and the City Council for recognizing me. I'm very grateful for this honor, and it means a lot to me and my family.
Lizzie, can you come back up? Sorry, and we appreciate the applause here, but we're going to go down and take a photo. And Fire Chief, please come on up. All right, now this brings us to public comment. Madam Clerk, I just want to make sure that I did not miss any other instructions that needed to be spoken for guidance under public comment that will also guide us for the rest of the hearing.
Just as a quick reminder, we will not be accepting any additional public comment once the in-person portion has closed, and we will not be accepting any more public comment once the virtual portion has closed, per opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Okay, please proceed now to the next step, public comment.
Guy Stevenson?
City Council, Mayor. First, I want to give out a shout out to Public Works as well as Capital Project. They're doing an amazing job. There are people that you can actually go up and have a conversation with without being disrespectful. So whoever their leadership team is, I give them props because respect, you know, when you live in the city and you go out and you deal with these people, it's good that they're on the same page with the public. All right? They're not like everybody else. And the other thing is this issue, and I keep bringing it up, but apparently your city manager doesn't care. But you know how I feel about the food vendors and the food poisoning and not being licensed and not doing this. And I know the reason why. And you know the reason why. We're not stupid. You know, but they're all over the place. But if you go to Carmichael, Citrus Heights, Folsom, you will not see them out there. And it's not because I'm being a hater. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with that I don't want anybody to get food poisoning. Because if you have a compromised immune system, you can actually physically die. And you don't know what people are doing. You know why? Because people are going through different treatment. I'm going through treatment right now. I would never buy anything off those guys, but they need to be licensed. Okay? And then the other thing is coming here, anybody that comes in here has the right to come in here and say anything they want as long as it ain't a threat to the city council, to the mayor, or anybody that works for the city. And you don't have to be on the same page as me. But there's been a little bit of chatter that some people think I'm a racist and that I'm a Nazi because they're not on the same page. Well, I don't care. It's not hurting my feelings if you, Aaron, want to call me a hater, Nazi, whatever you want. I know what I'm about. I'm 69 years old, and I don't care what anybody in the city thinks of me. All I know is that I don't like to be called a Nazi because under the First Amendment, I can come up here and say anything I want if I think it's valid. You may not think it's valid because you're all Democrats, but that's okay, you know, so. And I'm a Republican, and you know I'm a Republican, so you're all going to be haters, and that's fine. But don't call me a Nazi because if you're not on the same page with me, that's fine, but don't, you know, stand there behind your breath saying that I'm a Nazi or a racist. That's really harsh words to call anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy.
If you're attending via Zoom remotely and would like to speak on public comment for items that are not on the agenda, you do have the opportunity to raise your hand right now in preparation for your turn to speak. Our next in-person speaker is Chris Lodgson.
Give me 1 second here, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, thank you very much. Give me 1 second here, if you wouldn't mind, team. I got a speech I prepared for you. Okay. My time is already running. Good evening. My name is Chris Lodgson. I'm the lead organizer and advocate with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, CJEC. We are California's first only leading statewide grassroots organization born and bred just to achieve reparations and reparative justice for Californians who are descendants of people who were enslaved in this country. Today, I'm here for two reasons. First, I'm here to tell you about our organization and tell you about a very important program and project that we are doing right now. It's called READ, R-E-A-D, Reparations, Education, and Development. This is a 6-week civic education and advocacy training journey and program connecting participants with genealogy, health, wealth, and public and civic action. Participants of the READ program learn how local government works, how policy is shaped, how to bring an evidence-based request into a public meeting just like this. This benefits the residents of California and our state government and officials, of course, like yourselves. People participate through this program with greater confidence, while decision makers like yourselves hear clearer, grounded input from those their policies affect. Tonight, though, specifically, I'm here to talk also about and bring your attention to California Senate Bill 515, a bill that we actually wrote at CJEC and the governor signed last year by Senator Laura Richardson as well. This bill requires this city and every other city and county in the state of California starting January 1, 2027 to create a new category of data collection in your HR and hiring systems for residents of your city and your county who are descendants of people who were enslaved in this country. Right now, there is zero data collection on our particular population. So we're here to inform you about the changes. We wrote the law, so we're here to help you understand the law. And we've been going from city to city, from county to county, helping local governments like yourselves implement this new law and make it real. You're following something that the state has already done. In 2022, the governor signed our bill, SB 189, Section 14. That bill required every state agency in the state to have this new category of data collection, and the state has been collecting this data for a couple of years now. We're working with the state right now to make that program expand. So thank you for your time. I'm going to leave some time on the clock here. Also want to give a quick shout out. The READ participants right now are in a live training. They're all on Zoom and on YouTube right now. We're practicing how to do public comment in real time in a real city council meeting, and I'm the person teaching it. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Michael Root.
Hi, me again.
Oh, hi, Michael. How's it going?
How you doing, council? Well, a few things.
Okay.
My issue that I've been dealing with for the last year with the building department and all that, there's been a little bit of conversation, but nothing's been resolved. I talked to Desmond for almost an hour. He came in after the fact, and of course, you know, he got some runaround. They've sent city guys out 3 times to look at the sewer line that I told them the way that it was. They tell me that the maps are different than what's really there. The city guys, they've wasted a ton of city resources. 3 different days they came out to my house, and only to find that what I told them was exactly what the deal was. So just to let you know, that's still on hold. I talked to Desmond almost 2 weeks ago, and I just figured I'd come give you guys an update on that. I'm still waiting, because when I asked, the last question I asked of him was, when I have a problem with my sewer line, who's going to take care of it? Because the city only wants to take care of from the behind the sidewalk out, and the city didn't do the inspections on the inside. So who's responsible now? Because now the house has changed hands. It's under a new owner. The new owner shouldn't be responsible for it. And I know what's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. And later down the road, I'm going to dig it up and I'm going to have to fix it, which is wrong. Okay, for the lack of the building inspectors from doing their job. Okay, number 2, years ago when the train was making a lot of noise when they first went to the remote engines, they were supposed to not blow their horns, okay, and that was a part of the deal. There's signs up that say no train horn, and it's constant. It'll be between 11 and 12 o'clock at night, and they blow it incessantly. So I don't know if you guys can get with,
Yes, we
with
can
the
follow up on that.
railroad on that.
Staff will follow up on that.
Okay, I'm glad to see that the Sycamore Trail is going again. Has there been any update on the security on that? I brought that up to the,
But our police chief can find.
yeah, I brought that up, you know, because just now at Del Prado Park, when on the way here, there's steel benches and tables that are bent. I mean, I don't like to see the maliciousness, but I also don't like to see the drugs and the rest of it so that all of us can use the trail, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, you guys, it's going to be a long one, so.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a good one. And don't forget, our police chief's right there for the safety, public safety issue.
With him?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
You can just say, how can I contact you later?
Maria Garcia.
Hola, María.
Hola.
¿Sabes cómo bajarlo?
¿Cómo?
¿Sabes cómo bajarlo? I see, okay.
Gracias. ¿Todo? Todo bajita. Ok. Buenas tardes. Miembros del Consejo de nuestra comunidad, quiero expresar mi preocupación por la representación equitativa de todos los distritos en el liderazgo de nuestra ciudad. Considero importante que todos los distritos tengan una oportunidad justa de estar representados en las posiciones de liderazgo de West Sacramento. Por eso apoyo la creación de una política de rotación para el cargo de mayor pro tem. Esta solicitud surgió a raíz de que Norma Alcalá, la concejal que representa al distrito de Broderick y Bray, fue pasada por alto en 3 ocasiones, mientras se continuó manteniendo a Berna Sulpicio Hull como mayor pro tem. Además, la concejal Sulpicio Hull también votó a favor de permanecer en el cargo. Quiero aclarar que mi preocupación no es personal. Mi preocupación es por el principio de representación equitativa de West Sacramento. Está formada por diferentes distritos y considero que todos deben tener una oportunidad justa de participar en los puestos de liderazgo de nuestra ciudad. Una política clara de rotación ayudaría a garantizar que la oportunidad de servir como mayor pro tem no se concentre continuamente en los mismos distritos o personas. También ayudaría a fortalecer la confianza de los residentes en nuestro gobierno local. Por eso, respetuosamente pido al Consejo Municipal que considere establecer una política clara de rotación del mayor pro tem para que todos los distritos tengan una oportunidad justa de ocupar esta posición. Muchas gracias. También me gustaría ver, ¿puedo hacerlo en inglés o si Rhonda me puede ayudar?
Rhonda, would you like to translate within that 3-minute mark? You can rush.
So, good evening, members of City Council and members of community. I would like to respectfully express my concerns about several decisions that could have a significant impact on the future of West Sacramento community. First, I believe that every district should have a fair opportunity to be presented in the leadership of the city. For that reason, I support establishing a rotation policy for the position of Mayor Pro Tem, ensuring that every district has an opportunity to participate in this leadership position. This request was prompted by the fact that Norma Alcala, was the councilwoman representing the Broderick and Bright district, was bypassed on 3 occasions, while Verna Sulpicio Hull continued to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. In addition, Councilmember Sulpicio Hull voted in favor of remaining in the position. I want to make clear that my concern is not personal. My concern is about the principle of equal representation in West Sacramento. It's made up of different districts, and I believe that every district should have a fair opportunity to participate in the leadership positions of our city.
There's an additional 3 minutes because there's a translator.
Okay. A clear rotation policy would help ensure that the opportunity to serve as Mayor Pro Tem does not continue to be concentrated among the same districts or individuals. It would also help strengthen residents' trust in our local government. Another issue that concerns me is the decision regarding the garbage collection, but you have to wait on that one.
I'll wait on.
Okay. Thank you.
Gracias.
Eric Johnson.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Hello. I'm here today, or good evening, City of West Sacramento. My name is Eric Johnson. Come all the way here from Vallejo, California. I've been dealing with some issues. Last time I came here, I spoke to you guys about some identity theft. I'm here trying to get to solve that issue, possibly today. I want to request an update regarding the identity theft situation that I previously brought to the attention. The situation has been extremely concerning for me. I would like to know the steps that I have to take, whether my report has been documented properly, and what I need to do next to move the matter forward. There's also an ongoing issue that I believe is important to document. Every time I purchase a new phone, I experience what appears to be a system-related issue or warning that indicates there may be a problem. I have tried to explain these concerns to the West Sacramento Police Department, but I was told that I need to contact the FBI regarding the matter. I'm asking for clear information about where my identity theft report currently stands and which agency has jurisdiction over the concerns. I have reported it. If the West Sacramento Police Department cannot investigate the matter, I would appreciate being provided with clear instructions or documentation explaining what I should do next and who should I contact. I am not asking for assumptions to be made about what is happening. I am simply asking that my concerns be properly documented, reviewed, and that I receive an update on my case. I also want to make sure that any evidence or information I have provided is preserved and directed to the appropriate agency. I would appreciate a clear response regarding to the status of my report and the next steps available to me. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
Matt Weaver.
Good evening, I'm back.
Hello, Matt.
Council, Mayor, thank you for public comment time. I already discussed earlier the property that I own at 109 15th Street and the impact on closed door and low transparency and how that's going to drag the city into ongoing litigation. I'm not going to spend the rest of my 3 minutes here on that, but I am going to continue to talk about that until it's agendized. Now, I also want to bring up something I haven't seen agendized a couple of meetings ago. There's a $5 million investment that was looked at that was to be removed from the city budget for the light rail study of the tracks that were going to come over. And that item was to be brought back to council, potentially in August. I haven't seen that on the agenda, so I just want to make sure that we find out what we're going to do with that $5 million this year and have that addressed in a public forum, because the not doing it in public stuff is stacking up. Here's the bigger story. The city has advisory commissions and people made up of the people in this room, but you don't want to hear from them if they're not on your team. Simple, simple. We got to guard the fort, hold the power, and make sure that diversity and inclusion is just something that we say when it's not about our roles, when it's not about our power that we want to hold on to. I didn't realize the group in this room speaking on the matter of Mayor Pro Tem, and I look at that as very an honorary thing, but I also see why so many people would not feel heard if you continually ignore people, or you continually herd only your insiders into the decision-making fray and make everybody feel like they're on the outside. That's why I started the WestSacPodcast.com, WestSacPodcast.com. You need more than 3 minutes. You love West Sacramento. That's where I want to hear from you. That's where I'll continue to tell stories from people who want to tell their story. But I also want to make sure as a city that we're doing things transparently. There's a whole room full of people here because Maybe the way we do RFPs, maybe the way we do transparency, we're not doing it right. We have commissions, we have councils from citizens, and we're not using them. They don't meet often enough. The meetings are canceled more than half of the time, and it's the same reason why important stuff doesn't get on your agenda. It's the same reason why Norma's not going to be the pro temp. Everything's 3-2, way before it's really a vote. That's it.
Thank you, Matthew.
Alfred Melbourne.
Greetings, Madam Mayor, City Council. Pleasure to be here. I want to lean down too much. So my name is Alfred Melbourne, longtime resident, Broderick Bright, West Sacramento. Love our community and what we got going here. I heard the land acknowledgement, and I want to give thanks for that. But I've always said more than once that, you know, we need to do more than just say words and put actions behind it. I am Fort Peck, Assiniboine Sioux from the Great Sioux Nation, and I reside here, been here my whole entire life. Actually run a program in the community called Three Sisters Gardens, where we rely upon Native Indigenous knowledge and wisdom to give back to our community, to grow food for the people. We're over 20,000 pounds plus this year in giving free to our community. Our traditions tell us that our wealth is not determined by how much we have, but by how much we give away. And I always say that twice. It's not how much we have, it's how much we give away. And we continue to do so. But we need the support from our city council so that we can continue to do more giving. I've been here on several occasions and just keep on doing the good work and hoping that you all can see the benefit that we offer to the community. This year so far, we graduated 25 youth from our program. It's a 6-week program where we offer paid internships, right? And we've done that with no financial support from the city council, from the county. We work hard, hustle to, you know, get grants and find ways to pay for this because we think that our youth's time is very important and we can't pay them with a thank you. So in order to have programs like this, we need support, buy-in from our city council. On more than one occasion, I've come here to ask for a long-term lease for our program so that we can continue to invest into this community and give back. I think that everyone here is very well aware that, you know, we have a climate catastrophe still going, right? We have a global pandemic that we just lived through and more to come. And right now, the price of fuel, fertilizer, and everything has gone crazy. And we grow food. And so it's not easy. So we need more buy-in, more support from our stakeholders and leaders so that we can continue to do our job. We put out an application for the summer, and we can only take 10 youth, right? Because we were limited financially. But we had over 250 applications, you guys. So it's great, but it shows that there's a great need out there that's not being filled for our community, for our youth. We're happy to partner with the city when it comes to the home run program, but we do need more support. And so I'm here to talk to you guys to make sure that you guys hear me again. I appreciate the work that you do, and of course the land acknowledgement, once again, it's great, but it's just words. We need the investment. Happy to see the Native Heritage Museum moving forward, but you know, it's gonna eat up one of our sites when it finally comes to total fruition. So last I heard from the mayor, she wanted to add more sites for Three Sisters Gardens, so we'd like to see some action when it comes to that. And thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Alfred.
Sally Manjuan.
Hi, Sally.
Hi. Thank you to all the City Council for volunteering your time and for your leadership. Very much appreciated. Just came from my classroom, so it's going to... Okay. Between our City Council and our school board, West Sacramento has an unfortunate history of practicing a form of governance that is in violation of the California Voting Rights Act. And I think the healthiest way for us to reflect on our growth is to admit that we were pushed into compliance rather than through collective reflection. With that, I just want to understand how it is that 4 years later, we have the newest council member embarking on her 3rd consecutive round as mayor pro tem. I wonder if City Council member Sepulveda Hall early in Orozco are under the impression that the community wants some type of a Hunger Games style of community representation. And if so, I hardly see how that mindset coincides with the oath of office that each of you took when you were sworn into service. Fannie Lou Hamer woke an entire empire disguised as a nation with nobody's free until everybody's free. And as I explain year after year to my high school students, that woman in her courage planted a seed that grew into what we mean when we talk about the importance of community. I really feel, as a lifelong West Sacramentan with long roots and a dad who was a longshoreman, District 1, Councilmember Akala, and the community of District 1 are owed an apology, whether it's heartfelt or not, and also the opportunity to participate in full leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
Just a quick reminder, if you're participating via Zoom and wish to speak on items not on the agenda, you may raise your hand at this time to get queued up for our remote portion. Our next in-person commenter is Raquel Andrade.
Raquel? Raquel? Let her go outside. Oh, she's on water. Okay. Come over here, Raquel. Tienes 3 minutos.
Gracias, Mr. Mayor. I came here and I checked the agenda. There's a lot of projects, a lot of approvals that they might need to do, and all of them are recommended by the staff. And I was thinking maybe it will be better if you guys finish up with the request of the citizens first before you start the project, so a new project. More than a year ago, a year and 4 months to be precise, I requested the repair of the fence of my house in the corner of Lake Washington and Stonegate. To this date, it's not repaired yet. The streets are a disaster. Jefferson is so bad. You know, I think those things should be number one in all the projects that the city is trying to start. I invite when I came last time, I invited the city manager to go around and take a look at what's going on in West Sac. I don't know if it's a new city manager because every time we come, it's a new one. So that repair was not being done yet. I called personally. I left a letter in the office of the city manager. To this day, I called to the person who was in charge and no response. We would like to, as a citizens, we would like to have more information about all the projects. You know, the people who receive their utility bills by mail, we receive a letter when every time you guys want to teach us how to recycle. Why? It would be better for the city council to send some information about all that you guys are doing, the projects, the amounts of the projects, and how you want to move this city forward. We're not going forward, we're going backwards. The contamination of the city is so bad, not only by the trucks that we have from Amazon, that they are ruining our streets, but also with the big trucks. I'm pretty sure they are causing a lot of damage to the health of our children with asthma, or creating more asthma in the citizens. Another point is that if you haven't noticed or you live around, probably the one who represents that area of the port, what are you guys doing in order to take care of the rodents, the mice, or everything that will come in the ships that they come?
Raquel, your time is up. Thank you.
We have no additional requests to speak in person. If you're participating remotely via Zoom and would like to make a public comment on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. Oh. I'm sorry, I think you got mixed in with the other cards. Rhonda Pope Flores.
Okay, I'll wait. There we go. So I provided comments back in December 2025 regarding the mayor pro tem issue. I did a nice, lovely speech talking about how it's important for equal representation within our districts. That was ignored, and then I came in April and did the same thing. That one was a little bit more strongly worded. So I'm just going to say that for many residents of Broderick and Bright, the decision to bypass Councilmember Alcala for Mayor Pro Tem is not just a leadership decision. Well, it's not just, I'm not even going to, it's disrespectful. It's more disrespectful to District 1, Broderick and Bright. We have had to fight for a lot. Mapping issues, Bright Park, everything. This is not acceptable anymore. And quite honestly, Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull, you should be ashamed that you voted to vote for yourself and bypass our district again. That is disrespectful to our district, and someone said that we were owed an apology, and we are. For residents of Broderick and Bright, this decision carries special significance. We are the historic community of West Sacramento. Do you understand that? Do you know how much history and culture that is attached to our communities? And yet we're continuing to be bypassed. Sorry, I'm going off script now. I'm just going from the heart. This is unfortunate. We always have to do this. We always have to fight for our rights. And I won't say to party, but to fight. For you 80s people, you know what I'm talking about. It's not okay. It needs to stop. I will be doing a petition on change.org, just like I did the same, well, no, I didn't do that petition, but I definitely supported it, where you ignored our not wanting Cabaldan Parkway and changing it to Tower Bridge Gateway, which I called that one because I said, I bet he's running for a seat, and he was, which now it all makes sense. But we're not going to take this anymore. This is ridiculous. And we're going to force you to do this, whether you like it or not, because guess what? You work for us. We are the people you represent, and I look on this West Sac City discussion board, and it's sad. I encourage you all to look on it because there's nothing but negative comments. Oh, they don't listen to us. It's like we're in Cuba. Oh, they don't care. That's awful. You should care. That should matter to you. We deserve to have equal representation of each of our districts. That should be a no-brainer. That should be a no-brainer. This is not how you do things. Broderick and Bright Neighborhood Association, we are not going anywhere. We started here because of the mapping issue, and we are going to continue to be here at this podium. Alfred, Maria, all of us, we're not going anywhere. So you can expect there to be a change.org petition to do this, which will make it look very shameful. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Okay, we have no additional requests to speak in person. If you're participating remotely via Zoom and would like to speak on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. We have no requests to speak remotely on items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is our consent agenda. Items, we have items 4 through 18. And I would like to pull 4, 5, 6, and 9. Are there any other requests to pull any other items? 14.
I need to recuse myself from item number 7, so pull that.
We will pull item 7 for a separate vote, Madam Clerk.
6 as well.
Oh, 6 as well, 6 and 7. We'll pull those 2 items, so we'll take a separate vote. All right.
And if you're would like to make a public comment on an item on the consent agenda and you're participating remotely, please enter the number of the item you'd like to speak on in the Q&A box at this time.
Comment. No request to speak at this time?
Just queuing them up.
Okay.
We have no request to speak in person or remotely on any of the items on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. For item 6, we're going to take it with 4 through 18 because I misunderstood the request. Okay. So I'd like to, express having these items that I'm going to be pulling, and I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. Because I've noticed that out of, 70 canceled meetings among our commission, our commission meetings, we have transportation, we have parks, we have environment and utilities, economic development, planning, art, 70 cancellations and 65 actual meetings among those. So out of 135, only 65 times people have met. And I took a look at, what could be the barriers. I was told barriers are there's vacancies, there are people who feel like they're only doing this as, I would like to encourage that this is not just a volunteer position. This is a real life situation. Just because council was in disagreement and these commission appointments are a carryover from a prior appointment does not mean that your role as a commissioner is any less than it was when you were first appointed. And I want to make that clear. If there was any communication to our commissioners that role was diminished, I'd just like to make it clear that it's not. And in reviewing the agenda, item number 4, I'd like to have it referred to the Transportation and Mobility Commission for it to be heard, not before we take action tonight, but as an update. For item number 5, also, I'd like to refer that to the Utilities Commission because this particular agenda item was an item where we raised fees, where we raised what we are charging to our community, and they need to know where our money is going. So I would like to provide more transparency and not just a consent agenda item, that we provide that update to our commissioners. For item number 6, for transportation, mobility, and infrastructure, that they have an update about this item. And this is a really important item as we take a look at how we're planning our transportation and mobility infrastructure for the future. This particular item is part of the study in the future, and I'd like for that particular commission to just be informed of what's going to happen as we are making the significant investment for this particular project. Next item is item number 9. I would like to have that also referred to TMI Commission. And so I think I did 4, 5, 6, and 9, and we will go back to number 6. Councilmember Early.
I just want to, appreciate those comments. I don't need staff, but thank you. I saw you come up on item number 6. I think it's important that we highlight a couple of things. We heard public comment on our light rail and some of the discussions that we had during a previous council meeting on the future of light rail in West Sacramento. And what you've heard me say throughout this year and maybe even last year is the need for us to have more of a strategic plan on our transportation. And so this really is, I think, a huge step forward to being able to do that, in which we have several public transportation modes happening here in West Sacramento that are being funded with public dollars. We have our public bus system through YTD. We have our microtransit that we have through VIA, and then, of course, as we heard, we have light rail coming as well. And there needs to be a real thoughtfulness around this because we know that there are fiscal cliffs coming for all of those things. And so we have to be even more efficient, even more thoughtful about our public resources and public dollars. And so, just want to commend the staff. I'm looking forward to seeing what.
Mr. City Manager, I asked for that feedback. Do you have any updates on that?
Perhaps if Kate is here, she could give a quick update on the community outreach activities that have been happening with the Meadowdale Park project. It did go to the Parks Commission on August 11th. I do believe there was also a community event that is either, Kate's making her way up, that was either being organized or occurred, but Kate can give the update on that part as well. This item is authorizing us to apply for a very significant grant for the project to actually finish the design options and I believe even lead to construction. But Kate can give an update on the rest of the public outreach plan.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kate Smith. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. And yes, item 14, we are asking for council's approval to apply for a grant to hopefully receive funding to renovate and expand Meadowdale Park, which is off of West Capitol Avenue. As part of the grant requirements, we must actually hold 5 community engagement meetings. We have held 4 already, and one of those includes our PRIS commission as well. So in working with the residents, we have received feedback. They're looking for safety and security is the #1 item. Looking at flexible lawn space, improved play structure, ways to activate the area, dog park. We presented those findings to our commission, and they were also supportive. We did receive some feedback from the commission that included items such as restrooms, which actually is an item that some of the residents were not actually in favor of. So right now, where we are, we're evaluating commission feedback, community feedback, and then we will use that to go towards our grant application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that update. That's really helpful.
Yep, you're welcome.
And I did want to go back to one other item that I brought up and asked for a presentation. Stephanie Chan, are you here? Stephanie? Oh, yeah, come on up. For item 9, we are asking for federal funding, and you have identified a couple of areas. You heard from another public comment about Jefferson, but you selected 2 other areas. Can you provide a little bit of an explanation why that was selected?
Sure. It's Jason McCoy, Transportation Division Manager. Stephanie Chan is out of the office here. So this is a combination of projects from both capital projects as well as Transportation Division. The Transportation Vision project is Clarksburg Branch Line Trail. So that is a project that's already been in design. And so moving into construction is the next logical step for that one. And because of the lower cost of paving that trail, that was one that we feel is going to be pretty competitive. The next one is a combination of multiple projects that were compiled together that extend all the way from Harbor Boulevard all the way down across Palmendusky Bridge, and then ending up in Southport. And that's a project that, again, has multiple components, and so cobbled together, they actually make for a very competitive application. And because we are already in design on that project and it's an existing CIP, it makes it easily eligible and competitive for that grant program.
And just to offer a brief update on at least one portion of Jefferson Boulevard, the southern portion that is the part where it goes down to a single lane each direction when you go south of Marshall Road. We're actually in the process of designing that project to its full extent of build out. It's being done in conjunction with the development team with the Yarborough, but the city is actually advancing the design work that will tee it up for future funding opportunities, including potentially grants. It is a tough one to fund with grants just because of the nature of the project and its location, but rest assured there is significant work happening on the future of Jefferson Boulevard, at least that portion.
Okay, thank you. So for this, it would be also for design. For Clarksburg, it's for the
both of them are for construction.
For construction.
Correct.
So for design itself, at what point, you know, I did see a pop-up for one, public input.
Both are currently in design. During the planning stages for these, there was community feedback that was able to be provided. You did note going to the TMI Commission for these projects, so we are definitely going to be able to go to the commission and provide an update at the time on, which also provides the opportunity for community feedback as well.
That would be great. Thank you. Because it is highlighted here, and I'd like for the community to provide some input on that. Thank you so much.
May I quickly? Now, I just want to confirm, didn't we just have that outreach event at Bike Dog for this section
Yes,
of the
we
road?
did. That, for, I believe, as I said, there were several components. Christian Asuncion with the Capital Projects Department is here. He could actually better speak to individual components of that project.
I can chime in on that. Yes, the workshop that you were referring
Yeah,
to
that we both
was
attended.
specific to this project.
Okay, just confirming that that was
right.
the project. Okay.
And then just one other note on an earlier item, October 7th is the date that we're planning to have the Yellow TD budget presentation. Not on this item, it was on the one previously.
Okay.
A note on that, I did receive email from Lola Torney with Yellow TD, and they wanted to have a discussion on that, so that date might change after I have a conversation with them. So just to let you know that that is still a little bit in flux, but I believe that October 7th was the date that they were.
I would strongly encourage that it not change.
Okay, sounds
Strongly encourage that it not change.
good. That's a move forward. Got it.
Thank you. And under TMI, we only have one vacancy, so it's a fairly good, strong commission to take this into consideration.
Yes, we have meetings the first Monday of every other month. We do have a quorum for the next upcoming meeting. So that will be taking place in, I believe, 2 weeks.
Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Spiegel Holt mentioned, and I think our city manager also touched on the fact that we had the workshop at Bike Dog, right? There's going to be another one, if I remember correctly,
there?
right?
Another workshop?
I'm not aware of another workshop schedule. This one was specifically
For this
tailored
project.
for this
Okay.
project at that location.
Okay. I would say to staff, it was very, very good. It was well attended, and I learned a lot as well. And so, thank you.
Fantastic.
Okay. And there was two things going on. There was a park event where there was a check reception, and then there was this. So I kind of missed the first half. I went to receive a check.
But you were
For a
there.
park.
I saw you.
At the last part of it. Yeah. Half of the team was gone. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I think we need to, yes. Oh, you did 14. Come back, Jason.
She doesn't have to, actually.
14.
My mic up. I'll just keep it brief. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for asking some of the questions that I was going to ask for staff. I wanted to just commend staff on their continued outreach efforts. I know it's a requirement, but it appears that the community in the Meadowdale area is being consulted with, heard, outreach is being performed, and the feedback is very, very important because that's an area at the end of West Capitol Avenue that has been a well-established community. The low, medium income values of that area and the park poorness, this has been long overdue. And it just seems like yesterday we had approved the staff's request to seek funding for Westacre Park. And then we just cut the ribbon on that beautiful amenity in our city. And it's absolutely activated and changed the complexion of that area in our city. It's always full. Now, that said, it is in an area that which invited that type of activity. This is a little bit smaller. It's tucked away. The residents' responses and feedback is really, really important for us because obviously it might not want to take the same type of complexion for that particular area. But I do appreciate the reference to places where people can find respite and peace and have a dog park and potentially overflow play fields. Oftentimes people see this park only from the freeway as they're passing through. It'd be lovely to see an uplift and upgrade to that area, long overdue. So thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you. All right, we have to remove an item for item 7 for a vote. Madam Clerk, and I'll accept a motion.
So moved. Early second.
Madam Clerk, Councilmember Collin moved, Councilmember Early seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Akala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. Next is item number 7. I'll accept a motion.
Early moves.
Second.
Councilmember Early moved and Councilmember Orozco seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Akala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, this item is approved. Next, we have agenda item 19, which is a public hearing and first reading of ordinance 26-57 for proposed third amendment to the River Park Development Agreement to extend the term of the agreement. Mr. Laffey, our senior planner, please proceed.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Seamus Laffey, Senior Planner in the Planning Division. This item before you tonight is requesting an extension of 2 years of a development agreement for River Park for the new expiration date of July 18th. So staff is requesting the City Council conduct the public hearing, waive first reading, and read ordinance 26-57 by title and number only, and then inform the audience that second reading and adoption is tentatively scheduled for September 9th. Planning Commission recommended approval of this at their June 4th meeting. Staff originally proposed a 1-year extension, and the Planning Commission recommended that be increased to 2 years. No project modifications are being approved with this action tonight. It is only an extension of the existing DA. And it would preserve the existing obligations in that DA. Next slide. So for a little bit of background, River Park is a master planned village approved back in 2008 in the southeast corner of Southport. It's 452 acres, or was 452 acres of undeveloped land. And the development agreement before you tonight for extension locks in a good portion of that to 2,284 residential units with parks, open spaces, and a small commercial site. The project, when it was approved, had an environmental impact report. There was a general plan amendment, rezoning, design guidelines, along with this development agreement. Now, this development agreement, it caps the number of units for that master plan. It also includes obligations for public safety, enhanced transit, traffic and infrastructure, to name a few. Next slide. So once that was approved in 2008, it was incorporated into the city's zoning map. So here in the black circle, that is the River Park project area. You can see the varying shades on the zoning map. Those are all single-family, multifamily, parks, a public, quasi-public area in the middle. So this property and properties are zoned for multifamily, single-family today. Next slide. Now, after this project was approved in 2008, the Southport Levee Improvement Project was constructed. So here you can see the outline of where this project is now versus the old South River Road, and that area in between was lost for the levee project to expand the river. Next slide. Here's a photo of the Southport Levee Improvement Project. This took place between 2016 and 2018. So now that has been done, the applicant wanted to modify the project for the existing footprint, kind of reconfigure some of the puzzle pieces, so to speak, to get roughly the same amount of units that were in the project into a smaller footprint. Next slide. So here's what it looks like today. You can see mostly ag land there, and then the new Southport Levee there with the wider river channel. Next slide. So you might be asking, what's taking so long? We've been before City Council twice now for an extension. So I want to go over the key dates. So staff provided the applicant, who they are proposing modifications to the project, a memo back in 2023 on what's outstanding and needs to be done. One of those is an updated master plan that's objective. Objective design standards, so language that's very clear for anybody going in, what it actually needs to look like. So they worked on revising the master plan and provided that to the city on March 31st last year. The city reviewed it, had external agencies review it, including the school district. The prior plan showed 10 acres for a school site. Last year, the school district said that they need 16 acres. So that required some revisions to the land use plan. So we got that last fall, sent that over to the applicant. They revised the land use plan along with other changes that we had comments on, and they submitted a revised land use plan on May 15th of this year. Now, also, we've been working with the consultant to prepare a environmental impact report for these revised, these revisions. So we received a updated admin draft from the consultant in July, currently reviewing that. Very lengthy technical document. We want to make sure it's correct and the analysis is adequate. So we expect that release of that subsequent environmental impact report will be ready in November of this year. Now, we're cognizant of Thanksgiving, Christmas. There's a 45-day public comment period. So if it's ready in November, when we actually release it, I think we need to discuss that with the applicant and internally. So that's where we are. Next slide. This action before you tonight, it is within the scope of the previous environmental impact report. Again, it's an extension of the development agreement. It's not any changes to the project. Next slide. So recommended action tonight, conduct a public hearing, waive first reading, and read ordinance 26-57, and then inform the audience that second reading is tentatively scheduled for September 9th. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Laffey. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak? I have a few comments.
We have no request to speak on item 19 in person. If you're, Matt Weaver. If you're participating remotely via Zoom and you'd like to speak on item 19, please raise your hand at this
Council,
time.
Mayor, again, thank you. Why speak on this? I'm seeing the hodgepodgery of extensions intersect. There's another big development down south of Jefferson that's going to be taken into consideration. The density of this project's changing. The date is passed. That's it. The date's passed. If you do nothing, the date has passed. You do not have to do anything. There's a lot of things that you don't do. This is one of the things you don't have to do. Nobody's going to make you approve this. Zoom out. Ask ourselves in total, when we look at everything that's coming online south of Jefferson, should this be approved one-off with another random extension? Are we going to patch things together incrementally and continue to call them part of a master plan? Or are commissions meeting enough to really fully understand this? Or are we going to debate it all through public comment and then take a yes vote on it? I have no objections to this project as it stands or extending a date if there wasn't so much in the pipeline that will directly intersect with this. And that's why there's deadlines on these things to begin with. So think about that. You don't actually have to take this vote. You don't have to approve this.
We have no request to speak remotely and no additional request to speak in person.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're closing the public comment, bringing it back to council. Seamus? Are there any questions among the council members? No questions? Seamus, I have a few questions, and I sent those to you a little earlier. You've answered some of them, so I thank you for doing that in your presentation. I did not see your PowerPoint until now. I do have some questions around bridge and transportation capacity. That is a very big deal in the southern part of the city. As a planning commissioner, I recall we had bridges planned, and now we have a new bridge, which it isn't you, it's been planned, the Enterprise Bridge. And I do see that in the prior, the older document, the 2008 document, that there was the River Parks McGowan Bridge obligation, including applicable inflation or escalation, I think, I'm not sure. Was there any, is there any way to make that enforceable for the Enterprise crossing? Or any equivalent of a bridge capacity contribution now?
So if I recall, the DA says a fair share, so it's already been built. So we could look at how to reallocate what should have been paid by the applicant to something else.
And if I could chime in just to give you a parallel on this, we recently, last year, I believe, completed the Yarborough DA, came to council, was approved. There were similar provisions in that DA that had projects identified that had been subsequently approved in the time between the original DA and the final approval. We don't want to, negotiate from the dais here, but there's absolutely the potential for shifting funding that is for a project that has been completed to another project. I think there are options. In the case of Yarborough, the council's priority focus, I think understandably and rightly, was on Jefferson Boulevard to complete the full extent of Jefferson. So the short answer is yes, there's plenty of potential for us to negotiate alternative ways to fund other projects that are important, whether it's Enterprise Crossing or Jefferson, but those will be subsequent negotiations that we'll do with the developer should the council approve this tonight.
All right, thank you. And I heard that it was the Planning Commission also now going into the terms and drafting of the amendment, that the Planning Commission decided for moved it from a 1 year to a 2 year. Why was that?
To give more time for staff and the applicant to work on the modifications, recognizing that if the environmental impact report is released in November, 45-day public comment period, there's likely to be a lot of comments. We need to address those comments and then also negotiate the development agreement. So it could take longer than a year.
The applicant is here? Yes. I'm curious to know, is there, it sounds like an unconditional 2-year term. Is there any interest to bring it back to 1 year? With like a timeline so that we are on track?
Yes, we can meet that timeline.
You could?
But it's also kind of a compromise between the parties, and we'd hopefully get across the finish line by June or July.
Okay.
But we don't know for sure.
You don't know for sure if you can meet the timeline, if you can meet the 1 year.
That's correct.
Okay, so a 2 year is preferable for you then?
It would be helpful. I mean, I'm hoping that we get done sooner, but it gives us the extra time if we so need it.
Okay, so giving you the 2 years then, but there's no conditions, which means the city can tell you we're delaying it and not have any, requirements to fulfill it. I just want you to have what you need with some deliverables in that timeline, that's all. Trying to get you something accomplished.
Yes, I hope we get across the finish line within 12 months, but it very well could be longer.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
I appreciate the hope. I don't typically operate on hope management. What is potentially blocking it, or what are you imagining are the challenges that are making you not as maybe confident?
I believe we've provided everything at this point for the city's consultant to move forward and to get the document released as in November. And then it kind of takes a life of its own for public comment, depending upon those comments and what may change or may not change, or additional work that may need to be done. And then concurrently with that, working on the development agreement, coming to terms with the city, renegotiating, amending it to the current date. Hopefully we can get everything done. But from our standpoint, I feel that we've finished everything to date.
Okay.
Would it help to adopt a binding schedule so that you can get to that point?
I think that I think that's helpful to get the document released, but once the document's released, it kind of gains a life of its own.
Okay.
From the standpoint of public comment, how those comments are going to be addressed, and I don't think there's any way to, actually cement that time.
Okay.
So.
I see. Kristen's getting up, and I do have a question for the city attorney about protecting the city from unintended vesting. Whether you can address an SB 330 preliminary application during the extension, just to make sure that it doesn't weaken the city's negotiation position or avoid any updated requirements.
I'm not sure what you were suggesting.
All right. We can follow up on that. Tristan, go ahead.
Do keep in mind that this is first reading. So you would not be asked to actually adopt this until September 9th.
Okay, great. So we can follow up on that together. Tristan,
But with one caveat, if there are changes, that might restart the need for a first reading again. So if there are specific changes that the council wants, it would be better to give very specific direction on those changes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Tristan.
Hi. I just want to provide a little more context on the timing. Although Planning Commission recommended the 2 years, staff was in support of that due to kind of what we talked about in terms of the unpredictability of the CEQA process. There can be a need to extend it out depending on comment, occasionally do a second release, and then also the kind of unscheduled nature of DA negotiations and term negotiations can lend itself to be a bit protracted from time to time. That said, we are not required to go the full 2 years. So if we get done early, sooner than that, I think that the city and probably the applicant would be happy to move things forward sooner. I understand this has been a long-going project, but the 2 years is prudent to ensure that we have ample time for 2 pretty robust and detailed processes. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And I do have a follow-up question. Oh, sure. You know, I always get worried about all the legislative changes that come down the pipeline, and then all of a sudden now we have to comply, and he's now another 2 years, and this continues to drag on. I'd like to see a process where we can all follow and make sure that it's getting addressed, but, you know, that's my concern as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd actually be in agreement. I appreciate the being prudent around understanding, hey, this could take a little bit longer. My experience with really just anything when it comes to business projects, anything, you give it 2 years, it's gonna take 2 years, right? Because on your priority list, especially staff and whatnot, you constantly have things that are burning. And so if you know you have additional time, then of course it'll get slotted where it gets slotted. And that's just a matter of just basic project management, right? And so is there a world in which, I don't know, we can find a middle ground where it doesn't have to necessarily be extended unless it is absolutely needed? Because I appreciate the timeline.
I think that having a timeline so that everybody's able to see what we're expecting, when, and if it's not happening, to try to help us understand why not. We just get these, like it's another 2 years and we're coming back maybe. I mean, it's just hard for us to go back to our, to constituents and explain what's happening.
I think a written timeline would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
And that wouldn't be, looking at the city attorney, that wouldn't be a change, right? We're just simply asking for, memorializing what the plan is.
Are we talking about something that would be part of the ordinance or part of the development agreement? Or are you
Part of
just
the
looking for
extension
staff to give you?
Of the agreement.
Okay, so if it would be part of the agreement, then it would, unless we specify those dates tonight, it would be a first reading again. But it's not the end of the world. It just means that.
Are we delaying it again?
This process would.
This is exactly what.
Yeah.
We're seeing it real time.
May I ask a clarifying question? And what happened if the timeline would slip? What would that mean for the agreement?
Depends on how you write it. If the answer is failure to meet one of these timelines is an event of default, it would come back to the council to decide whether to declare a default and then terminate the
I don't think the intention is to be a blocker. In fact, I do feel like the intention is to help support staff and move the project along. and also to help us to be aware of where we're at in the project. And so if that indeed is the goal, that would be my goal. I don't want to speak.
I think it would
for you,
be
Mayor.
helpful. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. But I don't know how, if it can't be in the agreement.
I don't think it needs to be in the agreement, but is that something that staff is able to provide outside of the agreement?
I think you would want it to be in the agreement if you want to be able to enforce it. If you're looking for a good faith estimate by staff and the applicant about what the timeline would be, that doesn't have to be in the agreement, but you would not be in a position to.
Am I out of time?
Sorry, my time's up. But you wouldn't be in a position to take action to enforce it. But they could come back, staff and the developer could come back at the September 9 meeting with a timeline, sort of best estimate.
Make it good faith, so then it's not. Yeah.
So I would ask just for a good faith. And so it doesn't necessarily need to be built in. Again, I don't think I'm certainly not trying to bring fire and brimstone at this moment in time, but more just wanting to be supportive and also have more eyes on the project.
And thank you. So hopefully we're okay with that. You're okay with that?
Yeah, so we could bring that forward at the next council meeting, and then, whatever else you would need along the way, regular updates, that sort of thing, we're happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Going forward.
I'm sorry, could I get some clarification again?
Sure, go ahead, Councilmember.
Could you explain exactly what we're going to be, what you're proposing or what staff has proposed? Because I got lost here.
Sure. So the recommendation tonight is a 2-year extension to the existing DA. That allows us the time as the lead agency to go through the CEQA process for the EIR and to also renegotiate terms with the applicant. So that would go through basically, I think, end of June 28. And so what we as staff would do for the next meeting is bring forward some big picture milestones, kind of a rough schedule, what we're anticipating, building out the CEQA process, when we'd be able to start negotiations, and then, if need be, provide regular updates to the council in whatever format you see fit.
And I think one of the council members asked him, what if those milestones aren't met? Where are we at that point?
So that's the difference between them being binding milestones or, sort of non-binding. That's the key difference. So if you want to stipulate specific milestones, I think what you're hearing tonight is we would need to know what those are. I think what Tristan outlined is more of I think we're hearing is that you just want to have more clarity around what to expect going forward, so you can kind of track with, is this thing actually going to be delivered on time in the 2-year period or not? But just to be really clear on your question.
Ideally 1 year.
The difference is having it binding versus non-binding.
All right, thank you.
And the other, which I think, was clear, was to make sure that this is tied to development, to our infrastructure, funding the infrastructure. And I know City Manager mentioned that as well. And I just to clarify for the public that the applicant does pay the city costs for this activity.
Yes, this is there's 2 River Park projects that we built to. One's the extension specifically, and one is the larger River Park project from a planning standpoint, but those are what we call time and materials or deposit-based. So city staff, we track our time working on that project, send an invoice to the applicant, who then remits payment to the city on a monthly basis.
Okay, thank you. And I'll send a memo just to correct and verify the record to resolve the apparent ordinance 06-05/08-6 discrepancy and confirm the validity, assignment history, and the present status of the agreement before adoption. I think it might be in the email that I sent you.
I have seen your comments, and we'll take a look at those.
Okay, thank you.
If there are typos that need to be fixed, that can be done between first and
That'd be
second
great.
reading.
Okay, great. I think that's it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. With that, conduct the public hearing, waive the first reading, read by title only. So you said this is the first reading at this point?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, this is first reading, meaning this is the first present. Sorry. This is the public hearing and a presentation to the council and the public. It will come back again, proposed to be coming back on September 9th, where you will be given the opportunity to take action on it.
Okay, thank you. So there's no action for tonight?
Correct.
All right. Next is agenda item 20, is a workshop on the proposed contract for services with Green Waste Recovery LLC for exclusive solid waste collection. We have a number of presenters, Ryan Burnett, our Sustainability Manager, and I think others will be coming up as well. Ryan, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ryan Burnett. I am the Sustainability Manager for the City of West Sacramento. I've been with the city for 10 years, 8 of those years in water conservation and 2 as the Sustainability Manager. I will be joined by Kate Schultz with R3 Consulting. We as city staff have been taking the lead on this project, but we've called them in to help with industry knowledge and assistance with rates. Roberta, the Finance Director, will also be assisting to provide some key background knowledge. Next slide. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to provide a presentation on our recommendation for green waste for the next waste hauler contract. We would also like to seek feedback from the public and city council. We are also going to be hosting an open house on September 1st here at City Hall at 6 o'clock. We invite everyone to come so that we can address all concerns and questions. And at a future council meeting, we would come back to seek a final recommendation and awarding of contract. Next slide. So before going into the waste hauler contract process, I thought it would be helpful to provide a little bit of context and background. Waste hauling is a very large and complicated entity. So our current provider, Waste Management, has been providing waste hauling collection service since 1987. They pick up waste, recycling, and organic materials. The current contract we have, which started in 2017, will expire in 2027. There has not been a competitive procurement process since the city was incorporated for waste hauling. So we believe now is a good time to open this process for a competitive bid. You know, we take our responsibility seriously as city employees to make sure that contracts of this size do receive competition, to make sure that we have the best portfolio for our residents and businesses, including efficiencies, following new state mandates that have come out since 2017, technological advances, competitive costs, and of course, customer service. Next slide. And at this point, I'm going to invite Roberta up to tackle a few slides related to rates and billing.
Hello, Roberta.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm your Finance Director, Roberta Raper. Just to go over the financial aspects of the proposed transition and the contract, and specifically what it means for customer rates and billing. So the customers receive one utility bill from the city that includes their water, sewer, and their solid waste services currently. Under the proposed agreement, the selected hauler would take over responsibility for billing the customers directly. Historically, the city has set the customer-facing rates for waste services, and that's included the cost for the waste management contract along with the city's costs for administering and billing the program. And we have not increased that rate since June or July of 2021. Under the existing agreement, the amount the city pays Waste Management for collection services has continued to increase by approximately 4% per year, which was included in the contract. Typically, those increases would be passed along to the customers through corresponding rate adjustments. But instead, for the last 5 years, the city's held customer rates flat and has absorbed those increases. So over that period, the collection cost has increased by nearly 22% on a compounded basis. So as a result, the city is currently paying significantly more to our contractor than we're collecting from our customers for those services. And for the current fiscal year, we estimate that shortfall to be approximately $1.9 million. Under the new agreement, the city would continue to receive a franchise fee from the selected hauler to recover appropriate city costs associated with administering and supporting the services. However, because the hauler will be billing customers directly, the city will no longer collect a portion of the rate revenues to cover our costs, and we will not have the same ability to cover funding shortfalls as we have had over the last few years. So just as we transition to the new agreement, it's important to distinguish between the changes associated with the new contract and then the financial impact of the city having held customer rates stable for the last few years. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. I also wanted to briefly distinguish this process from a utility rate study. They are fundamentally different processes with different purposes and legal frameworks. So council recently went through a very extensive water and sewer rate study process. That process was intentionally very public. We discussed the financial model, capital needs, assumptions, and rate alternatives to cover over a number of public meetings, not only here in council, but separately, because the purpose of that process was ultimately for council to establish rates under Proposition 218. In this case, a competitive procurement is different. Its purpose is to obtain competitive proposals and select the best qualified provider under the city's procurement rules. The reasons for going out to RFP, even if you were not going to change providers, is that you typically will get competitive rates. There are new entrants into the market, and a lot of things change over the years that you can take advantage of through an RFP process. So the council typically establishes policy direction and ultimately considers the resulting contract, but the evaluation, the technical analysis, and negotiations occur through an internal competitive procurement process. The distinction is important because there are portions of the procurement process that can't appropriately be conducted publicly while proposals are being evaluated and negotiations are underway. Doing so would compromise the integrity of the competitive process and the city's negotiating position. That doesn't mean there's no public engagement or council oversight, however. Council was updated before the RFP was released. The negotiated agreement is being brought to the council for feedback tonight, and it will be considered for approval at a future meeting. And then ultimately there will be a process, a very public process when they go through the rate setting. So while both processes ultimately affect services provided to the residents, the path to get there is intentionally different. A rate study is designed around public rate setting process, and an RFP is designed around a fair and competitive procurement process. So with that, I believe I'm handing it back over to Ryan to finish the presentation.
Thank you, Roberta. So as she mentioned, I find this to be a very important slide. Regardless of which provider we select, we're facing two different types of increases to cost. One is because the city's short-term assistance needs to go away, and then the second is our rates need to catch up with current waste hauler trends. So those rates are based on inflation. Just as residents and businesses experience inflation, so do waste haulers. So the rates that you will see reflect those two realities. A third component to the rate increase is, as I've mentioned, we have regulations that we need to follow. Particularly SB 1383 is a very large and complicated regulation related to making sure that organic materials do not end up in the landfill. So food scraps, landscape waste, when that gets dumped in the landfill, it generates methane, which is a super pollutant. So SB 1383 charges us and every city with taking action. So that includes edible food recovery networks, purchasing compost, and tackling organics itself by making sure both the the residential sector, the multifamily, and the commercial sector is participating in organic waste separation. Next slide. So I'm now going to hand it to Kate, who's going to help provide a bit more framing and context around the RFP process we used to get to the point we're at now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Kate Schultz. I am with R3 Consulting. We're a solid waste consulting firm that helps jurisdictions throughout the state. One of our areas of expertise is the public procurement process for a solid waste provider. So that's why we were brought on for this project. Roberta touched on this, but I want to hit home a little bit why the importance of going out for public procurement. There's just the importance to test the market and make sure for this essential utility service that is provided to all customers that you're getting the best service for those customers. There is not a prescriptive amount of time by which you go out for public procurement. It does align with the term of the agreements, whether that's an initial term or an extension. A standard term is about 10 years. That aligns with the lifespan of a collection vehicle. Prior to R3 being engaged for this procurement process, our team was also engaged for a performance review. Performance reviews are often included in a franchise agreement, and it is a prescriptive process to confirm that the collection provider is meeting contractual requirements. It's an exhaustive process looking at customer service, outreach, collection, safety, everything that they are supposed to achieve through their franchise agreement. So I'll go through the details of that on the next slide, but that led up to the decision to go out for a public competitive procurement. Then R3 was engaged for the RFP development. At the beginning portion of the development, there was a public survey. Again, that's another piece that helped shape what this RFP ultimately looked like. The RFP was released on November 6th, 2025, and proposers had until January 30th to respond to that RFP. Next slide, please. So now I'll go into a little bit of details of what the results of the performance review and the survey were that helped really lay the groundwork for what the RFP and draft franchise agreement would look like. So results of the performance review, there's an innate issue because of the fact that the billing is conducted by the city and the collection provider provides service to the accounts. There is just a challenge with the account information not syncing. So that was an identified issue. There was issues identified with service reliability, some problems with missed collections and containers being delivered in accordance with the requirements of the franchise agreement. Some issues with the initial, the current provider uses Smart Truck to monitor contamination and overage. With the initial rollout, some issues identified with matching the proper address to the customer. Identified opportunities to improve diversion, opportunities to improve outreach and reporting as those were not meeting the requirements, the full requirements of the franchise agreement. And then an overall recommendation, this is in alignment with the challenge with the account records, to shift billing to the contractor to eliminate that wholly from the problem. So at the initial development of the RFP, city staff sent out a public survey to also get their feedback on what was working with them with the current collection contract and where they could like to see some improvement. Overarching, the priority for customers is service reliability. At the end of the day, people just want their material collected. So that was voiced as the #1 priority of the survey respondents. And there were some issues identified along with that, mirroring some of the findings of the performance review relative to missed collections and follow-up with those missed collections. Some customers voiced some challenges with customer service, having a hard time getting through to the right person. Customers felt some challenges with the way the contamination monitoring was carried through, some of the enforcement and the camera technology creating some distrust. So we got feedback on that. We also found that just some customers weren't aware of some of the services that were available to them, voicing that they'd like some services that were available, they just weren't aware of that case. We also learned of some programs that customers enjoyed, so we knew we should keep those in the new franchise agreement. Christmas tree collection, the bulky waste pickup. About half of the survey respondents used that service, but those that did really appreciated that service. And the bagged leaf collection. Okay. So that was all of the feedback to kind of help us draft this RFP and the draft franchise agreement. As part of the solid waste RFP, we develop a very robust draft franchise agreement to try to lay the consistent framework for everyone to respond against. We're setting the service expectations so that proposers know exactly what services the jurisdiction is expecting, and they just are responding with how exactly they're going to deliver that service. So some of the service modifications were made in response to performance review and survey feedback. So I'm outlining here, this is not necessarily the current state of the draft agreement, as some changes occurred after negotiations. This is to clarify what all proposers were expected to respond against. So some things in the draft agreement that remain the same: keep a 10-year term, maintain weekly collection of garbage, recycling, and organics, maintain on-premises or backyard service for individuals experiencing disabilities. There's extra flattened cardboard service and bagged leaf waste. All of that was maintained as is from the current agreement to the draft. Some programs were altered in the draft franchise agreement. One being what was included in the bundled service. This was an area where the city had information understanding fewer people had the full bundled service, so that's the number of recycling and organics containers with your standard service, pulling that back in being conscious of costs. Based on the feedback, understanding that some modifications to the contamination and overage program needed to take place, so we still drive towards improving those, but in a way that felt better for residents. Expanding on-call HHW services for multifamily customers. Requiring minimum mandatory levels of recycling and organic services for multifamily and commercial to make sure that everyone has access to those services. We did alter the bulky item collection in the draft franchise agreement. We reduced that from 2 to 1 in response to data that showed the amount of participation. And we increased diversion requirements in this draft franchise agreement. We also introduced some new programs, low-income discount. So we required that all proposers state what their discount would be, but we did not dictate exactly what that amount was. Shift the billing to the contractor, add curbside battery collection. We got crisp on kind of some personnel roles that were expected of the contractor to be dedicated to the city. We got really clear on some technical assistance that was expected. This is all in an effort to help drive towards the diversion and SB 1383 requirements. And we also expanded the availability of education materials to Russian in addition to English and Spanish. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's the franchise agreement that went out with the RFP. There was also very clearly detailed criteria that was included in the RFP as well, so that proposers knew exactly what they would be assessed against in their proposal. So this identifies what that criteria was, and for each one of these items, there was detailed points that the evaluation panel would be reviewing in context with that and where they needed to include that in the proposal. Quality of service and experience, highly important, given that reliability of service is most important to the customers. With the billing transition, that is a large undertaking, so wanting to know that there's someone with the experience that has executed that before. And there's just a knowledge that, as this utility provider, you need someone who's going to be a really strong partner. So whatever evidence we could collect that proves that. Proposed operational services, again, we wanted to know your track record for providing that reliable service, but also how you intended to provide that service here for the community. And one of the items we wanted to see was how they would approach a monitoring program for contamination. Sustainability a priority in line with the city's climate action plan and the strategic priority of climate and energy resiliency, and of course, continued alignment with state recycling and organics requirements. We also had detailed criteria relative to communication, outreach, and customer service. Wanted to make sure customers could get through to customer service and access that support. Also, in the billing transition, really important that folks would continue to have accessible ways to pay bills, given the change from it coming from the city to the contractor. And then service rates and value, obviously of importance as well. This is a utility service that everyone subscribes to, so balancing all of these other needs relative to state requirements, survey feedback, performance review, and balancing that with also fair rates. Okay, so on the last timeline, I got you up to proposal submittal. This brings us to date. So the proposals were due on January 30th. Immediately, the evaluation panel started reviewing those. The evaluation panel consisted of members of the Sustainability Department, the Utility Billing Department, and also a colleague, a solid waste manager from a neighboring jurisdiction. During that time, this item was also brought to City Council strategic planning. As part of the evaluation panel elected to bring all 3 proposals from Atlas, Green Waste, and WM for interviews. And following that full evaluation process, Green Waste was identified as the highest ranked proposer, which Brian will go into more detail next. And then we engaged in a negotiations process based on their proposal. That brought us to the Environment and Utilities Commission last week, and here we are today. I'll hand it back to Ryan.
Next slide, please. So after all the work that Kate just detailed, we ended with the scores as follows, with Green Waste being the clear top score getter, followed by Waste Management and then Atlas. So on the next slide, I'd like to go into some detail as to how we arrived at those important numbers. Next slide, please. There you go. Thank you. So there's a lot on here. I'm not going to go through every bullet point, but we did want to provide an opportunity for you all to see what the major considerations were that led to the score from the previous slide. So I'll start with Green Waste, why we scored them with the 86, and then I'll move on to Waste Management and Atlas. So with Green Waste, the references that we contacted were highly enthusiastic. One of the references noted that after transitioning from their previous hauler to Green Waste, the number of complaints dropped by 70%. They also mentioned having a very complicated jurisdiction with a hospital and a prison, and that they had very little issues working with Green Waste. They offered a very detailed transition plan. We understand that this is a massive undertaking to move from one hauler to the next, and we thought that Green Waste offered a very detailed and professional transition plan that would help us make this change with as few disruptions as possible. Under the sustainability category, Green Waste offers renewable natural gas. So there are different fuel types out there. Renewable natural gas takes the methane I mentioned before and actually converts it into fuel. So that is a very powerful closing loop, in my opinion, on the sustainability side. They also detailed ways in which they would align with certain categories within the CAP, which was adopted last year, especially Goal 5, which is becoming a waste-free city. They also had a very professional customer service reporting and outreach component. Very attractive outreach materials. We know that we send out a lot of outreach materials, and we want people to be attracted to them so that they can actually pay attention and make changes. One of the standout differentiators with Green Waste is the last item, which is the low-income discount. So they are offering a 20% low-income discount for everybody who qualifies through the PG&E Care program. Waste Management scored well on network and equipment and technology. They have local operations in Woodland. They have a very impressive recycling facility nearby. They use clean natural gas, which is getting gas out of the ground. That is certainly better than diesel. They have an advanced tracking system. Areas where we thought that they fell short than our hopes was the references suggested that there were some challenges working with Waste Management. Program seemed a little less tailored to our city. It seemed more of a generic proposal than we received from others. And the low-income discount was 15% and was capped at 10% of the population. Finally, Atlas. Atlas is a very local company, which is a strong mark. They are based in Rancho Cordova. They have existing operations in Sacramento. They also use renewable natural gas, which is a strong positive, and they offer local and walk-in service. They did score lower due to the fact that they have mainly been a commercial-focused entity. Their first municipal contract was just a few years ago with Rancho Cordova. Some of the details within the proposal weren't as richly contemplated as they were with waste management and green waste, and their low-income discount didn't compete with others. Next slide. So I'd now like to drill down a little bit more to the top two proposers, green waste and waste management. Like with the other slide, I'm not going to read through each of these, but I do want to highlight a few items that we thought were important. The green waste offered what we thought was a more human-based and education-based contamination and overage program. We want recycling and diversion to be as not annoying as possible. And so we thought that their approach hit those marks. There's going to be a grace period if we transition from waste management to green waste. During that grace period, people will still be notified if there is a contamination, but they won't be charged. There will also be positive reinforcement. So if you are recycling correctly, you'll receive a tag on your cart so that people can see that you're doing good work and helping the environment. Their call metrics were robust, and their outreach was really geared towards behavior-based social change with a lot of opportunities for us as city staff to connect with them about what we thought could be changed from quarter to quarter. In the case of WM, a lot of the programs were simply a continuation of what we'd been experiencing before, the current Smart Truck program, on-call household hazardous waste service only, whereas green waste is offering the ability to put batteries in a bag right on top of your recycling cart, so you don't always have to take an extra step for that. You do need to call, but you can just put it right on top of the cart. And their proposals for outreach seemed, again, a bit more simple and not as dynamic as green waste. Next slide. So we recognize, as I've said before, this is a very big decision. You know, this body makes a lot of big decisions all the time, and this is one of them. Green Waste has committed to offer permanent employment to all qualified staff affected by the shift from waste management to green waste. They will also pay at equal or greater rates. They have agreed to make contact with the unions, host workshops for hiring, and they have a very strong emphasis on maintaining routes assignments for employees, because there's a lot of drivers that have been working here for years, and to the degree that we can, they will continue those routes. Next slide. So another way in which green waste scored the high score it did was through their additional community value. So they have made both financial and partnership commitments to Center for Land-Based Learning, Mosaic West Sac, the California Alliance for Community Composting, as well as scholarships up to $25,000 per year, internship opportunities for people who are interested in land, ag, and waste hauling sectors, as well as highlights for businesses and residents that are sorting the right way and leading by example. Next slide. So everything I've explained so far has been the proposal that they gave us before negotiations. So what I'd like to do in the following slides is show where we've come after negotiations. Next slide. So I think this is a key slide to pay attention to. So during the post-evaluation negotiations and after the Environment and Utilities Commission that was held recently, Green Waste has come back to offer an enhancement to their services while keeping the cost that we arrived at. So that one of the key ones would be retaining the current bundles that we have now. So currently with waste management, you get one trash cart, 2 recycling carts and 4 organics carts. They have committed to continue that. So if you do use your organics carts and your recycling carts, those were originally contemplated to go back to 1, simply because they were not as utilized as we thought. The data showed that most people tend to use 1, 1, and 1, but out of an abundance of the desire for continuity, they're offering 2 recycling carts and 4 organics carts without a price difference. You can also swap your standard cart from the 96-gallon to 2 32-gallon if you find that the 96-gallon is maybe a bit too big to roll out. There will also be a no charge for on-premises services for seniors. So the side yard service that was available to those who are disabled is now going to be expanded to seniors, which will match what we currently have now with our contract with Waste Management. They will extend the low income discount also to seniors, so 20% off for all seniors, 65 and older. And then finally, they're going to bring back the second bulky waste pickup, which is what we have now. So all of those things that, during the RFP process, we made small modifications to in order to keep the rates down. We're actually going to get all of them back without having to change the rates. Next slide. So just to drill down, for the single-family residential sector, it'll be a 32-gallon garbage cart with the option of a 64 or 96. 2 96-gallon recyclable carts and 4 96-gallon organic waste carts. Next slide. When it comes to multifamily apartment complexes, we believe it's important to have what we call a minimum mandatory service level. So the reason we created this is because we don't want an apartment complex that has 100 units to have 1 organics cart and consider themselves compliant. We need to make sure that renters have the ability to recycle their materials and deposit their organic waste service levels that are appropriate to the size of the facilities that they live in. Next slide. Similarly, for the commercial sector, the base bundle will include the trash cart or bin of size that you need, followed by recyclable carts and organics carts to make sure that the waste that's being created is appropriate. So if you have a restaurant that produces a lot of organic waste, it doesn't make sense for them just to have 1 32-gallon cart. They're going to overflow that and then throw the rest away in the trash. So we need to make sure that each service level is right-sized. And with that, I'm going to shift it back to Kate, who's going to cover rates.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so this slide gets a little bit complicated as we try to show apples to apples and reality at the same time. So this is what the single family bundle rates would be. We've got the number of current subscribers or users of those services listed under units. We've got the current charge to the customer, so the actual rate the customer is experiencing, and we have the current charge that WM is charging the city per their franchise agreement. Then we have the best and final offers from Atlas and WM. And with green waste, you'll see a number of different rates. This is the larger number you're seeing under the green waste column. That's their base rate. That's to try to be as comparative as possible from green waste to Atlas and WM. It's important to note that no customers would ever actually experience that rate, because based off of that, green waste is offering to do phase-in of the rate. So over 3 years, they would phase these rates in. We have 2 different options to consider for that, which we'll look at later. But to try to compare the proposers against each other, you're looking at the larger number, and the smaller numbers are just what the single-family residents would actually experience, dependent on which option is selected. You will see that the vast majority of your single-family residents have the 64-gallon service. That would be the most impactful. And you also see the impact of the green waste, low income, and senior discount as it impacts all of those rates on the bottom half of the chart. Here we have the same thing for multifamily. Again, trying our best to do apples to apples. Green Waste ultimately provided rates as a bundled service, so they included their garbage service with their recycling and organics. So in order to try to best compare that rate to the other proposers, we bundled in those required minimum service amounts. So you can see, so if everyone got the number of recycling and organics, those rates are included here with this garbage rate. And again, you see the two rate phase-in options as they would apply for green waste. Next one. And then we again do this for commercial. Again, including these minimum required levels of recycling and organics so that we can try as best as possible to compare the rates again across the proposers. This is made more complicated because recycling and organics for the commercial sector is non-exclusive, as well as any of the roll-off like debris box or compactor service for garbage. That is non-exclusive for commercial, so that is a competitive environment where other service providers can come in. So these are not rates that are city approved at this point. So that's why we've got that plus symbol for both the current city and current customer rates, because really the customers are paying some amount more than that. And those the recycling and organics will continue to remain non-exclusive, as well as that roll-off service. And this illustrates a little bit of the two phase-in options. Just as illustrated through the 64-gallon bundle, this would, extrapolate across all of the rates. The primary difference, so both of these are a 3-year phase-in. The primary difference is that option 1 starts at a lower point and ultimately over the 3 years escalates to higher than option 2. And you've got the reverse for option 2. We immediately jump up higher to a higher rate, and then at the end of the 3rd year, you're at a lower overall rate for those customers. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more slides. So this is just an overview of community input and engagement. We've covered this already a little bit, but we wanted to just lay that out one more time. So the next steps would be the open house on September 1st, followed by returning back to this body for a final decision. After that decision, we would then launch into the Prop 218 process that was mentioned before. Next slide. So we have covered the background of the RFP process, the evaluations, why we awarded the points we did to green waste. The reasons are mentioned there, and as I've mentioned, these are our next steps. We are ready for questions.
Are there any questions among the council members at this time? Councilmember Alcala.
I have a few questions. It's just some of the terminology. You referred to mandatory personnel roles to the city. What does that mean?
Sorry?
You referred to mandatory personnel roles to the city that Green Waste had.
Yeah, I can speak to this. In the franchise agreement, we just named a number of specific roles that we wanted to be sure the contractor had and which portion of their time was dedicated to the city. So we've got like customer service manager, contract manager, general manager, just to make sure that personnel from the contractor is dedicated to the city.
As opposed to what does waste management, how does that differ?
I believe we just named the one role, and you can't quote me. We just really delineated many more staff roles to make sure across those services we had some committed staff.
Okay, also, page 13, it says human-driven rather than technology-driven.
For the contamination monitoring program. So this was really out of response to some of the concern with the kind of technology with the current contamination monitoring, that there's the cameras and there's some automation there. So in negotiating the ultimate terms of the contamination and overage monitoring program, we wanted to really make sure that a person was involved in all of these so that we know that the contamination was authentically tied to that customer and that it just had a little bit more of a manual intervention to make sure it made a behavior change impact.
Okay, can you explain smart truck dissatisfaction?
So smart truck, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Smart Truck is the name of the contamination overage program that's currently used by Waste Management. So when we did our survey, we received responses from residents that they disliked elements of the Smart Truck program. They felt it was too automated. They felt like it made mistakes. So that is why we spent a lot of time during this RFP process trying to make sure that we still had a contamination and overage program, but one that would really be geared towards behavior change and education, and not just some automated, you got one notice and then now you're in trouble. So
Is that where you send the pictures?
yes.
Okay, and let me ask you, the other trucks for green waste, are they going to have the cameras on the trucks as well?
Yeah, so green waste will have cameras on the outside of the trucks, on the inside of the trucks. So we want to be as objective as we can. But the important thing is that we are intending to work collaboratively with green waste to make sure that the contamination overage program is right, is accurate, is judicial. One component to that is if green waste is awarded the contract, upon execution, there will be an initial 9-month delay, grace period. And during that grace period, we will also be monitoring their contamination and monitoring program to make sure that the things that they're tagging really is reflective, because there are percentages. If you just have, one plastic bag, that doesn't constitute a contamination. If you're throwing tires into your organics bin, that does. So we want to make sure that it's not being petty, that it's really targeting, either conscious mistakes or misunderstandings. People might not be aware that they can't throw something away.
Okay, 3 more questions. What kind of sampling was done? I mean, we have a large community here in West Sacramento. What kind of sampling was done? How many people were actually surveyed?
So we sent out a postcard. We did Facebook ads. Out of the 15,000 accounts, we received 1,000. And from those 1,000, 900 people actually completed the survey.
Okay. It says also employment to all qualified staff.
Yes. So all of the existing WM drivers that are qualified, that have a driver's license, that are meeting all of their standards, will be eligible to be hired by Green Waste.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay. And then community benefits program. I noticed Repair Cafe wasn't on there, and that's one of my favorites because it's recycling and sustainability. How did they make the determination on the 3 that they selected?
I'm not sure how they made that determination. They have done a lot of research into our neighborhood. They did touch on our specific climate action plan. I'm not sure what led them to make the decision of those locations. I know that the Center for Land-Based Learning and Mosaic are partners in this field. So is the Repair Cafe is as well.
I didn't see them mentioned. That's what I meant. Okay.
Okay.
And
Sorry. Just generally on the microphone problems. Generally on that point, my experience with similar things has been once that's said, it's not necessarily fixed. You can always make changes to those contributions later. It just depends on, the partner that we have. So don't look at what we have in this proposal as the be all end all of that topic.
okay, final question. Promise. No charge on premises for seniors. I'm the senior on the board, 65 plus. I won't tell how much more plus, but what does that mean?
Yeah, so what that means, so my mother-in-law lives in West Sacramento, and she has a steep driveway, and so I'm very happy to drive out and get her carts for her, but this is a service where the waste hauler will actually come up the driveway and access the carts and pull them down for you, service them, and bring them back. So that will be available to both disabled and seniors.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Orozco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify, this is a very lengthy presentation by multiple parties. I know that there are a lot of people here that are trying to follow along. I think that the slides are pretty clear, and there's been circulation of information in a variety of different locations. So just to clarify, the increased costs over time to the city from waste management have occurred without knowledge to the resident. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure if it's without knowledge to the resident.
Or well,
but
with respect to turnover to the costs that have been raised by waste management over a period of time while we've had the contract in the past several years?
Yes, since 2021, the city has been absorbing the rate increases that WM has sent us.
Okay. And that was to help our residents navigate the impacts of the COVID pandemic. That's both residential and commercial. Fair?
Yes.
The SB 1383 mandates, is that fair to say that that was an unfunded mandate that has been absorbed by lots of different cities or all of the ones in California?
The state has provided some grant funding, which we have been using to purchase compost, but that funding will run out. And there are, I know it's not the kind of thing that gets a lot of residential attention because it's just a large state requirement, but it does have a lot of demands on us as a city. We have to procure a lot of compost and give it away. We have to help with edible food recovery. So that's one of the ways we've been partnering with Mosaic, is to help get them the materials they need so that they can take food that was created, and instead of getting thrown away, it gets distributed to people in need.
And I'll just say, not to make light of it, but I would say every city manager in California would describe it as an unfunded mandate.
Okay.
The amount of funding the state has made available for 1383 compliance does not equal or nearly equal the cost of compliance.
So basically, the cost of doing waste management, not the actual waste management as a company, but in general terms, has increased everywhere.
That's right.
As a result of that mandate.
That's
statewide.
right.
Now, first of all, I would just want to comment that I appreciate that this is not a decision-making an opportunity for us to make a decision tonight, but rather a workshop. I also appreciate that because it seems that there have been changes since our last commission meeting that you've articulated. Yes?
Yep.
And those include the bundled organics. Instead of going to one trash, one recycling, and one organics, it'll be offered up to 4 organics per household. And that's no extra charge by Green Waste, correct?
Yes, that was in response to comments we received at the EU Commission. We had some residents come up and express concern that they create a lot of green waste and they don't want to, be financially impacted by that.
Okay. And with respect to bulky waste, there was an initial request to reduce that because there were maybe lack of participation in that bulky waste pickup by a wide variety of residents here, but we reinstated the 2 pickups for the price of the same one. Is that fair?
That's right. Yeah, my team did great research. We looked into actual participation levels of bulky waste. People like bulky waste, but we found that while people would generally do 1 per year, less than 9% of people would do the second. And so we went through our programs and tried to right-size things because we knew every program we had and the complexity and expansion of that program would have an effect on the rates. So we did tailor it back to 1. But again, after the EU Commission, Green Waste has offered to bring it back up to 2 without a change to the rates.
As well as for the folks that had indicated that a 96-gallon sized container was too large for them, if maybe physical limitations or whatnot. Residents now have the options for the same price to get 2 32-gallon containers.
Yep.
Is that okay? And then the final one was an expansion of the low-income program, which, by the way, as you articulated, it sounds like it was on its face. Green Waste offered a 20% to every resident that qualifies under the PG&E criteria for a low income.
Yes.
But waste management was 15%, but capped at 10% of the population here.
That's correct.
But in addition to that, during the EU Commission meeting, that was since expanded to also include seniors.
That's right.
In our community.
Yes.
Okay. And that would be determined according to the same criteria with PG&E.
I don't think it'd be PG&E. We would just need some age verification.
Got it. Okay. There have been references to a variety of different information provided regarding the apples to apples comparison. And I just want to clarify, the 96-gallon rates, I saw one of your slides. I noticed there were 2 where Green Waste's monthly charges seem to be higher than that of the proposal from Waste Management. And I want to say it was the multifamily bundle, as well as the 96-gallon rates that I guess would be utilized by fewer West Sac residents, but utilized nonetheless. Is that clear?
Can you show that slide, Ryan?
Yeah, maybe that'll help.
Sure. Are you looking
There
for
are two
multifamily?
slides. I saw one with the 96-gallon rates where it was a bit higher than.
Yeah. And the single family bundle, the 96 gallon would be a higher rate. The green waste multifamily bundle is actually lower, but the commercial service was that higher rate. Yep.
Okay. Why, I just noticed on that one slide where it showed the comparisons between the two proposals. The other two, smaller, 32 and 64, did not seem to be such a difference. Why is the 96 so much different than in price comparative?
We didn't get into green waste with exactly how they did their pricing structure. So these were the rates proposed by green waste based on their own accounting and their structuring of the rates.
Okay. Okay, so, because I noticed that, for example, with respect to the 64-gallon, it looks like it's 35.64. Just for context, please, the 3050, is that for the majority of the residents are using the rate, would be potentially using the rate of 35.64, but you have about 2,500 in the 3050 and then about 2,500 in the 32.
So for clarification, so you've got most of your residents in that 64-gallon cart. The 35.64 is the base rate that no customer will actually experience. They would either experience the 30.50 or the 32.38 based on the phase-in options.
Phasing that we
Correct.
would eventually determine. Okay, so that's just the ceiling, the 35.64, and that's at?
Yeah, the 35.64 is just provided so that you can see how that rate without phase-in compared to other proposer rates without phase-in. Because it would be harder to compare a phased-in rate to a non-phased-in rate.
Okay. So currently, the customer, if that's receiving a 64-gallon container at their home, they would see a bill that would be $29.14 roughly.
Correct.
However, the city is currently offsetting that because we pay Waste Management $33.48.
Correct.
However, under the green waste proposal, the monthly container cost, if we were to choose the lower phase-in, would be $30.50 per month.
Correct.
And if we chose the higher beginning, it would be $32.38.
Correct.
And that's lower than what the city is currently being billed.
Correct.
The city. But just about a few dollars, well, in the case of the lowest phase-in, it wouldn't even be really $1.
And you will have the customers that were low income or a senior discount was not previously available. So some folks will be jumping from, those top 3 rows down to
20%
applicable
off of that rate.
Correct.
Okay. Now, okay, so it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it still looks like the largest jump would be in either the 32-gallon or the 96-gallon rates. And if we were going with the lowest phase-in at $27.29, ultimately, if the city ceases to offset the impact of the cost of actually doing business in waste management, it's just a nominal difference from what the problem is. The customer hasn't been seeing the actual rates.
Correct.
Well, I do appreciate the responsiveness to receiving information at the EEUC Commission meeting and the changes that have been proposed since there. And I understand there's going to be another town hall for residents to voice their concerns and any proposed amendments. Is that fair to say, Ryan?
Yeah, there's going to be an open house on September 1st downstairs at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And I do want to make a note, just for the sake of clarity about these prices. So every year, just as Waste Management has done, every waste hauler will apply a % increase based on inflation and increased costs. So the $30 or the $32 for the 64 gallons is not going to stay that way for 10 years. It's going to grow.
Is that the 5% cap that you're talking about?
Yes, that's right. So I just want to make sure you guys are all.
Up to 5%, or
It is up to 5%. Yes.
how do you guys figure out whether it's because rates increase for cost of living or whatever the case may be, versus you gave us 5%, so we're going to charge you 5%?
So it's incumbent upon the waste hauler to provide us a justification for why their increases have gone that way, and then we review that and approve it or not.
What does that justification look like?
Well, they would show the increase in costs for the carts themselves, the increase in costs for the vehicles, the increase in costs for fuel, those kinds of justifications.
We have a specific index drafted in the franchise agreement that calls out specifically which indexes are referenced to increase their costs. There's also a component of the rate that's relative to disposal and processing at Yolo County Landfill.
I got one question, and then I'll wait for.
Councilmember Orozco, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just end with this. I think that it's really important that we're having this public discourse and this workshop in order to discuss the concerns of our residents, because we are a working class community traditionally. The history of West Sacramento is such that we have that culture. And so, and I did see the lineup where it compared us to other jurisdictions. It looks like we're landing below other local jurisdictions. Not that that is a determinant in my city. I'm making a decision or participating in a discussion about what's happening in my own city. But what's important is the residents' concern that they're getting billed by everyone. And we have to be responsive to their concerns, because obviously everyone is price sensitive. And so when you see figures that suggest your waste rates will go 5 times the rate that they currently are because of changing providers, that obviously will incite lots of emotions. I think what I'm concerned about is, or what I appreciate is that our low income and our seniors would be taken care of with a 20% discount. What I do want, though, is to ensure that our businesses aren't so negatively impacted, because we are a city where people put their life savings on the line to open a mom and pop, to open a gym, to open a restaurant, and they can't afford to absorb, Streets of London or all these local businesses where the owner is actually working in the facility to serve the patrons. This is their lifeblood. This isn't always corporations that can absorb a few extra dollars. And so I know that the low income and the senior rates wouldn't necessarily apply to them. I just want to know, what is it we can do for our businesses? Because West Sacramento businesses already struggle, and we had to carry them through the pandemic with grants and other opportunities to move their residents and their patrons outside under covered patios and whatnot. So if I had any feedback on that, it would be in that area. I would also love to see a little less of an impact on the 96 gallon. But again, I do appreciate that you were telling me that that's the ceiling cost, not what would be naturally turned over to the resident, that the purple and the blue figures are what would be most likely, and in some circumstances, 20% less. So,
Thank you, Councilmember. We have about 2 hours of public comment ahead of us.
I'm done.
So you know the number.
I'm done. Thank you. Sorry.
I know they've all been patiently waiting, and we can talk forever, but I would like to give the public a chance to speak.
Are you okay with my one question?
Go ahead and ask your one question. We just need to.
The
speeches can wait till the end.
I feel you. I promise I won't pontificate. So I just think it's important, because I couldn't distinguish in the presentation how much of the increase that we, and I say we because I'm a resident here too, will see would be potentially the new hauler versus catching up with the city's 5 years of subsidizing rates. So I think you grouped it as it's 1.9 million or something like that has been subsidized, but I couldn't really fully understand if we hadn't been subsidizing, what would the rates be? Trying to distinguish. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So that's what I mentioned before about there's going to be 2 jumps, right? Even if we stayed with waste management, there's going to be a price jump.
No, I understand.
because of that.
And so I think what would be helpful for us, and you don't have to necessarily give it to me in this moment, you could go back and calculate if you don't already have it, is what would the rates be if we hadn't been subsidizing, right? Like how much of it is our previous subsidizing that's being caught up?
And
You gave
just
me
a,
a summary
I think there's an
number.
important clarification here too, distinction, we're using kind of interchangeably the word subsidy with shortfall.
Sure.
This is a
We can use
shortfall.
I totally understand.
Subsidy implies policy, that the council made a conscious decision to,
That's fair.
subsidize rates. And in this case, I want to be clear that that was never the case. I think, Ryan, you were looking to one of our, probably Roberta.
Yeah.
While she's
You gave
coming
me a
up.
big number, which is 1.9 million.
I think
but it's hard
Roberta
to
can address
understand.
what the true rate would have been had we been recovering the
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm understanding, because I think those are what are up there, right? So when it says current city, that is the rate that if we had passed it along to the customer, that's the rate they would be paying.
Got it. And what you're hearing me say is, okay, so current is 2684, but then we say, right, moving forward, if we were to get a new hauler, it would be 2865, 3270. So are you saying if we didn't have our shortfalls, the current rate would be 2865, 3270, and 30?
If we didn't have, so right now, the current customer column is what the current customer's paying. So if we're going to take a 64 gallon, for example, they're paying $29.14. If the city had done a Prop 218 process and passed along the rate increases from Waste Management, they would instead be paying $33.48. Compared to that, Green Waste's proposals, $35.64, but they would be paying one of the 2 numbers underneath it, depending on what phase-in you choose. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to add that in your recommendations from the Environment and Utilities Commission, it excluded a key recommendation, which is to bring back any revisions or any clarification back to the EU Commission, and it is not included here. I don't want to leave out what they recommended. As I said before, I value all of our commissioners that are not just volunteers. You see an absence of a chair because they are receiving different directions, and the message we are giving them by not even including that in this report here, omitting some key information, is undervaluing our commissioners. And I do want to make sure they get a chance to review all of what we've seen here, any differences, any revisions. So I'd like to, Madam Clerk, to open it up for public comment.
We can address that comment briefly here.
But I just wanted to open it for public comment at this point. Oh, and I do have one question for the public. How many people here, by a show of hands, was one of the 1,000 people that received the survey or responded to the survey? Just 3.
4.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to begin with our in-person public comment. If you're attending via Zoom and would like to make a public comment remotely, please raise your hand at this time. Jean Carrera Velez. Chief Strange is going out to get people that may have stepped out of the room.
We can keep it rolling to the next one. We have a lot of people, and we'll bring that person. Oh,
Salvador Royce Velez.
Oh, Jean, is that you? Okay, come on up.
Never mind.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hi. No, you're good.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. My name is Jean Carrera Velasquez. I'm the operations manager and a full-time volunteer organizer with an organization called Western Service Workers Association. We have a membership base here in West Sacramento and in Sacramento County, and we're based out of Sacramento City. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the relationship that we have with the company Green Waste. In 2019, Green Waste started donating waste removal and landscaping materials for our campaign to combat urban heat islands in low-income neighborhoods. And we plant trees in low-income neighborhoods as a volunteer activity that we call Sustainability Sundays. And as of 2024, Green Waste signed on as the construction, for our construction waste removal company on the record for the project that we are embarking on called the Sacramento Community Service Center. So since the city of Sacramento issued permits, Green Waste has donated 100% of the waste recovery for the renovation of the Sacramento City Community Service Center. And all of the pickups and delivery of the waste removal bins have been well coordinated, on time. Green Waste upcycles the materials that they're pulling through our waste removal project down to every nail that gets reused. Green Waste has a 3-day turnaround for any of the waste that comes to their facility, and they break down everything that they pick up from the city. So 100% of it is reused, and they recycle everything. They don't use a landfill at their facility. So it is an example of sustainability. And the staff members of Green Waste are always very pleasant. They're knowledgeable, and they educate us on better ways that we can be good stewards of the environment. And Green Waste supports low-income workers as members of our organization, as well as supporting their own workers by putting safety first. Green Waste has had 0 accidents at their facility all year, and I'm here to thank Green Waste for their ongoing support of low-income workers and our struggle to eliminate poverty in Sacramento, West Sacramento, and all over. So I'd like to say thank you to Green Waste.
Thank you.
Salvador Royce Valdez.
Hello there, Council. My name is Salvador Royed Valdez. I'm a resident of West Sacramento, specifically the Broderick District. I'm a volunteer and the benefits coordinator with the Western Service Workers Association based out in Sacramento. Green Waste has supported WSWA since 2019, donating waste removal and landscaping materials for our campaign to combat urban heat islands, specifically out in the South Sac area and the North Sac area in Del Paso Heights. I know, as of usual, for our volunteer activities, we do have Sustainability Sundays, which we do like to promote to the community. And really just reiterating that Green Waste has signed on as a construction waste removal company of record of construction of the Sacramento Community Service Center, which is to help better our benefits program, which I am head of. And along with that, Green Waste has donated 100% of the waste recovery for the renovation of the Sacramento Community Service Center. Along with that, going into it, that the upcycle the materials and going through and pulling out every single nail. As the son of a roofer, I can tell you that it's always so fun, and to hopefully not step on a nail. Ever since I have been volunteering since, I want to say, February of 2025, Green Waste has been a great help in keeping the project going. It is all volunteer run, and it's going through the process of coming through. And to really just let it be known that the staffs and the membership the members of Green Waste are always pleasant and are knowledgeable. And they do help us any way they can. Green Waste supports low-income workers and supports their own workers by putting their safety first. Now, Green Waste has had 0 accidents at their facility all year. And I'm here to thank Green Waste for their ongoing support of low-income workers in the greater Sacramento community. That is it.
Thank you.
Dan Johnson, and after Mr. Johnson will be Diana Ramirez. Diana Ramirez, if you're here, you'd like to come up? After Diana Ramirez will be Rhonda Pope Flores.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Diana Ramirez, and I'm the Area Manager for Public Sector at WM, and I am based in Sacramento. Tonight, you heard a presentation on the bid that Green Waste submitted. And tonight is the first time that we see a comparison of the rates and services. However, the rating scale and public contribution still remains in question. When looking at the original bid responses, there were features highlighted for the recommended bidder, like local customer service, live chat and mobile app options, franchise hauler billing, expanded payment options, school programs, vehicle cameras, strong safety programs, low-income discounts, and RNG vehicles. And these features are not unique or new. All bidders committed to providing these same features, and some of these features customers receive in today's service with WM. It's not something new, it's a regifted package with a new wrapping paper. As the current provider, WM is also positioned to implement local customer service and billing improvements with less transition risk. We can start doing this now. Regardless of a phase-in rate, after 2 years, the recommended proposal is approximately 60% higher than WM's alternative proposed rates, representing about $115 million in additional costs. For a decision this size, council should be confident that residents are receiving a clear, measurable benefit for the added cost. Greenways didn't originally offer the services that WM offers, such as second bulky item pickup and access to additional free carts, and the HHW collection program. They had to be asked to catch up to those services that WM offered previous to the negotiations. WM's proposal included approximately $1.9 million in community benefits, including $1 million in community funds, school sustainability grant support for the city's repair cafe, all included with WM's proposed rates. We also offered to discuss additional services that could benefit the city, including citywide shredding, medical waste solutions, MLB River Cat sustainability collaboration, SB 1383 procurement credits, and a partnership with the mill for food dehydration. My ask is to not rush this decision. The council and the public should be able to see all three proposals side by side with clear comparison of what is the same, what is different, what services are lost, what benefits are gained, and whether the added cost is justified, as well as a public contribution that helped formulate the RFP, not something in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhonda Pope Flores, and next up will be Shelley Cameron.
I think by the number of people filled in these seats, this is a serious issue. I want to make a couple of comments to Councilmember Orozco. Her comments, the fact that the city has been bearing the burden doesn't help any of us, because while you're on that side of the seats, you're supposed to be working for us. So that that put a bitter taste in my mouth. Sorry, I'm just going to lay that out. I also take exception to the comment that SB 1383 is an unfunded mandate, because while it is unfunded, it also has state, local, and federal funding, which I know the city of West Sacramento has benefited from for this purpose. There are grants through EPA, social justice. There are grants through USDA, Cal Recycle Food Waste, and then you have your local farms here. I see Alfred up here all the time talking about please, how can we collaborate? How can we work together? And when looking up SB 1383, it specifically speaks to partnering with these local agencies. So my question is I would like to know what we have been doing to partner with our resources that we currently have. Have we? Well, I know one that we haven't. So the question is why? I realize that I guess I'm frustrated that I feel like we didn't prepare for this. We're reacting to it. So there's all these grant resources out there. I know all about grants, and I know what's available, and you can look up on USA Spending. I encourage everyone to look up West Sacramento and see exactly what grants we have out there. What I'm going to say this is probably amounted to, and no disrespect to the departments, and I'm just saying this in general terms. I think there's a lack of planning and preparation and a lack of transparency, and now we're sitting here with these hikes that, quite honestly, like, really? Well, how long has the city been flipping the bill? How much grant funding does the city currently get to mitigate these things? We have so many measures on green, we have green measures and grant funding that's available. I think we have failed, well, sorry, not me, you have failed your community in addressing those to create, to
Shelley Cameron, and the next up will be Perry Rolls. I'm sorry, your name?
I'm sorry, Perry Rolls.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Perry Rolls, and I'm here on behalf of WM. I serve as the Director of Fleet Operations throughout Northern California and Nevada. Tonight, I want to keep this practical and focused on what matters for you all to make a decision here for your city. One of the main points I want to bring up is in the comparison on slide 12 that was illustrated in comparing apples with apples was that Green Waste states its fleet will operate on 100% renewable natural gas, or RNG. My purpose is to explain on how RNG is actually produced, tracked, and credited in the waste industry. The key takeaway here is WM and Green Waste are relying on the same basic industry recognized systems. How RNG works: WM is a leading producer and user of RNG and has invested nearly $7 billion in RNG infrastructure. We capture landfill gas that would otherwise be released in the atmosphere. This gas is cleaned and placed into the natural gas system to support lower emission fueled vehicles within our fleet. How it's tracked and how it's credited. RNG usually does not move directly from one landfill or digester into one specific truck. Instead, it enters the shared natural gas pipeline infrastructure system throughout the state of California, your local cities, and throughout the United States. This industrial tracks production and use throughout a process called book and claim. Renewable gas is produced in one location, and an equal amount is claimed for use somewhere else. That claim is tracked through renewable identification numbers referred to as RINs. Why this matters? Bottom line is both WM and Green Waste are using the same recognized system to support RNG claims. WM's national CNG fleet is effectively supported by 100% RNG under that same system. When we think about what truly matters here, and we're comparing with apples, the distance is the key difference here. Green Waste proposals would send the city's recyclable materials approximately 3 times further than WM's solution. More distance means more truck miles. More truck miles means more fuel use, more road impacts, and more emissions associated with moving the same material that is currently being moved. For residents, environmental performance should be measured by world outcomes. The outcomes include cost, reliability, truck traffic, transportation distance, and greenhouse gas impacts. In closing, for these reasons, I respectfully urge the council to send the RFP back to the Environmental and Utility Commissions for further review. A decision of this significance should be more forward thought.
Thank you.
Denise Kotla. The address reads Spruce. And the next speaker will be Sherry Alberici.
Hello, Denise.
Thank you. There's a couple of things that I just wanted to point out from the staff reporting questions that came up that I had some insight to. And one of them was that the subsidy out shortfall, whatever it was, it says in the staff report that it's being paid for by franchise fees. Franchise fees that come back to the city from the hauler that were historically placed into the refuse fund and always covered the shortfall, outfall, whatever, to keep the rates lower, artificial or not. So now under this process, you're saying that you're not going to take those franchise fees and put them back against the rates. Yet, the franchise fees going up from 1.9 to 2.5, an increase of $800,000 that can go back against those rates. The other is, I know that a lot of what happened is because that's what staff requested, and they're saying 1% of the people provided the survey, and so then they did their RFP based on what the community wanted with 1% of the people, yet 9% of the people use services that they're not going to provide. So that's, I kind of wrote in my notes, lies, damn lies, and statistics. And then my final is turning the billing over to the hauler, and that would happen no matter which hauler, because that's what the RFP said. So now, if I want to pay my bill in person, I have to drive to Sacramento, because that's where the hauler is, and that's where the billing comes out of. And you said you're going to be reducing bus service. Well, I can promise you, Via Van does not go to Sacramento, and they never will. So it's going to be quite an inconvenience for those of us who want to go and pay our bill in person. I'm also concerned about losing that local control. Right now, I can call and talk to somebody who's sitting downstairs and get some information. Yes, I do have to call Waste Management sometimes, but if I don't like the answer, I can call downstairs. So if they're doing the billing and I have a complaint, who do I go to? To them? They're doing the billing. So, I just totally don't understand why we incorporate it to become a city to get local control away from Yolo County. Yet now we're saying we don't need local control. We're going to turn it over to the hauler. And one of the reasons that they said they're going to turn it over to the hauler was page 4 of the other report was anticipated drastically reduced data discrepancies. Well, if you can't keep the hauler's feet to the fire, as the person who's giving $1 million of money, how do you expect me when I'm giving them $30? They're not going to do anything for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you go back to the slide that talks about how we access the waste haulers? I think there's for clarification for the community, that which ones would be accessible here in City Hall and that nobody has to drive beyond the city boundaries?
Pay their bill.
To pay their bill or to even have a conversation.
Yeah, so it is my understanding that Green Waste is offering a drop-off here at City Hall. So if you wanted to pay your bill, you could come drop it off here.
They're also they've flexibly offered to either put their billing specialist at their office or directly in City Hall if there is space for them here.
We'll make sure there's space for them here. I guess you can't find it. That's okay. We'll go to the next speaker.
Sherry Alberici, and the next speaker will be Gina Mewborn.
Gina left. There were 2 items that were left off the very nice presentation. One of them is that I understand that in the future there will be a $46 cart replacement fee, which will also have a $40 delivery fee attached to it, and that the contamination charges will go from $19.99 to $80-some. That was in material I saw online, so if that could be clarified, that would be nice. I think that the open house that's scheduled for September 1st should maybe be delayed so that information regarding this could be disseminated to the community. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people haven't heard anything about this at all. And I think it would be good to put a flyer in the monthly utility billing, letting people know what's going on, and also maybe an article in the Ledger. So those are my suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Johnson, and the next speaker will be Joe Catalogo.
Good evening. I have absolutely no problem that the contract went out to look for additional vendors at the end of the contract period. I think that is perfectly acceptable. My concern is what happened from that point to where we are right now. There was, as you've heard, absolutely little to no community outreach. I may have been one of those 1,000 respondents to a Facebook post, but as you know, not everybody does social media, not everybody does Facebook. So 1,000 respondents out of a city of over 55,000, that's not very good to get a touch of exactly how and what the people think. And I should mention again, at the end of the EU Commission meeting last week, very strongly, they suggested, before moving this onto you, to go back and do those public outreach so you can see what the public wants. One of my other major concerns was that in the 5 criteria that the panel had when evaluating the vendors, at the bottom of the list was service rates and values. Now, I don't know about you, but service rates and values is going to be at the top of my list, probably 50 to 40%. When they scored the vendors, they were given a possible 18. Waste Management scored 17.4 out of the 18, while Green Waste was significantly lower at 11.4. I'm happy to see that they did make some changes to the recycling and organic carts, because I felt like that was definitely going to be a problem. And that an additional fee that we were shown would be about $45 a month per organic cart per month. That was completely unacceptable, and I know would end up with lots of leaves in the streets and flooded drains. A lot of the other stuff that I saw in the proposal, I considered kind of smokes and mirrors, just fluff on the top that really didn't mean anything, and there to distract exactly what we were paying for and what services we were getting. Some of those services changed from last week to this week. I'm asking the council to not move forward with this recommendation and send it back either to the EU Commission or back to a new RFP. Offer Waste Management a 1 to 2 year contract extension, and during that time, take that time, do the public outreach that should have been done, see what the residents of West Sacramento, what the businesses want and need, so that we get something that is better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Catalogo, and the next speaker will be Ali Dumas.
Hey, Joe.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Catalogo with WM. I manage the contract here in West Sacramento for the company. I'm also first vice chair of the chamber, but not here to talk about, not representing the chamber tonight. So my comments tonight are about public participation. So this franchise agreement is not just another contract. It's going to affect every household, business, multifamily property in West Sacramento for years to come, possibly up to 20 years, because there's a 10-year agreement plus 2 5-year extensions on top of that, through its impact on rates, services, and environmental programs. At the last Environmental Services Commission meeting, the Commission did not recommend moving this process forward without additional public outreach. We've heard that several times. There was also discussion about pausing the process entirely and issuing a new RFP that includes meaningful input from residents and businesses about what services they want and what price they are willing to pay. So that brings us to tonight's meeting. The staff report describes this as a workshop, but it's difficult to see what there is to actually workshop. The bids have been received, a preferred provider has been selected, negotiations have been completed. A deal has already been made and negotiated, and we're still making revisions without having gone back to the EU. I do want to point out that the performance review that was conducted on our performance did not recommend going out to bid. The community was never given a meaningful opportunity to shape the RFP before it was released. Other than a Facebook survey, there was no public workshops, no advisory committees, no business roundtables, no extensive outreach effort to determine what services the community wanted and when it was willing to pay for them. Instead, the city developed the RFP, received proposals, selected preferred provider, and entered negotiations before ever presenting the best and final proposals to the public for discussion. We know this did not begin recently. City staff publicly announced in January 2025 at the Regional Solid Waste Workshop Group across the river that West Sacramento would be putting its waste contract out to bid, which indicates that this decision was already being formulated in 2024. Now, with 2027 fast approaching and a negotiated agreement already in place, the council and the community are being asked to react to the outcome of the process rather than participate in shaping it from the beginning. Frankly, the lack of public engagement is exactly why the community feels blindsided today. Yesterday, the city manager gave an inspiring presentation at Sutter Health Park to the chamber groups regarding the city's progress on multiple projects, and it was a great presentation. But one point stuck with me. He said, "We're doing great things with parks and roads, but don't ask me about a bridge." The I Street Bridge came in at $100 million over budget on their bid, and project leaders had to step back and reassess costs and procurement. The delta between our best and final, Green Waste's best and final, is $115 million. So we respectfully urge the council to pause this process, engage the community in a meaningful way, and ensure that any future agreement reflects the priorities of the residents and businesses who will ultimately pay and receive these services. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Ali Dumas, and the next speaker will be Daniel Irby.
Good evening, Mayor Guerrero and members of the City Council. It's great to see many of you again, and for those who I have not met, my name is Ali Dumas, and I am Deputy Director of Programs at the Center for Land-Based Learning. You all know Mary, who is my CEO and boss, and she sends her regards as she couldn't be here today. But we are, in great support of Green Waste today. They have been the organization that has come to the table and supported the community. As you all know, from your support throughout the many years, we have had our mobile farmers market truck that has had great devastation happen to it over the last year and a half, with federal funding shifting, with lack of overall funding from the state, with struggles to find funding from county to county. We have been very lucky to see support from, the County of Yolo, from you all vocally, but also most recently from Green Waste when they came to us in January of 2026 with a proposal that specifically wrote in not only vocal but monetary support. And if you look at our organizations, especially in the city of West Sacramento over the years, the financial piece is a huge part of supporting nonprofits like us. Without it, we cannot function. And we need not only monetary support in 1 year, but multi-year options that allow us to build upon each other, create that sustainability, create the food access that's necessary for the work, create the workforce development that can build upon each other for years to come. And it's not just about which company is better in this entire scenario. It's about ensuring that whatever company is chosen is providing the support that's needed for the community to make a difference long term. At the end of the day, whether this gets approved now or goes back to the community as we want it to and have discussions about what these proposals have, we need to be focusing on what's in the proposal for the community. Really thinking about not just what can they say vocally to us, what can they physically put forward that's helping to ensure sustainability for the future. And again, we really appreciate everything that you all are doing to continue the discussion in this work. The workshop is a great start. Conversations need to continue moving forward. And right now, we do thank Green Waste for coming to us and being the people to speak to us instead of having us go to them. And I think that's an important part when it comes to your values and what you think about for long-term sustainability of the region. Thank you so much.
Daniel Irby, and the next speaker will be Kylie Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Daniel Uribe, and I oversee WM collection operations servicing West Sacramento. So some of our drivers are here tonight, and I think it's important to remember how this rush decision will impact them. These men and women have been servicing West Sacramento for more than 40 years. They spent their careers servicing this community. and watching the city grow from a small river town to one of the fastest growing economic centers in the region. They've seen the waterfront development, business investment, they've seen families put down roots, and through everything, they've been there every week to provide a service that the community relies on. I appreciate Greenway's commitment to offering jobs to the employees who may be displaced by this decision. However, changing employment is a significant decision, especially when they're being asked to walk away from a company they know and trust. Unlike this proposal, our people don't make life-changing decisions lightly, especially when there's a lot at stake and the benefits are uncertain. Our employees know from firsthand experience what WM offers: competitive pay and benefits, a strong safety culture, opportunities for advancement, and the stability of a company that has served this community for decades. They know WM will be here tomorrow, the next year, and decades from now. I can tell you that very few of our drivers are interested in leaving. Since the contract award was announced back in July, we've only had 2 drivers that have expressed interest in transferring to one of our Sacramento locations, a location that is closer than the proposed Green Waste location. Why? Because West Sacramento isn't only where they work, it's where they live. It's where they raise their families and where they built their lives. This is their community, and it's on this side of the river. So as you consider the future of waste services in the city, I ask you to think about the people who live, work, and raise their families here. And I would ask you to consider the value being delivered to the residents. Because in the end, the question is not whether another trash company can collect the trash. The question is whether paying more for less is truly in the best interest of the residents, businesses, and workers who call West Sacramento their home. Those are the people that are going to have to live with the decision long after tonight's meeting is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kylie Williams, and the next speaker will be Alicia Castaneda.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kylie Williams, and I've worked at Green Waste for more than 19 years, where I currently serve as a supervisor in the finance department. I'm also a resident of the greater Sacramento area. I started my career at Green Waste in customer service, where I learned firsthand how much Green Waste cares about our customers and respects the needs of each community that we serve. As a customer service representative, I processed work orders, managed start and stop service requests, and also helped with routing. Now in the finance department, I work with a team of dedicated colleagues to process payments, collaborate with the billing team, and ensure our systems are efficient. I have been part of several new contract transitions and have worked at 3 different Green Waste locations, including at our facility on Florin Perkins Road. We know billing is one of the most direct interactions residents will have with Green Waste, and it needs to be easy and responsive. Green Waste has been prioritizing efficiency over the past several years, and I'm proud of the systems we've built to automate and streamline appropriate tasks, allowing our staff to focus on providing the best possible service experience. Residents deserve clear bills, no surprise fees, clear information, and an actual person who can help when they have a question. As part of our services, which will include a local customer service center, we have also proposed co-locating a Green Waste billing specialist at City Hall, so the transition is as seamless as possible. When something isn't right, our approach is to solve the problem rather than send customers in circles. We've been listening closely to the questions West Sacramento residents have raised through this process, and we are demonstrating in real time how Green Waste is a company that listens and adjusts where possible to meet the needs of our customers. Thank you for our time.
Thank you.
Alicia Castaneda, and the next speaker will be Patience Silva.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. My name is Alicia Castaneda, and I serve as a customer service representative at Green Waste Florin Perkins Resource Recovery Facility. I am also a Sacramento area resident, and West Sacramento holds a really special place in my heart because I lived here for 2 years. During that time, I came to appreciate the people, the neighborhoods, and a sense of community that made this place so meaningful. At Green Waste, our objective is to provide each customer with the highest standard of service. That means anticipating customer needs, addressing concerns with care and urgency, all while working collaboratively with residents and the city to build trust through reliable service. I enjoy being a customer service representative because helping people is within my nature, just as it is for the rest of us that work at that office. In this role, we have the opportunity to listen, provide support, and help resolve issues that matter to the residents and their families. Green Waste has proposed establishing a local customer service center right here in West Sacramento, where residents may ask questions, receive assistance, and make payments directly with team members like myself who are a part of the surrounding community. Our intent is to ensure that residents know that they're being served by local teams that understand West Sacramento rather than by a distant call center. As a member of the Sacramento team, I know how important it is to serve the communities where we live and work. Our team goes above and beyond because we are not just working with the customers, we're working with our neighbors. I'm proud to represent Green Waste of Sacramento, and I respectfully encourage you that you select us as your next provider so that we may bring reliable, responsive, and community-centered service to West Sacramento. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Patience Silva, and the next speaker will be Courtney Brown.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Guerrero, and local residents and visitors. I just want to ask that we do not approve the change from waste management to green waste. I would love to keep waste management. I moved here about a year ago, and I frankly didn't think I was going to be advocating for waste management because the first month of being in the house, I kept getting these notices about not recycling correctly, and I was a bit annoyed, but they kept sending me like warning after warning after warning, and finally I got a fee, and it was $15. Well, that sounds a lot better than $89. And I called them, and they were very, very kind people, talked me through it, explained what was recyclable, what's not. So I definitely am in support of waste management. My understanding is that it seems like it's going to cost more, and it doesn't seem like there's a great benefit to make this switch. So I definitely agree with a lot of the residents that are here tonight that have spoken up. I've got respect for the company sending also people to represent them to get the contract through, but I think we should be listening to the residents of West Sacramento. And I do think we should have more of a survey going out. I'm on Facebook enough, but I definitely didn't see the survey, didn't see a postcard in the mail. I think it's a great recommendation from another resident about putting it in a utility bill envelope so that we all see that survey. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think your residents actually have a lot of great ideas that are here tonight. So I really suggest waiting on this, potentially doing the 1 to 2 year extension with waste management to give us time to get more information, to really make a well thought out decision that's going to benefit the residents. I also want to acknowledge what somebody else had recognized earlier, which I think is spot on, that we've got a rate increase that essentially the council members were sharing that, or on the presentation, that apparently 22% of our bill was covered by the city. However, they were also getting the franchise fee going to them too from the company. So it seems like that should be offsetting that difference there, that 22% that the city is covering. I'm kind of curious if we can find out what that franchise fee is that the city is benefiting from, because if it is really that 2 point whatever percent, that sounds like a whole lot more than 1.9 million. But that's just what I'm thinking there. So perhaps we can wait a year or two, give waste management an extension, and then wait till we get maybe 51% of the residents to agree to this before we move forward with it. Yeah, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Patience.
Courtney Brown. The next speaker will be John Woodall, and following Mr. Woodall will be Kathy Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Courtney Brown. I am here representing the California Alliance for Community Composting. We are here today to express our support for the solid waste collection agreement between the City of West Sacramento and Green Waste Recovery. We are the group that a lot of people have been referring to as smoke and mirrors of what a community benefit program can actually be. So Just wanted to elaborate on the investments that are planned under their proposal. So we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We are a working group of the most active community composters in the state, and we strive to share educational resources and support efforts that work to empower community-based organizations to divert food material locally and improve local soil health. So with funding from CalRecycle, we've supported over 100 community groups statewide since 2021. And under this bid, at no extra cost to the city of West Sacramento, Green Waste Recovery will collaborate with CAC to fund the development of 3 community compost hubs that we have already established in your city. These are run by We Grow Urban Farm and Three Sisters Gardens, and a former site at the International Rescue Committee. So these will support ongoing operations done by these organizations for the anticipated 10-year contract. That means that we will support 3 local jobs that are really focused on community education about what goes into the green bin. Because let's be honest, if you don't get an opportunity to flip a compost pile yourself, you're not going to become an alchemist, and you're not going to understand how contamination in your green bin really affects that final outcome. So a lot of this workshops, volunteer engagement, and touch points, they happen at these community compost sites. So what can 3 small community compost sites actually do in terms of impact for your city? Well, these will divert 15 tons of food material. How much is that? So that's 3 3-bin systems that can support 44 households on a weekly basis. So 44 households might sound small in a city of 55,000 people, but again, the big portion of these programs is community education. So it's getting folks to come down and to see how this work is done, and then also to give back to their communities, and also to reap the benefits of healthier local soil and the produce that they could get there. We will also help to host the compost giveaways for green waste recovery at these hubs, where it will be a touch point for residents on how to use compost effectively for their trees and for their garden care. So thank you so much for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll have John Woodall, then Kathy Bailey, following Ms. Bailey, Dan Rodriguez.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you for having us here tonight and allowing us to speak. I've been a driver here for 21 years, and I've had the pleasure of serving this community and being a part of it. What I would like to tell you tonight is some stories about my experience here in 21 years. In 21 years, our service has been for the customers. We've been out here through COVID. When we had drivers calling in, we were out here until after 9 o'clock at night, making sure the service in this community was completed. During leaf season and all the other seasons, sometimes we're out here late servicing this community. I've grown up with this community. A lot of the kids, they come out, they wait for us. A lot of our customers, they're waiting for us on service day. I wave with the truck. I clap with the truck. I thank with the truck. This community is important to me. I don't know what's going on behind doors, but what I'm seeing is not adding up. My customers are coming to me and they're asking me, what's going on? And I don't know what to tell them because there is no community outreach. They don't know what's happening, and they need to know. So what I would ask is that we would give our customers the opportunity to hear more about what's going on and be a part of this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for serving West Sacramento.
Kathy Bailey, then Dan Rodriguez, following Mr. Rodriguez, Bob Shabert.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Bailey, and I am a West Sacramento resident and a candidate for West Sac City Council District 4. Tonight, I want to talk about something every resident understands, the cost of living. This is an important decision because every resident and business, there was no business discussion there, which was different than the previous conversation, the different PowerPoint presentations that we were presented last time. This is not just through service, but through our monthly bills. Residents are being asked to take on more and more. Forgotten bond obligations, tax increases, higher water and sewer bills, and now a long-term 10-year-plus waste contract with additional 2 years, 5-year extensions that could affect every household and business in this city for years. And now we're learning about approximately $1.9 million in additional costs that, in my review, residents should have been clearly informed about earlier. Why are the residents finding out now about these costs after the process is already underway and more likely already decided? And before we ask residents to commit to another long-term contract, this is my original speech here on the commission night as well, I believe we need to make sure we are making a true apples-to-apples comparison. But they changed the slides tonight and made it look all rosy, when the slides on the original commission night that those commissioners learned about were devastatingly more than this little rosy picture they pictured to us tonight. I need to ask, if they made green waste look nice and rosy right now, did they go back to Atlas and Waste Management to change the slides for them? Because I doubt that they did. I also want to have a clear example of waste management in my neighborhood. We had an issue involving waste service fines. I contacted Waste Management directly. They responded the same day. They met with me 2 days later. They listened, investigated the circumstances, and ultimately corrected the fines for everyone involved in my community. That doesn't mean that Waste Management should automatically receive a new contract, although now, after seeing these slides, I'm 100% behind Waste Management. It does mean customer service and accountability matter. Changing providers should not be the goal in itself. Getting the best possible service and value for West Sacramento residents is the goal. What will this actually cost the people of Sacramento? Because we are asked for more and more and more from this community. West Sacramento's residents work hard for our money. Our city government should work just as hard and make sure we receive the best service and the best value for every dollar we are required to spend. Transparency isn't asking too much. Accountability isn't asking either.
Thank you.
Dan Rodriguez, and then Bob Shabert, and after Mr. Shabert, Wendy Matuka.
How's everyone tonight? Be here bright and early tomorrow to service West Sacramento, in spite of being here very late. But let's talk about apples to apples, or let's not, because evidently all the residents are saying they can't afford them, right? They go on organics. Let's say congratulations to Green Waste, because what they did was offer a proposal to you in the very beginning that said they were going to offer less services. And then they went to this committee. Now here we are, and they said, here, we're going to offer you this. And now the council's like, okay, that looks very good. But wait a minute, what's that model? That kind of models Waste Management's whole contract, right? Now we got 4 organics. Now we got all these same things that Waste Management's already been doing in this 40-year relationship. So what were they really offering the residents of West Sacramento before this stage? When they came to the table, they were offering less, more money, right? That's what they originally offered. But they said, wait a minute, there is a winning model. What model is that? The one that's been here already. So my next question is, PG&E Care. What happens if PG&E gets rid of that? They almost went bankrupt. Are they going to still keep on with that discount? The cost for seniors, 65 years and older. I'm a soldier on the ground, boots on, grabbing trash. I know what companies and managers say when it comes to how long did it take you to go get that can? Did you run? Did you walk? Were you being safe? Did you trip? Did you have an accident? Are they going to keep those caps at 5% every year, or are they going to max it out? Because they have to cover the cost for that. They're not telling you how they're going to do that. They're not telling you any of that. They're saying, yeah, this is all good, but they're not telling you how they plan to cover that on all those labor costs. I know, I've been here. I've watched it all happen. I love these residents. I love them all. I have great relationships with them. I love honking the horn, like John said. I got to wake up early tomorrow and be ready. And, you know, the guy might think I'm the train coming in the morning, you know, that we heard earlier. But I'm waving to a kid, you know. So I want this council to understand what they actually brought to the residents. They brought a proposal that was asking for a lot more with less in return. And then they looked at a company that they were going against and said, they do have a winning model. Let's see what we can do here. But you should give us the same chance.
Thank you.
Bob Schabert, and then next will be Wendy Matuka, and then after Wendy will be Michael Root.
Hello, Bob.
Council. Hi. I felt like I'm being sold a used car. I'm going to keep this very brief tonight. I have a lot to say. I think I'll wait till after the September 1st, get together. Heard a lot of comments tonight about a company called Greenleaf. That's not who you're contracting with. You're contracting with Green Waste, allegedly. If you go to Secretary of State's website, it's really kind of interesting. If you look at all the mergers, successors, interest, terminations, suspended corporations, it's a shell game. By the way, we should have a birthday card for these folks on September 12th. I'm sorry, December 12th, to be 5 years old. And we're going to select them over a company that's been with us for 40 years with a track record. I think we need to take a real hard look at this. Like I said, I have a lot to say. I will wait till after the September hearing, but I would strongly suggest that we kick this out for at least a year so we can really compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges. Thank you.
Wendy Matuka, then Michael Root. Following Mr. Root, Juan Arizona.
Hello, Wendy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I want to thank the staff for preparing the report that we got. It was very informative, and also for the presentation that we got tonight, which was also very informative, but they weren't the same. The information provided in the staff report was a little different than the information provided tonight. And so for the meeting on September 1st, which again, I'm very, commend the staff for proposing that there is further community outreach. I'm wondering if we could actually get something written that is actually the deal, particularly on cost. And the community benefits for both haulers, and also perhaps some definitions. So even with this presentation tonight, I'm not sure what the 32 bundle and the 64 bundle and the 96 bundle is, because it's not defined. Is that like a bundle determined by the trash cart size and then everything else is the same? But then sometimes you could get two smaller organic carts instead of one big one. So it's just a matter of trying to figure out what it is that we are being presented with and the costs. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. And Ryan, can you please note that for an answer? I'm curious to know that as well. I saw that and was a little confused. Thank you.
We'll have Michael Root, and then Juan Arizona, and after Juan, Maria Garcia.
That was a long wait in between. Oh, yeah. Well, I urge to stay with waste management if there's any, because we got sidelined. This thing about they sent out a Facebook post or something for, I didn't get it. I've been in the city for 35 years, and Waste Management's always provided a great service. You can get them on the phone. A lot of this stuff, I'm sorry that Ryan and his little group took a year to come up with this, but I watched the entire meeting the other night with Utilities Council, and they just lambasted them. Those people didn't have a clue what they were talking about. So there's been no transparency, even within the city managers and councils themselves. So they've just always been great. The other thing is, I remember back when I first came to the city, one of the things was the billing all went through the same thing. And you know what? It keeps our city clean because people are mandatory to pay their bill and pay their sewer, water, and garbage all together. They have to pay it. They get the service. There's no option out. So if we go to start having the waste company bill, what happens when somebody doesn't want to have the service? Who's going to make them have the service? The city makes them have the service now. Okay, and then the other thing, all these people that came and testified that there was these little things that green waste benefits them here and there. Well, you know what? That's without them being part of our city. That doesn't amount to anything to what we're all here upset about, the changes. Green waste is donating to them. Let green waste keep donating to them. They're not. It needs to go, the whole thing needs to get thrown out, and everybody, there needs to be a proposal on the table, and then all of it needs to be come out with prices and what they're going to do, and that they want to compare it that way. You can't just do it, because I watched the thing just like everybody said the other night, and this whole proposal today is totally different than what they had last week. So I urge the council to throw the whole thing out and start over again. Give Waste Management an extension on their contract. And I spent 2.5 hours watching the thing the other night, and there's no way that this is apples for apples. Waste Management, the drivers are great, everybody's been great, and they have been here for 47 years. So, and they're a good union company too. These other companies, they say they will negotiate, but I always know what happens with that. If the drivers want to go over there, well, we're not going to be union. You know, so then what do? Less benefits, less money, and problems. So.
Which union were you with?
I was with Local 3.
OE3.
Yeah, OE3. And they're represented by the engineers too.
Right.
So I don't believe that Green Waste nor Atlas is either. So something for us to look into.
I think will be affiliated with OE3.
They will be, but they're not.
They will be.
Yeah. Well, they got to sign the contract first.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Juan Arizon. Maria Garcia. After Maria will be Alfred Milburn, and after Alfred will be Tiffany Brown.
Buenas tardes nuevamente. Mi nombre es María García. Y el segundo tema, después de Norma Alcalá, la concejal que representa el distrito de Broderick y Bright, que fue pasada por alto en 3 ocasiones. El segundo tema es que me preocupa la decisión relacionada con el contrato de la recolección de basura, especialmente porque se está considerando un compromiso que podría afectar a nuestra comunidad durante los próximos 10 años. Antes de aprobar un contrato de tan largo plazo, creo que los residentes merecemos información clara y comparable. Necesitamos poder comparar las diferentes propuestas de manera clara, justa y en igualdad de condiciones, entendiendo exactamente qué incluye cada contrato, qué servicio recibimos y cuánto terminamos pagando como residentes. También considero importante preguntarnos si realmente necesitamos comprometernos por 10 años o si sería más conveniente comenzar con un contrato más corto. Por ejemplo, de 2 años. Un contrato de menor duración permitiría a la ciudad evaluar el servicio, los costos y el valor que estamos recibiendo antes de asumir un compromiso de 1 década. No estoy aquí para decidir el consejo cuál debe ser su decisión. Estoy aquí para pedir que la decisión sea transparente, cuidadosamente analizada y que se escuche a la comunidad antes de tomarla. Nuestra ciudad está creciendo y las decisiones que tomamos hoy pueden afectar nuestras familias y nuestros vecindarios durante muchos años. Por eso, respetuosamente pido al concejal municipal que se tome el tiempo necesario para revisar todas las opciones que se proporcionen, información clara al público y que se considere cuidadosamente si un compromiso de 10 años es realmente lo mejor para nuestra comunidad. Nuestra comunidad merece transparencia, participación pública y decisiones responsables. Durante meses hemos estado recibiendo notas y avisos debido a problemas con la separación de nuestro reciclaje. Entendemos la importancia de reciclar correctamente y estamos dispuestos a hacer nuestra parte. Sin embargo, después de recibir repetidamente estos avisos, hemos llegado al punto de considerar pagar por un bote de basura más grande. Lo triste es que en lugar de sentir que el sistema nos está ayudando a reciclar mejor, nos estamos viendo en la situación de pensar que sería más fácil tirar algunos materiales reciclables directamente a la basura para evitar seguir recibiendo notas sobre lo que estamos haciendo incorrectamente. Creo que esto debería hacernos reflexionar si los residentes terminan prefiriendo tirar el reciclaje a la basura para evitar problemas. Entonces algo en el sistema necesita revisarse. Mi intención no es dejar de reciclar, queremos hacerlo correctamente, pero también necesitamos un sistema que nos ayude a lograrlo, no uno que nos haga sentir que la opción más sencilla es dejar de reciclar. Y ahora en inglés.
Okay. Good evening again. The second issue that concerns me is the decision regarding the garbage collection contract, particularly because the proposed commitment could affect our community for the next 10 years. Before approving a contract for this length, I believe residents deserve clear and comparable information. We need to be able to compare the different proposals clearly, fairly, and on an equal basis so residents can understand exactly what each contract includes, what services we would receive, and how much we would actually be paying. I also believe we should ask whether a 10-year commitment is truly necessary or whether a shorter contract, such as 2 years, would make more sense. A shorter contract would allow the city to evaluate the service, costs, and overall value before committing to a full decade. I am not here to tell the city what decision it should make. I am here to ask that the decision be transparent, carefully considered, and made with meaningful public comment. Our city is growing, and the decisions we make today can affect our families and our neighborhoods for many years to come. Therefore, I respectfully ask the City Council to take time necessary to review all available options, provide clear information to the public, and carefully consider whether the 10-year commitment is truly in the best interest of our community. Our community deserves transparency, public participation, and responsible decision-making. For 4 months, we have been receiving notes and notices regarding problems and how our recycling is being separated. We understand the importance of recycling correctly, and we are willing to do our part. However, after receiving these notices repeatedly, we have reached the point where we are considering paying for a larger trash bin. What is unfortunate is that instead of feeling that the system is helping us recycle properly, we are now in a situation where it feels easier to consider throwing recyclable materials in the trash simply to avoid receiving more notices about what we are doing incorrectly. I believe this should make us stop and think. If residents begin choosing to throw recyclables in the trash because they want to avoid problems, then perhaps there is something about the system that needs to be reviewed. My intention is not to stop recycling, quite the opposite. We want to recycle, we want to do it correctly, but we also need a system that helps us succeed rather than one that makes us feel that the easiest option is to stop recycling.
Thank you.
Dang, she's worse than me.
Thank you.
Alfred Melbourne, and then Tiffany Brown. Following Tiffany Brown, Matt Weaver.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you again. Let's see, cool. There was mention of SB 1383 and the talk about money and food recovery. And I want to thank Rhonda for considering us always and mentioning us as an organization in this community that's doing good work and the support that we could use. My following Senate Bill 1383 had a lot to do with the YOLO Food Bank more recently and a lawsuit that was filed and won on behalf of an individual who was calling them out for not recycling, and this was the county supervisors, that they were disregarding the issue of food recovery and not creating enough support for it. Any food that goes into a garbage is food that could have been in the hands of somebody that is food insecure. And we all know that Broderick and Bright lacks, access to good, healthy food. And so I heard the city manager mention about there's not enough money for it. Well, let's find it. Let's make it happen. Let's do what we can to make sure that we're not wasting food. Just, kind of gets at me, because the type of program we are is we give food to the community, and anything that we can keep from going to the landfill and the garbage and putting back into the house of somebody who really needs it is going to be huge. But we're also mentioned with green waste. Green Waste has provided opportunity for us through Courtney and the Community Alliance for Composting. I think that it's called exactly. It's California Alliance for Community Composting. She's right. She came through and worked with us, and we were able to educate our community, and we got resources to hire a person to run a program. And that's not to say that I don't appreciate the waste management, because to the workers that exactly like they said, boots on the ground, I know that you'll be there in the morning, and I'll be seeing you, and I've always waved at them, and they've always been really courteous and nice, and they've been here for a very long time. Good. I like that a lot, and the fact that you guys would be here tonight. But there's also an issue of corporate social responsibility, and I heard some of the folks say that like Green Waste came to them and tried to offer opportunities to support. I would like to see Waste Management doing that, coming to the community organizations and seeing how we can work together and educate folks, because there's a lot of free compost that was going around a while back, but as a farming organization we wouldn't take it because it had a lot of plastic in it. And I don't blame the Waste Management or the company that's making it. It's the community that has to be educated on what they're putting in these bins, and who's doing that educating. Well, folks like us can, because we have a community connection, and we can get people to get a buy-in and really want to make a difference, because someone who knows them and works with them and puts food back in the community is going to have a better chance than some outside organization that you guys might subcontract with that nobody knows. So a lot of decisions need to be made. I know the workshop is now, because we have to learn.
All right, Alfred, we have a lot of other people. Alfred, we need to cut it off to allow the people to speak.
Tiffany Brown, and then Matt Weaver. Following Matt Weaver, Miguel Ruiz.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tiffany Brown, and I am the Customer Service Manager with Atlas Disposal. I have 2 decades of management experience, which include directly leading customer service teams and then managing day-to-day operations of the call center. Tonight, I'm here to talk about not just policy on paper, but the team that I manage every day and the standards that I hold them to. Right now, we have 13 local call center representatives dedicated to handling both residential and commercial accounts. They're not in a call center out of state reading a script that they didn't write. They're based here in the Sacramento region. They're trained in our systems and are able to resolve any concern that comes their way. They know the streets and the neighborhoods our customers call from because they live here, not because they're monitoring a virtual map. One thing that I'm particularly proud of with this team is how flexible that they are daily. Our call volume in this industry isn't flat. It spikes around the holidays, service changes, weather events, to name a few. With decades of management experience, I've learned that successful customer service isn't just about having enough people on the phone daily. It's about anticipating demand and having a plan when the demand changes. We have built our staffing model so that we can bring on additional representatives when seasonal demand goes up, rather than asking for residents to sit in a longer queue because we didn't plan for it. I can also speak to you how that commitment holds up under real pressure, not just on paper. So when Atlas Disposal went live with the exclusive residential franchise in Rancho Cordova, I led the team and hired an additional 5 employees specifically for the transition. With my experience managing customer service operations, I can tell you directly, we didn't just plan for the surge in calls, we staffed for it, prepared for it, and we delivered. That's the same standard that we plan to bring to West Sacramento. And after 2 decades of managing teams, I know that good customer service doesn't happen by accident. It takes preparation, the right staffing, a great team committed to customer satisfaction, and leaders who are willing to adjust when the needs of the community change. That's the standard that Atlas will bring to West Sacramento, and thank you for taking the time to consider us.
Thank you.
Matt Weaver, and then Miguel Ruiz, and then Mark Warford.
One more time. Good evening, council, mayor. I'm not getting paid to be here. I don't represent a waste hauler. I'm not going to get overtime. My boss isn't going to give me a high five because I did a great job on my presentation. None of you are going to curry favor for my words and make it sound good after I speak. I'm just a taxpayer who pays the sales tax. I'm just a resident who has 5 taxpayers in his home paying to live in West Sacramento. I'm only a person who sent 3 kids to their schools. I'm only a business owner who pays for residential and business services, and I'm just one of your neighbors that you're probably tired of hearing from. Because if you wanted to hear from us, you'd have your commission meetings. You'd put me on a commission. You'd listen to everybody in your community, not just your friends. Not just the people you love, just the people you like. You should find someone you disagree with and sit down with them. Chop it up a little bit. Now, I'm not behind Waste Management, Atlas, or anything else. I'm tired of the city making decisions behind closed doors that get us sued. That's what we met in closed chambers about tonight. We got sued because we did an RFP wrong. And here we are doing an RFP wrong. These were not apples to apples comparison. You got one hauler going to Placer County instead of Yolo County. You have a different rate sheet. They straight up cheated and have a different rate sheet. They were afforded private opportunities to negotiate in private, just like the marijuana retail dispensaries. And here we are. We're going to be dragged into lawsuits. We're going to be dragged into rate increase. This is a garbage tax. And we run into the room, sustainability. You know what saying sustainability is? Helping a 25-year-old become a homeowner. That's what sustainability is. Look at me in the face when you say sustainability and don't shove the government's taxes down my throat and pretend like you care about the environment while you haul waste Placer County. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We're just too happy about complying and currying favor with the next level of government, and we don't care about the people in here. You don't appreciate us, and we don't trust you anymore. And we're going to be at every one of these meetings, and we're going to challenge everything that happens because we don't feel heard, and we don't feel seen. And I don't think we're going to do the right thing unless we fill up this chamber week after week. And I want the man from Waste Management on the podcast, too, because guys like that need to be heard in our community, not dismissed. That's all I have.
Miguel Ruiz, and then Mark Warford, and then Tom McDuffie.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and other council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Miguel Ruiz. I teach at Sacramento State, but I am here tonight as an organizing committee member for Western Service Workers Association here in Sacramento. Green Waste has supported WSWA since 2019, donating waste removal and landscaping materials for our campaign to combat urban heat islands in low-income neighborhoods. We plant trees in low-income neighborhoods as a volunteer activity, which we call Sustainability Sundays. In 2024, Green Waste signed on as the construction waste removal company of record for the construction of the Sacramento Community Service Center. And I wanted to tell everyone a little bit more about the Sacramento Community Service Center. It will house the legal benefit, the medical benefit, a food closet, clothing closet, and all of this will be in service and for the benefit of low-income service workers in Sacramento. And that is being made possible with the help of Green Waste, which has donated 100% of the waste recovery for the renovation of the Sacramento Community Service Center. All of the pickups and delivery of waste removal bins have been well coordinated by them, and they've been on time. They upcycle the materials, going through and pulling out every single nail. Green Waste has a 3-day turnaround. They break down everything they pick up. 100% is reused. They recycle and do not send anything to the landfill. And I want to also say that our organization, Western Service Workers Association, is in keeping with all that is being done with this project, is in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goals, which we've committed as an organization to implement, and that Green Waste is helping us implement, which is more than I can say for our federal government, which has left the Sustainable Development Goals, but that's a discussion for another day. So the staff members at Green Waste are always pleasant and knowledgeable. Green Waste supports low-income workers and supports their own workers by putting safety first. Green Waste has had 0 accidents at their facility all year, and I'm here to thank Green Waste for their ongoing support of low-income workers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Mark Warford, and then Tom McDuffie, and then Sarah Cavasso. Cavasso?
Madam Mayor, council members, and residents of West Sacramento, I'm Mark Warford, 26-year resident of the State Streets. So there's certainly been a lot of moving targets tonight, and compared to what was presented at the EU Commission. And I think that speaks to the lack of transparency that's really occurring in this process. The Council, I think, has a responsibility for us to get the most bang for our buck with our garbage service. And my understanding was that we would not get that with Green Waste. There's a residential rate increase of 20% and commercial of 77%. That's tremendously huge numbers. So we should go with a company that will give us equal service, apples to apples, at the best price. So therefore, I'm asking the council not to proceed with any vote on this contract, that the public input, which is severely lacking in this process, needs to be greatly encouraged and created over the next year or two, and therefore it requires an interim contract with Waste Management to continue our services so that we can work as a community and go through this in an informed manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom McDuffie, and then Sarah Cavasso, and then Eric Lynch.
I should be some fresh air for you. I hope. Madam Mayor, council members, the gentleman here sleeping. My name's Tom McDuffie. I've listened to everything tonight, impressed by everybody. I'm at the age where I recognize whitewash pretty easy. And, you know, we didn't talk about it, but you can't buy dedication. And Waste Management has some tenure. They've been dedicated to what they do, and they've been dedicated to us. As far as I would be shocked and insulted if you were to let anyone collect money, our money, and do their own billing when, as our representatives, that should be done for us with our money. Yolo County dumps, very successful with, they'll probably miss our garbage. They do the same thing everybody else does. But they're the only people who's ever allowed me into their dump. Sacramento doesn't do it. So everything trickles down and everyone's going to pay and some's going to suffer. But I think we need to hold this in abeyance, and I think we should consider everybody's opinion and maybe put it on a ballot of some kind and let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Sarah Cavasso, Eric Lynch, and then Morgan Obolinski.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and West Sacramento residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know it's been a long night, so I'll try to keep it brief. My name is Sarah Cafasso, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at Green Waste. So tonight you've heard from some of my colleagues, you'll hear from a few more, and I'd like to reinforce two things that we'll be sharing tonight. Number one is our commitment to providing the best possible services to West Sacramento. Services that are reliable, closely aligned with your city's long-term goals, especially around sustainability and diversion from the landfill. Number two is our demonstration of how we'd like to partner with you all as respectful collaborators. As a nimble local company with all the decision makers before you in this room, Green Waste can listen and adjust to meet the evolving needs of your community members and businesses. When concerns were raised in the last few weeks, we heard them and we quickly responded with real changes. This is how we'll continue to show up for you. I'd also like to take just a moment to address some of the factual inaccuracies that I've heard come up tonight. Clear and accurate communication with our customers is incredibly important to us, and I'd like to just set the record straight on a few quick items. Number one being contamination charges for residential customers. I've heard the number $85.39. That's not correct. The number is $25.61, which is just 61 cents more than the incumbent's proposal, which was $25. Secondly, the senior discount does not rely on the PG&E programming, regardless of whether the program stays or goes. We are committing to that discount for all seniors and also people with disabilities. And finally, I heard a $115 million number more for customers. This is not an accurate number, and it's a little unclear where that figure came from, but I just want to put that on record. So with that, I'd just like to say that Green Waste is ready to serve West Sacramento. We're ready to be accountable for what we've promised, and we want to earn the community's trust. Tonight's turnout is a demonstration of your community's care and pride in your hometown, and we would be honored to serve West Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Lynch, and then Morgan Obolinski, and following him, Luis Diaz.
Hello, Eric.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eric Lynch, and I'm representing WM. And WM has had the pleasure of servicing this community for 40 years and being part of the chamber for the last 54 years. We continue to hear the message that rates will increase regardless of the provider selected. And that statement is absolutely true, but it lacks some context. The city currently has a shortfall or subsidy or whatever we're calling it tonight of approximately 22%. We've heard that, of about $1.9 million. And the RFP made it clear that this would be eliminated. So that change alone will increase the cost to the community regardless of the provider, unless you guys choose not to pass along that cost. The missing context is what do the rates look like after the subsidy is removed? WM in their proposal added 8.4%. We did a 4% CPI adjustment because it's 1 year from now, and then we added 4.4%, to tie into incremental services with the RFP. And the two main ones being that the franchise fee increased by $400,000 from $2.3 million to $2.7, and some of the SP 1383 costs. The proposal before you tonight is significantly higher while offering the same to less services. Over the life of the contract, and this is where the $115 million does come from, right, is the difference between the Green Waste proposal and the WM proposal. It's 60% more in costs. between the two proposals. About 20% of that comes from the residential line of business, and about 77% of that comes from the commercial side of the business. In the evaluator's own words, just go to the scorecards, it says that WM is competitive in all sectors, while green waste, the comment stated a significant increase in all sectors, with MFDs, multifamilies, and commercial rates described as quite high. Respectfully, I ask the council to consider this question. Should the community be asked to pay more or significantly more, for the same or less service? And I also would urge you to say, if I had more time to talk and make changes to my proposal, what would that tailored proposal look like? If there's a gap of $115 million between the two proposals, there's a lot of room to do more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Lynch, and then Morgan.
No, that was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait.
Morgan Oblinsky, then Luis Diaz, and then Abel Pereira.
Good evening, Morgan Oblinsky, the VP of Strategy at Green Waste. I want to thank you all for your time. The staff who've been a pleasure to work with, and the residents tonight who came out to give their feedback. I think as we prepare to service this great city, getting their feedback is vital. And I think if you were to talk to some of the 22-plus cities that we service, I think some of the things you'd hear are comments around customer service and transparency. And so I think we welcome kind of the review and the extra scrutiny. One of the residents actually was kind enough to point out that we had a big show of force from Green Waste. I think, yes, it is introduce ourselves to the city, but also I would want to call out that our entire C-suite is here, as well as most of our executive team. And so that is to hear the feedback kind of firsthand and take that on. I'll go back to my talking points now, Sarah. One last thing. One other factual thing I'd like to clean up, like my colleague did, is, and I appreciate the sentiment from some of our colleagues, but we are a no landfill company. We do no hauler is a zero refuse company, so we do send some stuff to landfill, unfortunately, like everyone does, but we are a very high diversion company. What I do at Green Waste is the VP of Strategy. I run our capital projects, and that is namely looking to invest in high diversion infrastructure and set a course for sustainable initiatives for the company. Our team is committed to achieving high levels of diversion for this city. We heard that very clearly, that this is a key focus for West Sacramento, and we answered that call by making sure our service offerings, we're going to tackle this issue from the ground up. I think if you look at our sustainability report that we put in front of you, which came out last month, our sustainability programs go well beyond collecting and processing materials. We see ourselves as a long-term partner in helping West Sacramento achieve its environmental goals, and while also creating meaningful benefits for the community. This starts by supporting the city's climate action plan, net zero goals. We've made specific commitments around renewable energy, recycled water, fleet decarbonization, fuel efficiency, and of course, moving your materials away from landfills and towards the recycling and compost markets. We believe sustainability should create value locally. That's why we propose partnerships and investments that connect our core work to the West Sacramento community, local food production, edible food recovery, community composting, environmental education, youth internships, scholarships, support for local nonprofits, et cetera. Very happy to see some of these groups were able to come out here tonight and tell you directly how serious we are about that support. Ultimately, our commitment is to bring these resources, our experience, our environmental leadership from Green Waste to West Sacramento, while making sure the benefits of that work are felt here in the community. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Luis Diaz, and then Abel Pereira, and then Manny Correa.
Good evening, Council. Got some of my colleagues here with me. So my name is Luis Diaz. I am one of the route supervisors at Green Waste Collection Operations in Watsonville.
My name is David Aguayo, and I am a residential collector driver of Watsonville. I have been a collector for 26 years and have been with Green Waste for 19 years. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Teresa Carranza. I'm a roll-off driver, also called dumpsters, and I come from Watsonville, California's yard as well.
Good evening. My name is Leonardo Zamora, and I'm one of the technicians at Green Waste.
We are here today to share our experience at Green Waste, employees who work on the front lines every day. We are proud to serve our communities and proud of what it means to be a Green Waste employee. Yesterday, my colleagues and I here, we shared what we loved about our jobs. David shared about the warm feelings he gets from saying hello to customers he recognizes week in and week out, and waving at little kids who wait patiently to seek our truck to pull up. Leo mentioned he's in an environment where he can learn and grow. He started as a maintenance worker at Green Waste and worked his way up to technician. He says every day is different in a good way. Teresa just says she loves her job. From the schedule for her duties, she said it can't get any better. And for me, I agree with everything everybody shared. It's the way we are able to provide essential service to the people and experience positive customer service. The other day, for example, I was following one of our drivers, and I had a little girl up in a Little Mermaid suit, and she waved to us as we were driving by. It kind of made our morning for the drivers. He waved more at the driver more than me. So at Green Waste, we take pride in our work, and to any driver or worker who may be considered joining our team, I can say that we be joined to a team of dedicated, respectful, hardworking people who care about what they do, and we love to have and join us as helping us to make a difference in West Sacramento. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Abel Pereira, then Manny Goria, and then Kevin DeFicenzo.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Abel Pereira. I'm the General Manager of Green Waste for the Sacramento region. I've been with Green Waste for over 25 years, and I've been serving Sacramento communities at our resource recovery facility at the Florence Perkins Road for 16 years. This is my community too, and my involvement goes beyond Green Waste. I serve as the chair of the Power and Alliance, working alongside businesses, nonprofits, and civic leaders to strengthen this part of Sacramento. Community involvement is central to how Green Waste operates. For example, Green Waste is proud to be a longtime supporter and sustainability partner with Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento's Rock the Block initiative, which is just one way we go above and beyond as a city and community partner. I chose to join Green Waste in 2001 because of the company's commitment to the environment and responsible resource management. Green Waste has always been heavily invested in diverting recyclables from landfills. To this day, we continue to invest in innovation and think outside the box to improve safety and operational efficiencies throughout our company. Green Waste already has employees, customers, infrastructure, and significant investment in the region. In 2006, I took on the responsibility of permitting and starting the Florence Perkins Resource Recovery Facility in Sacramento. The facility is primarily focused on processing and removing recyclable materials from C&D or construction demolition debris, and we regularly achieve a recycling rate of well over 80%. Since 2012, we have been providing non-exclusive waste collection services to a majority of the jurisdictions in the region, including the city of West Sacramento. Our primary focus has been to provide the best customer service experience for our customers and to support them with achieving their diversion requirements. We also run a local retail outlet where we sell recycled landscape materials like mulch and aggregate. We've made on-site, materials that we've made on-site through our recycling activities. We have been supporting the city of West Sacramento by providing community members with premium arbor mulch for the city's Lose Your Lawn program, and organic compost for the city's Compost for All program. Both programs help the city achieve compliance with SB 1383. So West Sacramento would be getting a provider that already knows this region, and it tends to be an active community partner. As a general manager, I look forward to supporting the city in diverting as much waste as possible from the landfills and providing residents with the highest level of service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Manny Gorea, and then Kevin DiVincenzo, and then Cleet Elms.
It was really good pronunciation. I have every vowel in my last name, so I know it's challenging. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community members. My name is Manny Govea, and I'm the Vice President of Municipal Franchise at Green Waste Recovery. I will also be the responsible individual for ensuring that Green Waste is constantly in compliance and exceeding the service expectations outlined within our proposed contract with the City of West Sacramento. I think on behalf of all of the haulers, we acknowledge that tonight is about hearing and listening to the community, and thank you for also giving us the opportunity to have a chance to say hello, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we stand for as a company and what we brought forth in our proposal. So just true appreciation that I want to express. This is not about whether or not one company is bad or good. You have 3 great companies before you today who want to be your partner, and that's really important. And one thing we also all share in combination with each other is that this franchise agreement is more than simply collecting waste. This is a partnership with the city and its residents. We know that you expect accountability, collaborative communication, professionalism, and responsiveness from a franchise partner. This is exactly how we show up every single day for our municipal customers. Our proposal shares a uniquely green waste approach to outreach and customer technical assistance. This is well beyond what was required by the RFP. We have spent the last couple of weeks listening to the community. The residents have shared lots of thoughts in these forums, and this is really important. You heard at length what we have brought forth in our proposal today. Regardless of whether or not these are old programs, they have great value to the residents because the residents have vocalized that. We have listened to them, and we have brought them back into our proposal because they were not asked of us in responding to the RFP. But clearly they hold value, and we want them included and continued to be provided to the residential population. We hope this concerted response from listening to the community serves as just one demonstration of how Green Waste works with our municipal and community partners in the cities that we serve. We listen, we problem solve, and we identify thoughtful ways to address your community's needs. If selected, our listening and dedicated partnership is only just beginning. Green Waste promises our commitment to an ongoing partnership with the city where concerns are heard and addressed in real time. We sincerely thank you for your time and your ongoing consideration.
Thank you.
Kevin DiVincenzo.
It's very good, 2 challenging names in a row, so good job. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin DiVincenzo. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Green Waste. I bring 16 years of experience in waste and recycling to the city of West Sacramento, the last decade specifically overseeing all facets of the business, including municipality transitions. Most notably, one of the largest municipal transitions on record in 2017 for the city of Los Angeles. These transitions are not easy. However, the city will be getting a robust plan that has been refined specifically for West Sacramento, incorporating lessons learned in our team's experience from countless transitions of all sizes. I couldn't be more confident in stating that Green Waste is ready operationally to make this transition and deliver from day one, because the residents should experience continuity, not disruption. Green Waste is a California-based business focused solely on meeting Californian needs, which includes diversion requirements. We also aren't new to the market, as you heard. Our Florin Perkins yard, which is 9 miles from where I stand right now, has been in operation since 2010. The 59-person run site has been building a strong footprint in the greater Sacramento market for nearly 20 years. Many of those team members are here in the room tonight, along with representatives from every key function that support the West Sacramento franchise agreement. Residents deserve reliable service and a company that responds quickly when something needs attention. Our operation for West Sacramento, which will be our new facility on Fruit Ridge Road, is designed to service your needs and your needs only. If our footprint expands in Sacramento County, it won't be at your yard. I want to address the narrative revolving around the workforce, specifically the drivers. I have 2 young sons. I am astutely aware of the positive impact sanitation workers have in the community. Some of my fondest memories as a father include watching the pure excitement on my son's faces watching the drivers hard at work. Every eligible employee currently supporting West Sacramento, including the drivers, will be afforded an opportunity to work at Green Waste. Given my robust experiences in overseeing union-represented workforces, I am keenly aware of the importance of building relationships with local union leaderships. The foundation of those relationships with Green Waste and the operating engineers has commenced, including entering into a neutrality agreement that will facilitate a seamless transition of the workforce, including equal to or better compensation for the employees. We look forward to welcoming the incumbents' employees into the Green Waste team. They will be afforded the same standard of treatment centered around respect and dignity that our 1,000 employees, including myself, are afforded every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cleet Elms, and then Brian Waters, and then Grant Scruggs.
Thank you for the update on the negotiations with labor.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Cleet Elms, and I'm the CEO of Green Waste. I want to start by expressing my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to participate in this competitive RFP and receiving the staff's recommendation for the awarded franchise agreement. As you can see from the team of Green Waste employees here tonight, we are deeply committed to a long-term presence and a meaningful impact in West Sacramento. Green Waste understands the responsibility that comes with being a trusted provider of an essential city service. We're a Northern California-based company and have been serving Californians for 40 years. Green Waste has the employee talent, experience and resources to deliver what we have committed to in our proposal. If selected as your partner, our commitment is to further earn the trust of West Sacramento residents through reliable service we provide every day. Safety governs every decision we make. It is woven into the fabric of Green Waste. Our other core values are integrity, innovation, sustainability and respect. The proposal we've put forward for West Sacramento is grounded in these values, and I'm proud of how we have stayed true to them in every step of the way through this procurement process. We know you share our commitment to sustainability, and we are excited to bring our innovations in cutting-edge resource recovery to your community. We have shown up through this process with professionalism and transparency, providing a clear and service-based rate structure that best fulfills the needs of the city's RFP requirements, while ensuring the best possible service experience for ratepayers. As stated in tonight's staff presentation, the customer-facing rates are increasing regardless of the service provider selected, and Green Waste's proposed rates are slightly higher than the other 2 bidders. However, it is our imperative to note the proposed rates and corresponding annual revenue requirements stand on their own. Our rates are built to cover the cost of conducting our daily services for West Sacramento residents and businesses, period. Our proposed rates are not dependent nor designed to be supplemented by additional revenue generated from contamination fees or other customer penalty-related service charges. In fact, over the past 12 months, Green Waste has billed just 0.001% of total revenue from supplemental service charges to our municipal franchise customers. Our strategy to decrease contamination is incentive-driven through behaviour change outreach initiatives, not fee-based penalties. Once again, we are appreciative of this open forum, grateful for the opportunity and respect your process. Thank you for your time and considering us as your city's next waste and recycling service provider. It would be an honour for Green Waste to serve West Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Waters, Grant Scruggs, and then Terrence McNamara.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Waters. I'm the President and CEO of Atlas Disposal and one of the owners. Our company's been in business for over 30 years, serving the Sacramento region and West Sac. We're very excited for this opportunity. I share 39 years experience in the waste industry. I did work for some of the larger companies. I'm not going to say who. AWM. And so I have a lot of experience with the ongoing service providing for residential, commercial waste and things like that. Recently, we were awarded the City of Rancho Cordova residential collection contract. We came very prepared, as you heard my customer service manager was talking about it earlier. We staffed properly and were very successful in launching the service from day one. That experience, preparation, and accountability from Atlas is preparing for bringing that same thing to the city of West Sac. You know, I would like the opportunity I can't keep up with the graphs and the presentations. The numbers change every time I see them. And, you know, when we start talking about numbers, I just do basic math. My first initial proposal, we were $5 million less than Green Waste was. And, you know, if we could be apples to apples, I would love you guys to be able to look at the presentations personally and go apples to apples. And if I was able to have an opportunity to go and renegotiate, I can almost guarantee you that Atlas would be the most competitive proposal there is for the city of West Sac, and we would love the opportunity to serve you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grant Scruggs and then Terrence McNamara, and then we'll move to our remote portion of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good evening. My name is Grant Scruggs, and I lead Atlas Disposal's public sector programs, including our customer education and community outreach work. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Choosing a waste hauler is an important decision, and I believe Council should have a full picture of what Atlas proposed and what our team is already delivering in nearby cities. I've seen the consensus scorecard in front of Council tonight, and I want to address it directly. The scoring noted our proposed education programs and reporting tools lack detail. I understand why it reads that way on paper, and it points to a real difference in how we approach this proposal. We did not come forward with a standard package copied from a national model. We approached West Sacramento as its own community with its own behaviors, goals, and needs that need to be addressed. That local focus matters, and we have proven experience showing that our approach works. In 2025, Atlas Disposal began providing residential service to Rancho Cordova. We set ambitious diversion and education targets, and we built every part of that program around meeting local needs. We ran paid resident surveys to learn what people understood, what they were confused about, and where better education was needed. We pulled and sorted material to see what was really showing up in the carts. Then we designed custom outreach materials to match what was needed. We created postcards, billboards with targeted messaging. We developed a local school recycling curriculum and scholarships. And we embraced new ideas like food drive partnerships and a community recycle day event. The same is true for reporting. In Rancho Cordova, we send the city more than 10 reports a month, and many of them are not required by contract. The city asked for information, and we built the reports to match what staff needed. That's how Atlas works with public agencies. We treat reporting as a management tool for the city to meet their climate and sustainability goals, and not just a box for us to check every month. This is the kind of work that I think West Sacramento really honestly deserves. Education and outreach are most effective when they're flexible and treat residents as a partner, not a barrier to sustainability goals. If residents are confused about organics, we address that. If businesses are confused about SB 1383, we work with them on that. If contamination patterns show a repeated issue, we work with the community to correct the behavior, not create an unnecessary financial burden through steep penalty fees. I know staff recommended another provider. My request tonight is that Council weigh the scoring against what Atlas is actually developing in nearby communities. As you consider this decision, I hope the questions include what each company has proven it can deliver during a local transition, how each company will work with the city as a community partner, and whether the proposed program balances competitive rates with a real commitment to sustainability. For Atlas, that's where our record is strongest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrence McNamara.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, council members. So nice to see you all. My name is Terrence McNamara. I'm the general manager for Atlas Disposal for California. I appreciate the chance to finally speak with you directly on this topic. Atlas, as you've heard, has been in the Sacramento region for about 30 years. We were founded in response to the recycling mandates that came out around 30 years ago. We're still here. We're still headquartered here with our corporate office in Rancho Cordova, our operations base in Sacramento, and nearly 300 employees who live in this region. Our routes, our customers, and our team are part of this community, and we have a slightly different structure than the others do. We measure our success over decades, not over fund cycles. Being part of this community is something we value because we think it's the right thing to do. I could list for you all the donations we give, the boards that I sit on, the boards that our other employees sit on, the chambers of commerce who love us, the largest construction organization in California headquartered in West Sacramento who we're a member of and participate in regularly. But that's just part of what we do. it's not something that we're doing because there's a contract on the table. I want to spend a moment on something the council can weigh the results of right now, not something we're just promising that we can do. Last year, Atlas completed the full transition of the exclusive residential collection in Rancho Cordova, as you've heard, a city with a scope and a character that is somewhat similar to West Sacramento's. And we built that service from the ground up on the timeline we committed to. That's not a hypothetical on a slide. It already happened in a neighboring city under real operating conditions within the last year. We know exactly what a franchise transition of this scale takes because we just did one. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're the only hauler in the region who have done one in the last 2 decades. If the council awards this contract to Atlas, West Sacramento residents should expect what Rancho Cordova residents got: a shift to a new hauler that felt seamless, not disruptive. Things arriving when and where they're supposed to. Pickup schedules established and communicated clearly. A great app that helps residents with questions and scheduling of their pickups. Questions answered by a team that has done this kind of transition recently and here. I'd ask you to weigh directly which company has actually completed a transition like this one in this region and which companies are asking you to trust that they can. We're asking for the opportunity to bring that seamlessness to you in West Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll begin the remote online portion of our public comment. The timer will begin as soon as the speaker starts speaking.
Geneva Lehi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is Geneva Lehi. I'm the Executive Director of Yolo County Children's Alliance, and I'm also a resident of West Sacramento. I am giving my first public comment as a resident, and one of the things that I also want to offer another perspective on affordability. The people that we work with in the city of West Sacramento are not only low-income families, but we work with families who have maybe 1, 2, 3 jobs, and yet affordability is still an issue for them. So one of the things that was brought to our attention, of course, is the cost. And as you are weighing these proposals, I really want you to be mindful of what low income really means. In our experience, when people see low income, they automatically think that a large segment of the population whose income level falls below a certain percentage will be able to have some sort of relief. But in reality, I'll give you an example. A low-income household, let's say a household of 1 or 2 members making less than $43,000 a year without taxes, that is considered low income in the state of California. So what I'm advocating for tonight is the people who fall above those percentages, who are already really affected by the affordability crisis, not only with HR 1 and all these cuts to federal funding and public support and everything else that's going on in the country, high cost of living. I mean, rent for a 1-bedroom apartment right now is close to $1,800 a month. So really think about what low income means when you are weighing this decision. Thank you so much for having me, and it was a pleasure providing my first public comment as a resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Geneva.
That was also our first public comment by a remote speaker.
Congratulations, Geneva.
That was our last speaker for the evening on item 20.
Wow. Okay. Bring it back. We're closing the public comment, bringing it back to council for, we all have a lot of questions. I see a lot of notes up here. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. First of all, I want to thank everybody for sharing their public comment and sticking around. You know, as a reminder, this is just a workshop for us, so feedback and discussion, so I'm going to ask a lot of questions just for clarity. Ryan, Caitlin, thank you for all your work on this. I know you've been working on this for a while. this is the first time many of us have gone through this process, and so I wanted to just talk about the process a little bit. R3, you do this all the time, and I just wanted to ask a little bit about the outreach element. Obviously, we had the clarification that the rate study and the waste hauler procurement, very different processes. How did what we did with the survey and our commission stop, how did that compare to other cities, and what have other places done when this process happens?
I'd say there's quite a wide variety in how that's approached. A survey is certainly a standard component. Sometimes there are additional elements that happen in the shaping of the RFP. So it really depends on the city's unique approach to it. So I couldn't say that there's an exact standard.
Okay. So something, it's been brought up a couple times about the 2 different presentations we had at the commission meeting and then tonight. I did watch the commission meeting, and I saw tonight's presentation as a lot clearer, more information, and to me this was positive. One thing that did change was some services were increased, some more, I guess just services, I guess, were increased. This is very different than our typical RFP process when we do professional services. Usually we go out, we look at services, we rate the customer based on who's the best, and then rate sheets come back and we pay what we pay. Is this standard for these type of contracts and waste hauler agreements?
Again, it evolves quite a bit. I think the key to this is that it was a 150-page franchise agreement that ultimately comes in, and all proposers had the opportunity to take exceptions to that agreement. So there's innate knowing that there will be negotiations to ultimately arrive at that final service delivery. So, pre-executed agreement, there is opportunity to take in public feedback and adjust accordingly.
Early on, we talked about a survey that went out to residents, and I appreciate you mentioning that the survey really informed what the RFP looked like and how categories were marked. I didn't see the survey, but did anything in the survey talk about rates and pain and value and how important that was when it actually came to rates?
Yeah, I do believe rates were an element of the survey. Something else I want to mention is, we haven't based this entire process just on that one survey. I've been with the city for 10 years. I have people on my team that have been working with our current waste hauler for years, and the feedback we've received over that time has also been instrumental in shaping the decision we made to go out to bid, as well as what we put into the RFP. So I don't want it to be framed as simply just the survey.
Okay, that's totally fair. I mean, and I'm going to try not to pontificate too much, but based on my experience as a council member, the concerns I get and the feedback is always about service, not rates. And so I understand why service and reliability is so important. When we talked about, okay, here's a good question. And I'm sorry, these are not grouped very clearly. It's just everything that's come out of the last couple of hours. The 10-year contract, it was mentioned, with the collection vehicle, the Prop 218 process. With the current timeline we're on, is there any opportunity for a 2-year extension, have more conversations, or are we on a deadline? I want to be clear with where we're at in the process of everything with our contract ending.
Yeah, so my understanding is that, the best case scenario would be that if we did transition from waste management to a new hauler, we would have a year or more to transition. So if we came back in September or some other time this year, that window will continue to shrink down to 8 months. And so we want to set up whoever we choose, if it's not waste management, for success for that transition. So there is a time element connected to that.
Okay, so is there any world that this, because a handful of people brought it up, we've seen it in emails as well, a 1 to 2 year extension to have more conversation?
Well, I think one of the important things to think about that is, as has been mentioned by Roberta, this assistance that we're providing is going to go away. Okay. So this will trigger the requirement for a Prop 218 process. There are a lot of complications that would come. I understand the logic, and I appreciate everybody's feedback tonight. But I think while that may seem like a simple, quick solution, I think it would generate a lot more complexity. So the hope would be that we can continue to engage the community and pick a hauler from the RFP that we created.
And this is why we're having the conversation, so that we can clarify this, because I feel like, if you don't mind, a lot of misinformation has been out there, and if we have this opportunity to address it and get it right tonight, I really want to do that.
And I want to elaborate. Thank you for that, because I think people don't realize that an extension is, we're going to keep the rates the same. That's all. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, and I can chime in on that. So that's a great point. The 218 process would be necessary regardless. We have a shortfall issue that is ongoing. The other issue that maybe Ryan can elaborate on, the bids for the RFP are only good for so long. To just simply say we're going to kick the can for a year or two and make a decision then, that's a new RFP process at that point. It's not as simple as just give us more time to consider everything.
Sorry, I can't.
It effectively negates all the work that's been done thus far on the RFP process. And Ryan, you can elaborate if you want on that.
Yeah, I mean, we have put a lot of effort into this. We have tried to do our due diligence. It does take time to develop. There's pages of this stuff that we could cover, and it is hard to simplify. And I am sorry that any simplifications or anything that we've said has created misinformation or misunderstanding. That's not our goal. But yeah, the RFP does take effort. And so if we were to propose, just shifting rates, it's not that customers would continue to pay what they're paying now. The short-term assistance that we have been providing is going to run out, and then customers are going to see a spike. And then there's also the reality of, our current contract with Waste Management doesn't contemplate this. It's a 10-year contract with an optional 5-year or an optional 5-year. So I'm not sure legally or the other precedents involved with throwing in a 1 or 2 year, extension.
Very helpful. I appreciate that. So SB 1383, what happens when we don't follow that?
We get visited by the state. They are very aggressive about SB 1383. The legislation is very complex. You've heard some elements about it. My team has been working very hard to ensure that we are in compliance. That includes visiting every business in the city, being as polite and professional as we can to say that you need an organics cart. That means working on edible food recovery, which is a very dynamic and moving entity. We've got great partners with that. And then also the procurement requirement. So we are required to purchase compost. There's other ways we can meet that requirement by basically contributing funds towards biomass. But it's a big ask of every city, and I've actually been pretty proud of my team's ability to meet all of these requirements. If we don't, and we do have connections with CalRecycle, and they have visited us, they've seen the progress we've been making, and it's ultimately up to them to decide how harsh to be with us. But I think we've demonstrated that we are lockstep with the requirements so far.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this is the residents doing the diversion and us recycling and making sure that things go to the right place. Because one of the things that I'm surprised I didn't hear more feedback about this is about what the new bundle looks like. That at least on my street, everybody has a 64-gallon trash can. I think it's going to be a big surprise that drops to 32. I think that's the number, to a 32, and then. But you have more organics because we're supposed to be putting more in organics. And so my assumption is that is to change people's behavior and throw less things away and recycle more. That process, I feel like, is going to be really difficult when 32-gallon containers just show up at people's house. Can you talk a little bit about, right. I know we're talking about right sizing and all of that, but how you think that's going to impact the community?
Well, I think one thing to point out is a lot of the rates we've been talking about has been assuming that people will have the 64-gallon, because we know that 10,000 customers currently have a 64-gallon, and those were the rates that we zeroed in on in our negotiations. As far as starting with the default of the 32-gallon, that is geared towards trying to drive sustainability. We want, it's kind of a life thing that if you have something of a certain size, you tend to fill it to that size. And so we would like to start by advocating that people do a 32. But it is my understanding that during the transition, people can register what service level they would like. I don't think people have to necessarily get a 32 and then make a request for 64. They'll receive a questionnaire to ask what service level they want, and then that's what they will get. It's just that the default would be 32.
Yeah, I'll just clear, that was just the graphic, is that's the smallest cart you can get, but that's part of the transition services, is to make sure it matches your existing service needs or your future service needs. So,
So
it
we'll
won't be
have conversations
automatically
with everybody about what they want. Because when I saw the graphic that was like shaded, it looked like it was shrinking. And so it looked like my trash can was going to go to 32. I appreciate Green Waste clarifying the contamination fee. I know there's been a lot of numbers circulating in the community, and it seems to me a lot of information's been cherry-picked. I think the slide, and I'd love to put that back up again, that's very specific on rates, is really important to actually show what the numbers are, versus just picking certain parts of it and showcasing that. A couple questions that came up in public comment were cart replacement and delivery fee. I didn't see that in the staff report, and I wasn't able to read the entire contract. Are those numbers incredibly high? Because what do those look like? Because I don't remember having delivery fees for new carts. Do we know that?
I don't have that right off the top of my head, but I know that it's most likely within industry standard for costs. So a cart replacement would not be because any fault that isn't responsible for the customer. If the truck picks up the cart and drops it and it breaks, that wouldn't be the responsibility of the customer. It would be if for some reason the cart replacement is required because damage was done to the cart through the customer, then there would be a replacement fee.
Okay. One of the things, obviously, we've talked about sustainability and some concerns about green waste and the recycling facility, and we talked a little bit about outcomes, and it was brought up in public comment that, and I'm going to get this wrong, everything is diverted and recycled and turned into other things. Can we learn a little bit more about that in like 2 seconds?
About just diversion in general? And
just about what green waste is doing different that rated them so high in this section of the RFP.
So one of the things that makes green waste stand out and makes them an industry leader is they create high diversion facilities, which means that out of all the material that comes to the facility, in some of their locations, 80 to 90% of all the material does not go to the landfill, which is top of the class. Current diversion rates right now with waste management with our city hover around 35% or lower. They're not going to be creating a high diversion facility tomorrow. They're going to be using Yolo County for trash and organics, and they're going to be using cow waste and Galt. But they are bringing that attitude and that commitment, right? That's an illustration of their philosophy as a business, that they invest in creating these high diversion facilities because they really believe in sourcing materials and not taking them to the landfill.
And I just want to add that I did tour their facility in San Jose, and I was really impressed to see how, as you heard from Alfred, some of, the organic waste, the composting, how that was diverted in a way where it was pretty clear that's what it was going to be used for. I asked a lot of questions. And the facility itself, how it pulled things apart. And, if there's any way to tour that, I know it's far, it was really impressive.
Yeah, I've heard about it, and then saw it again in the sustainability report. So I wanted to clarify that because it was brought up a couple times in public comment. Let's see. We talked about billing moving outside of the city. I think this is one of the peek behind the curtains that nobody knows what happens behind the scenes. But we've had a lot of issues with billing. And taking it outside of the city is going to, from what I've been told in the conversations I've had with residents, it's going to make it easier to pay your bill. You're going to have your account number. You're going to be able to pay online. And so regardless of who we were going with, it was all billing was going to be taken outside from the city and moved to the contractor, correct?
That's right. Yeah, that was something we spent a lot of time thinking about. There's pros and cons to both. I think the original idea was to make things streamlined so that you just have one bill, and that's a valiant concept. But we have found that inherent issues arise when the city's in charge of one element and then the hauler's in charge of another. The other part that happens there is confusion. The customer isn't always sure who to call, and so we want to set our customers up for success. We don't want them to call the city and then the city to direct them to the hauler, and we don't want the hauler to direct people to, there has just been an ecosystem of confusion sometimes around that. And so our desire is to have one database that is done by the hauler. There will be audits on that. We will be keeping charge and keeping track of how that's going. We also have we have a contract, so they need to follow that contract. It's not that we simply give it to them and then that's it. We still have power. It's our contract. For example, with contamination and overage, if we believe that, if a resident comes to us and says, hey, we don't think this is our trash can, we don't think this is our waste, that can be decided with the city, and the city has the ultimate authority to make that decision.
Yeah, one of the things that this survey said is customers were underinformed of available services. I learned that I'm one of those customers that's underinformed as we're having conversations, is that I could have 4 recycling bins. I could have 4 brown bins right now. It's interesting because as we were going through this process, I wanted to clarify what my service was. And so I Googled waste management customer service to call, and I couldn't find a number. And I had to log onto my account, and then I logged onto my account, and it didn't say anything about extra bins. But talking to State Street residents, it's very standard for them to have these extra bins because of the heritage oak trees and all of that. And so the EU meeting and conversations about upgrading that to make that stay the same, I think was really important to make that change. After this open house, what could change? Is there more feedback that could come back that could change what services look like? Or is it just going to be informative?
Well, I mean, Green Waste has been dynamic with the response based on the EU Commission. And so we're currently, they're our top proposer. And the way the process works is we start negotiations with them. We don't negotiate with all of them. That's the value you get by being the top proposer. So it may be that, value adds would be offered. I'm doubtful that anything would be changed materially that would be a negative for our residents. But they might offer to add more stuff on top of what they've already offered at no cost. That would be their decision to offer that.
Okay.
Can I add a little to that?
Yeah.
I've been really quiet in the corner, but I've been listening and writing notes. So I think the point of doing the open house is exactly for that, is to listen and to gather more information. It was demonstrated that we listened to the comments that we received at the EU, and that's kind of the point of the open house, is to listen and see what can be considered, go back and discuss with Green Waste and further the negotiations, and then be able to present council with, this is what we heard at the open house, this is what's changed since we've seen you tonight, so you can have everything to consider on the 9th.
And then finally, we've talked a little bit, or the community has talked a little bit about how we do outreach for things. What's the game plan for getting people the information about the open house?
So we are partnering with the Community Outreach, the Public Information Office team, and there's going to be social media content and a lot of information out there so that people can participate. We definitely want people to know about the open house, so we will work hard on that.
Can I add to that too?
Yeah.
By tomorrow, we've been listening and capturing, and we're gonna put an FAQ on our website from what we've heard and the hot topics. And we're gonna continue to update that as needed based on the open house. So we'll have an FAQ on the website available for people to, if they weren't able to come tonight and have more information. We're also going to be reaching out. I'm assuming EU Commission has been listening tonight, but we're going to reach out to them and make sure that they're aware of the open house and have an opportunity to come. This is going to be open to the entire community, and be able to have more of a conversation and answer questions that they have regarding what they saw tonight, what they heard tonight, and what they saw at the EU. So we are going to make an intentional effort to communicate, and we're doing it here now, announcing it that it's coming up on September 1st.
Okay.
And there will be a Spanish translation available at that workshop as well.
And then the last thing, thank you, I forgot about this. One of the things we asked the EU that we weren't able to get was the phase-in process. We didn't get a recommendation from them. Obviously, I think the open house is a great opportunity to figure out which makes the most sense for the community. I don't know if we're able to do this, but do we know what the total dollar differences for a typical household would be over a 3-year period based on the 2 different models?
Yes. So using the 64-gallon as the standard, which is, again, the 10,000 customers. I don't want to be inaccurate. Let me see if I can get to this slide.
Because at the end of the day, the lower rate was only 50-cent difference. So I don't know. I'm just interested if it's a significant number.
Yeah, this is slide 24. So option 1 would start lower at $30, which again would be people are paying $29 now, even though the city's paying $33. So you'd start at $30, it would go up to $35 in year 2, and then finish at $40.76. And then the second option would be $32, $36 second year, and $40.25.
So if we calculated that over 3 years, do we know the difference between the two?
Well, that would be about a $10 difference from, am I not answering the question, from 27 to 29?
The whole 3 years.
For everybody? Or at a customer?
No, per customer.
So at the monthly level, they're going to start at either $30 or $32. That's year 1. And then by year 3, it's basically going to end up at around $40.
Okay, and we're saying we're paying the same amount when we get to the end?
Pretty much.
I mean, it's 50-cent difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, to be clear, that's for the 64-gallon, right?
Yeah, 64, the
exact
average amount.
There's differences with different service rates.
Okay, those are my questions right now. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Early.
Yeah, so I think it'd be helpful just to level set, at least for me, because I appreciated Mayor Pro Tem's questions. I'm going to probably go a couple steps further. So out of this, what can actually change as a result of the workshop and of, so workshop today and of our community meeting? What exactly can change? And I'll give you some options just to make sure I can understand. So we had 3 haulers come to us today. We saw all the different comparisons. We've gone through the RFP process. We actually haven't picked a hauler, and so out of this, we've had lots of conversations. What actual change can happen?
I think generally speaking, so what you have today is a recommendation based on a process that, happened over a course of time. And you're right, we are not asking you to pick a hauler tonight. We're not asking you to enter in a contract. I think the feedback that has been provided by residents and businesses is something that fortunately everyone's here to hear for themselves. I think those are some conversations that our staff will continue to have with, especially with the hauler that we are under negotiation with. But I think there are things that could change based on that feedback. I don't want to get into specifics tonight, but it's still open in that sense.
So it's open, just to be clear, Aaron, so it's open within that hauler, but some of the changes that were able to happen with the hauler that sort of prevailed in the RFP, those same opportunities to make changes cannot be extended to the other 2 haulers. It's a real question.
I want to back up a little bit too.
Sure.
There was
Please,
an opportunity at the RFP stage where we went back and asked for best and final offers based on the initial round. We have order, please?
I'm not in charge of this meeting, but y'all aren't supposed to talk.
there was an opportunity to provide a best and final offer. That did occur. And Ariana is going to take the rest of that question in terms of what can happen from here.
Yeah, and I'm going to speak based on my knowledge of the procurement process and my experience in doing procurement, and hopefully buying time if we have someone from finance still in the back to come out and correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is that we did the best and final offer. We negotiated with Green Waste, and in order to engage in negotiations with the number 2 ranked contractor, we would have to basically walk away and say, like, we're not going to offer it to Green Waste. Our negotiation came to a standstill, and now we're going to negotiate with the number 2 scored.
Right.
Okay, so legally, she's saying, I'm not sure. So, because what I just heard, I just want to be really clear on because that was my question, right? Like, what really can change out of this? What really are our options as a council, right? And so legally, just to make sure I'm on the same page, we cannot go back in any way, shape, or form and negotiate with another hauler and just do a true apples to apples, right? Because we heard that a lot tonight, right? That it's not really apples to apples. And so I'm trying to educate myself on what my real choices are.
I came because she said finance. I am not my procurement manager. She knows all of the rules. But yeah, my understanding is that you make your selection based on the scoring. Once you select your highest one, you can do the negotiations with them, but you can't negotiate with more than one party at a time. So you go through those negotiations. If they fail, if you come to a standstill, then you can go back to the remaining folks on your list, the next person in line, and negotiate with them, but we can't negotiate with more than one.
Okay, and that is a legal requirement, right? This is not like a rule we made for ourselves. This is that's the law.
I heard the magic word.
Yes, sir.
No, I am not aware that it is a legal requirement, as in there's no statute that says you have to do it this way. It is the way the RFP was set up. You have committed to doing it that way.
Okay, so it's a rule we
my
made.
recommendation, would you follow through with what you said you would do?
Sure, I believe in following rules that you make. It's one of the things I stand for. So
Yeah, but
yes.
I think, on that point, there's an integrity to the process that we'd like to maintain. I do think, going back to your original question, are there things that could still change with the current proposal? That answer is yes. I think that would be based on feedback that we've received both tonight, prior comments, what we hear at the open house. There could be nuances to the service levels that, we could come back with differences. But we are not planning, just to be clear, to go back and say, give us another best and final offer now for all 3 vendors.
Because we're not allowed to do that.
Again, there's a legal question we probably can't, fully answer tonight.
I'm not sure that I would tell you can't do that. I would say that is not the process that you set out and that the 3 participants committed to when they decided to submit a proposal.
Okay, that's helpful. Like I said, I like to know my options, and like I said, I was going to carry that question through that my Mayor Pro Tem said just a little bit further. So I've got more questions.
I do want to make a point here, too, that there's a vast difference between what we're doing here and what we've done in the past, where there was no RFP, there was no, other option. There was no public process. So what we're doing tonight and through this process with the RFP has the benefit of having gone through a competitive bidding process, having that best and final offer process that we did before we ultimately came up with a recommendation that is before you right now. And I really want to underscore that point, because this is the first time in the city's 40-year history nearly that we're going through this, and it was for all those reasons.
Right, and here's the thing, Aaron. I want to, recognize the staff's hard work in doing this, and I understand that a lot of work has gone into doing this. As Mayor Pro Tem said, this is the first time we're participating in this process as well, so this is a learning process for us. Mm-hmm. And with every learning process, you learn, right? And so the fact that this is the first time that the city's doing this, then of course along the way there might be some areas where we didn't anticipate there might be room for improvement, right? So appreciate the fact that this is the process that was set forth by our team, and ideally we would not want to change it. There is a world where we could change it, but it wouldn't be recommended. So I think I have fully heard that answer. I've got more questions. So you mentioned that our contract is with Waste Management is coming to an end, and there's a transition period. I've actually experienced this on YTD with our contractor there as well. And so that's typical, that you would want about a year to transition. You also mentioned that, hey, the way our contract is currently set up, it's just 5 years, right? And then it ends. I just want to be clear, though, because, again, I'm going to take that question that Mayor Pro Tem had on this one step further. Is it possible, though, to do a year extension? I understand that our current contract is not built that way, but is it legally impossible to do that?
No.
Okay.
You would be redoing an RFP process at that point, and you would still have the ongoing issue of rates not aligning with costs.
Okay. You said the RFP proposals that we have received only last for so long. How long do they actually last?
210 days, and we've already asked for an extension for that, for 30 days.
So tell me where I'm at.
I think that's mid-September. September 27th.
So September 27th, the proposals, but basically that's like our drop dead date to use the current proposals we have. Did I get that right?
unless the haulers were willing to do another extension, but the spirit of it is try to, as was mentioned with the other council member, if we are going to choose someone besides WM, we need as much time as we can.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going along this. So I appreciate this process, and I understand it's late, but it's really important. So you said if the haulers were willing to do an extension. So just to be clear, the 30-day extension was that something that we chose as a 30 days?
Yeah, we offered a 30-day extension.
Is there a world in which the extension could be 180 days?
Well,
as long as the haulers agreed?
I mean, possibly. One of the complications with that is that, the rates are going to change. Think it's not 5 years, but it is a difference over time. And so that would need to be recognized.
Sure.
I think we would need to understand the reasons behind such a long extension. What would we want to accomplish during that period? It's unclear to me what
I know, because I haven't gotten to it yet, but I'm going to, I promise. So I want to know my options before I even bother going down that road. So it sounds like there are some options. Can you help me explain, because you said, hey, the shortfall or the rate or the support that we are giving it's going to go away. Can you explain to me why it's going away, and explain it to me like I'm in kindergarten?
Okay.
Okay. Just figuring out where to start. So
yeah,
we collect rates.
Okay.
Those come in as revenue. We use that revenue to pay right now, currently, for our billing staff, for our staff that manage the program, and for our contract to Waste Management. We only get so much in revenue because we haven't increased rates in 5 years. So the amount that we're receiving in revenue is staying the same, and our expenses are going up. We have been utilizing fund balance and available fund balance for the last 5 years to cover this, and we are at about $2 million for this year. We'll be out of money.
Okay.
That's why we can't.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we had a savings pot, or something that we've been drawing from, and it's almost out.
Correct.
And it's going to be out September?
That is harder to say. The last analysis we looked at, and I'll have to update this just to see where things stand, but sometime within fiscal year 27, 28, sometime next fiscal year. So we could get through this fiscal year, but we couldn't really get beyond this fiscal year with those, correct. But it takes a bit of time to get through a Prop 218 process to change rates. That's going to be months. I mean, there's a 45-day period and some other things. And so we would just need to make sure that we could do that process and have that in place so that new rates could be effective by the end of the fiscal year.
And in this case, we would need them to be, again, just wanting to make sure I fully understand, right? Because these details actually matter. I think they're informing why we're needing to make these decisions now, and the urgency. And so in order for us to change the rates in time before the fund balance runs out, we would need how much runway time?
I'm going to say probably 6 months. I think at the end of, sorry, I had another thought related to that might have gone. There are some other pieces to that you'll have to be aware of. So we do have an expiration date with Waste Management. We would need to negotiate with them to extend. We wouldn't necessarily get our same terms. We're about 22% low on the rates now, and in July, their contract under the existing terms would go up another 4%. And so depending on what is negotiated, like that number would need to be determined.
Okay. That's helpful. Don't leave yet, because I have another, I feel like, financy question. Okay, so the other thing that we heard from our public comment was about this franchise fee, and that somehow the franchise fee is actually what is paying for the shortfall. And that was confusing to me. And so did you hear that public comment? And can you explain?
Yeah, I heard that. I think there's just been some misunderstanding about what we get now, what we're getting later. I will say we get a franchise fee currently. And we get some additional payments for some recycling education and other pieces that we've rolled into one. So if it looks like the franchise fee is increasing, it's not. It's actually decreasing from what we get currently. But they're all being rolled into one, and it's used for a variety of different things, not necessarily
to cover the
shortfall.
Could it be used to cover the shortfall?
As long as we don't need it to cover our costs of providing services. So no, I mean, right now it's being used for other things. So if you wanted to use it to cover the shortfall, we'd have to come up with money to cover the things that
It would create a
being
shortfall
used now.
somewhere
It would
else.
create a shortfall somewhere else.
Okay.
And ultimately, it would be a general fund shortfall.
Yeah.
Got it. That's all my finance questions. I have other questions on community engagement, but Roberta, I don't want to say you can leave, but you don't have to stay there unless you want to. Community engagement. So again, I wanted to take Mayor Pro Tem's questions a little bit further, and I think I actually have a question for, what was your name again? Kate. So Mayor Pro Tem actually had a great question, and I'm going to just build on it a little bit. Which was, hey, so the other cities, other jurisdictions that you guys operate in, she asked, what's the average community engagement? And you said, hey, man, it ranges. I appreciate that. I'm going to go a little step further. I appreciate the fact that it ranges, but could you give me a little bit more than it ranges?
I mean, so it's city directed based on the amount. So there can be multiple community workshops that occur in advance, additional surveying, to more along the lines of what we delivered here.
Interesting. Okay, so you said multiple community workshops in advance, potentially multiple surveys. How many community workshops or engagements did we do?
We've I don't know if the city wants to speak to this. We've taken to the EU Commission, and we did the survey at the beginning, and there was the thing.
So I'm going to ask just for a little bit more detail. So you said we took it to the EU Commission. When did we take it to the EU?
That was the meeting a couple weeks ago. Tristan Osborne.
Hi, Tristan.
Plan manager.
So for our community engagement, we took it to the EU a couple weeks ago. Okay. And then we had the survey on Facebook that we heard about, right? That we got 1,000 folks to respond to. And then based on that, and I heard you, right, when you said, and we've been engaging with customers for years. And so we also took some of that information and put that in. And so then we took that information, and then based on that, that's how we sort of designed RFP, the things that would be important, right? That's how we were weighing things, was based on that community engagement. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, that's correct. And we heard at EU, we've seen stuff online. That's part of the reason we've been going out of our way to do some additional outreach at this stage to answer questions and get information out there. Developing an RFP as a typical process, that's usually an in-house process comprised of technical experts, typically city staff, pull together, go through an RFP, establish a scoring rubric, and kind of figure out, hey, here's how we're going to score it, and then pull together an RFP panel, again, it's very internal facing, that portion of it. So it's often city staff, and like this one, we had another staff from a neighboring jurisdiction who also assisted for some outside perspective. And so that piece is very typical for an RFP process. And so now we're trying to fold in some more of the community engagement as we lead up to the 218
I think the
process.
challenge, Tristan, that I'm having, if I'm just going to be frank, is that by the time we are doing community engagement, we are basically locked in to, because of the process that we've decided on, and two, with a hauler. And I will tell you feedback that I've heard and that I would give as well is that rates are really, really important right now for folks who are income challenged. And so where rates rated on our RFP scoring, I think when you would look at it for your average person right now, particularly in this economy, they would probably, I think we even heard it in public comment, right? It would be like 50, 60%, right, of the score that they would give. Of course they care about service. I care about customer service too. I've also been challenged with customer service with mine. So I get that, and I actually completely understand even what I heard from Mayor Pro Tem, which is like, hey, a lot of what we're getting is around customer service. Most likely it's because we've had shortfalls with the rates, and rates haven't necessarily been the issue, right? And so it's kind of like a Yelp review. Very, very few times do you get someone that says like, yep, that met expectations, right? It's, yes, this is the thing that I have a real big issue with, so that's the thing I'm going to complain about. If I'm not having issues with it, then no, I'm not going to really complain about it. And my guess would be most folks right now have not had huge issues with our rates. So that would be my feedback there. And so I have not a little concern. I really do honestly have some concerns about the level of community engagement we've had, especially because this is going to be a pretty significant change for residents, potentially for 20 years, right? So that would be that. I have one more, but two-part question, and it's on our low-income parts of it, okay? And so first question would be, and you might have this information and you might have to dig into it, how many West Sacramento households do we estimate are going to qualify for the low-income 20% rate, and what do we imagine our participation rate is maybe going to be?
I don't have that number in front of me. I do believe we did do some research around current participation. I don't know if anyone on the team can pull that up. We'll see. But that's one of the values of the Green Waste is that it's not, the low-income discount isn't capped to participation level.
I assume, but I also have, we saw that there was going to be some shifts, most likely, and so I'm curious about what we are estimating it's going to be. Roberta, do you think you know?
I am just pulling from the gray matter in my brain from the water and sewer process that we did. We had less than 200 participants in the program at the time we looked at it then, and I think we predicted God, that I would get up to like 2,000. Now I have to go and look again, but I think it was getting up to like 2,000, perhaps.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'd be surprised if you didn't have more, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, there's two parts there. There's the matter of eligibility, which is a much larger number. Then there's the matter of usage, and a lot of that is how are we getting the word out? How are we getting people to sign up for it? Just like we did with the utility rate adjustments, it's something we're keenly aware of, and we're going to be finding ways to better get people into the program.
Okay. I'm gonna keep going, and Roberta, I don't think this is a question for you, but maybe just in case. So are we going to automatically qualify or do some sort of data matching with our residents who are already enrolled or eligible for our assistance programs so that we don't create an application burden for those when we switch?
I have no idea because we won't be doing the billing, so I have no idea.
I think the answer is that I would imagine that would be possible.
Okay.
It's just data sharing. If you're signed up for the utility rate, adjustment based on income, perhaps there's a way we can share that data with the vendor and they can automatically enroll people.
Okay. And then just my last question is in regards, again, staying on sort of low-income renters. And so it looks like we have for our single family, folks, the 20%, but then I'm interested in how low-income renters in potentially multifamily properties are going to be protected. It looks like the discount is going to apply to the single-family customers, but then we know that low-income residents live in apartments and they don't maybe directly hold the garbage account. And so how will we account for that? Are we even thinking about that from an equity perspective?
I can speak to that a little bit. So when you're talking about low-income renters, there's two types of multifamily housing. There's your market rate, where you have plenty of people who meet the low-income standard living there. They're typically not directly billed for things like refuse service. It usually, it's kind of built into their rents. We have less insight into that, so it's a little more difficult to make that connection. But on affordable multifamily, which we have quite a bit of in West Sacramento, there is as part of the maximum rent that's charged, there's a utility allowance that gets embedded into the rent adjustment. And that rate gets adjusted based on sort of, what the prevailing market is. So there would be, at least in that system, an adjustment for anyone who's living in a affordable multifamily development. Maybe Ryan can speak to this, but I would imagine the vast majority of multifamily accounts we have are to the owner, not to the actual tenant.
Yeah.
So there's less of a direct connection there, but that's something we could.
But it's something you guys can at least discuss and factor in.
Yeah, we can look at if there's any best practices out there to adjust. I don't know that there are, but we can definitely look at that closer.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So thank you, everybody, for your patience here. I know this is a long process for us, but partly it was giving everybody 3 minutes, which is lasting a lot longer. And Ryan, you're doing incredible, just lasting as long as you are. I do want to note what one of the speakers had conveyed, that what was written in the, in the staff report and what was presented in the PowerPoint, they were different. And I think these differences really do matter when we are communicating to the public. When we provide a staff report and then there is a PowerPoint presentation, do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree that they were different. I went through the process of submitting it through OnBase, and there's timelines involved in that. And, some of the changes that Green Waste has offered have been very recent, so it was difficult to throw them into the staff report on time in order to be able to have the information to you.
Well, also, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, what you presented on the slide was a little bit more nuanced and detailed, look at the rates for certain scenarios versus what was in the report, which was more, higher level. So that plus the things that came into effect once we, got some revisions from Green Waste. That's the main reason for the differences in the slides. For example, I don't recall seeing where you had the differences of the phase-in the staff report, but you had it up here because you have the detail.
Yeah. One of the challenges that we face with this project is the variance between simplicity and complexity. We don't want to present so much information that it creates confusion and misinformation, but we also don't want to present so little that it creates, a gap. So I'm happy to take in any feedback. If you're looking for more data, I'd be happy to provide it in a following staff report.
I think at least maybe an errata memo to, showing the difference in the staff report so that it reflects, a little bit more of what the PowerPoint presentation was. I know that there might have been some differences, but at least that difference is reflected in a staff report, and it's, that document's going to be posted online, given that's what happens. I don't know if you think that might be helpful, but I think it would be.
Well, when this comes back, certainly we can point out the differences between the different items. I think the most important immediate consideration is we do have the workshop coming up where we want to help people really understand what their specific rates will be based on their different circumstances. And so we'll certainly work on our materials to make sure that that is very clear and that it's the same information that is presented at the workshop and communicated to people when we bring it back to council for consideration of a contract. It will be consistent.
Once again, I want to say that the people are looking at this agenda item, posting it on social media. They're not going to have a chance to take a look at this PowerPoint unless you want to include this PowerPoint presentation, which is different to the public, because this is not, unless they come online and they take screenshots.
Yeah, so we can.
That's the point, is that I'm trying to make.
I hear you. So I think on that note, we, I believe, can post the PowerPoint along with the link to the agenda. If we can't, Jennifer's nodding her head yes. So we can do that. We'll also have, as was mentioned before, the FAQ page. So we'll make sure that's abundantly clear that here's the reason why, the staff report had this and the PowerPoint has this. Here's what you should be looking at. We can do our best to make that very clear in the FAQs as well.
That would be very helpful. I think at this point, with the compressed time frame that we are looking at in approving this, I haven't heard from my colleagues that you self-imposed. No, we can change it if we wanted to. It sounds like my colleagues are driving into, a September 9th meeting to make a decision. That's what I'm hearing here. And we have a compressed timeline, or unless we want to come back again sometime later in September and provide you with some more time to speak to the public about this.
I honestly would love more community engagement. I think it's needed. I appreciate the 1,000 responses that we got via the survey on Facebook. But outside of that, I really do think we need to. This is a huge change for our residents, and that is not to discount all of the work you all have done, right? I do want to recognize that a lot of deep work has been done, but as we acknowledged, this is the first time we've done this, and so I think just because when we started this process, we said, well, this is our process, and we have to go by this. I don't think that we have to be so rigid that we can't within it learn that, hey, maybe we do need to allow for this one thing. And I think community engagement is huge.
Okay. I respect that feedback, and we'll take it to heart, definitely.
Thank you. And I'm not opposed to a special meeting to meet that deadline so that, we can achieve the current bid at this time. So I think that this change that is coming down, I've been hearing a lot of residents that are really fearful, the top issue being pricing. And tonight, the update we received, and an explanation on how the pricing would impact people less and a majority of the people compared to the others. I am concerned about the businesses and the variation there. If there's a way to revise that in some way, to take a look at that pricing, that would be beneficial as well. But I didn't hear anything specific from businesses other than the River Cats and their support for two other companies. But that's not what's on the table today. And I'm hopeful that, individuals are, clearly understanding what the situation is today. We have the top bidder here that is currently being evaluated, and unless there's some significant change or failure on their part, it is going to be difficult to, move in a different direction with, another hauler at this point. I will say that in reviewing the impact to the community, the bids being, the rates being the top issue, and appreciate that Green Waste, did take a look at providing some clarification. Wished it was there earlier on, but I wanted to ask one quick question. When you provided your evaluation, would that have had an impact on the scoring at all? Or did you know that already up front when you were scoring their?
The effect that the rates would have?
Yes.
Yeah, so I did want to mention that someone on my team made a good point that, there are a lot of things that you can change in negotiation, including rates. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of things that you can't. So a high-quality performing company, somebody who's invested in high diversion facilities, that can't change in 30 days. So we recognize that Green Waste wasn't the lowest rate, and we took that very seriously. Mm-hmm. But through the negotiations, we felt we were able to get to prices that we thought were acceptable And maybe they won't be, that's the ultimate decision that this council will make. But if we had started with just cost, that's something that obviously is important, but that sustainability and these other things can't be changed or can't be addressed within just 30 days in a negotiation phase. We wanted to start by really setting up an evaluation criteria that would get us the best company. And if they happen to be a higher price, then that's what the negotiations is for, is to try to get lower. And if we thought that there wasn't any movement, then we would have taken steps at that point. But we felt like the negotiations were always productive, always collaborative, and that the rates continued to go down to an acceptable level.
That's good. Well, I'm just asking only because could the scoring be modified given this updated information, or the continued negotiation improving in the direction that, we were taking a look at?
Yeah, I think it is important to try to be respectful of the RFP process that the three haulers went through. They all worked on very large proposals. They've all interviewed. They've all worked very hard on this. And so I'm not sure it would be fair to change the scoring criteria.
Okay.
But there is still time to, receive community feedback here tonight as well as at the open house. And see
So
if
at this
that
point, the community feedback is the key metric that we're taking a look at. And getting that feedback is very important for us.
Okay.
You heard from Councilmember Alcala that Waste Management does participate in at the cafe.
Right, repair cafe.
And they also participate in other activities in the city. They also, participate at YCCA. They have participated in our Earth, Day activities. They have done a lot, over the years and have improved, and I've noticed those improvements. So, I don't know how things were scored. Those, I think, are very important. But can you explain a little bit how that was done once again? I know you tried with the council member, but if you can explain it to me.
How we decide to apply value to the community service ads?
That and a little bit with sustainability and their partnerships.
Yeah, so, the value service ads were an element. They were a scoring element of the evaluation criteria. I believe it amounted to 1 point. So within one of the evaluation criterias, we spent a lot of time working on the consensus scoring and going through each of the proposals and trying to be as objective as we could. What's each entity proposing? You make great points. Waste Management has provided funds. They have been partners for Earth Day. In our experience, the proposal we got from Green Waste demonstrated what seemed like a much more dynamic, city-centered, and flexible opportunity to outreach to, my understanding is that Green Waste is not going to stop their outreach efforts to just the three entities they listed.
Well, that's good to hear.
I'm sure they'd be happy to reach out to the Repair Cafe because it's one of the actions on the Climate Action Plan, and they've listed that they want to partner in that. So, I'm not trying to commit them already, but I'm just saying, that's part of the value is that, they did the research and their proposal addressed our Climate Action Plan and specific actions within the Climate Action Plan, and neither of the other proposals did it to that degree. And that was a demonstration to us that, they're not just going to throw funds at certain things. They're going to really invest in programs like the Center for Land-Based Learning, Mosaic West Sac, which I think is a phenomenal organization, scholarships and internships that are really impactful.
They are. I agree. I will also add the organization that Green Waste is affiliated with, Macquarie, is an organization that I have known that has provided significant contributions not only here, internationally, so that, there is a much better, climate-friendly world, and their participation is immense as we take a look at not only here in West Sacramento, but to other nations. So I want to add that that is not factored in here, but I am aware of that. I have visited their office in New York and London, and know what contributions they have made. internationally. So I just want to say that that carries a lot of value. I'm so sorry that we have residents who don't believe in sustainability, so short-sighted. And I hope that they can have a sustainability podcast someday with you, Ryan, so you can teach them what that's about.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This really is the last question. Phasing, that was the one thing that you actually reminded me of, Mayor. I think we had the phasing options over, was it 3 years?
3 years, yeah.
And I just had the question, why 3? Not, is there a world where, I appreciate 2 options, and I'm always like, are those really our options, or are there more? Why not 4 or 5 as well? We're just wondering, how did we pick phasing over 3 and options 1 and 2? And is there a world where you could actually phase for our residents more like 4 or 5 years?
I'll say these were the phase-in options Green Waste provided from our industry. 3 years is pretty standard, and the 2 starting points are either the current customer experience rate or the current city experience rate.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess the question that I'm asking, especially again when we say, like, hey, what are the things we can work on? It's in our negotiations with, is there a world in which we could phase over the course of 4 or 5 years? I understand that that's industry standards are 3.
Yeah, there was no requirement around the 3 years. That's just what Green Waste has presented thus far.
So that would at least give our residents a little bit more breathing room as we talk about this, right?
So that's the type of feedback we're looking for tonight. We'll take that into consideration and
awesome.
Yeah, the only advisory would be, you want to just make sure that those rates match to what that's the rate they're charging us. We want to make sure that we're recovering that as well. So that's the only
I'm going to assume that you guys could help do the math on that.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, council member.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that at the beginning of the question phase, I did spend a little time reiterating the presentation only because I understood that there was some differences in the presentation information, and I wanted to make sure that we were all working on the same information. But with that said, I did have a question I wasn't planning to ask, but there was a reference to the fact that the waste would be transported to the Placer landfill. Okay, that's
Right,
what I need to
that's
ask.
right.
Is it
So,
I heard
yeah,
Fruit Ridge.
I'd be happy to address that. So we currently have a contract with the Yolo County landfill that expires in 2027.
Okay.
We have communicated with them, and we will be expanding that per their request to 2029. They want all the neighboring contracts to expire at the same time. We are going to be extending that. So that will be for trash and organic materials. They have a very wonderful composting facility where they take the organic materials, turn it into compost, and then we actually buy it, and our residents get it dumped at their house. And then as far as the recycling part of it, that would go to Cal Waste, which is in Galt.
Ryan, currently our recycling goes to where? It doesn't go to can you compare it to where it goes right now?
It goes to the Sacramento, the Waste Management Sacramento Recycling Transfer Station in Sacramento.
Would residents still under this contract, would we still be able to go to our Yolo County dump? So we'll still,
yes.
That won't, okay.
Yes. Yeah, among other misinformation that we were dealing with was that point, just to be frank. There is never a plan to take our traditional, garbage to anywhere other than the Yolo County landfill.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I did want to just point out our very quick and astute city clerk has already posted the PowerPoint as a PDF to the agenda page. We're also going to post it on our FAQ page, so it'll be easier to find there too.
Awesome. Thank
so
you.
it's live right now.
Thanks, Jen.
Back to my questions. So taking a look at the service changes, I think you've answered some additional questions with additional bins being added. So it's comparable to what current customers. I would like to make that clear. That was a big issue that I heard among many residents, as you heard.
Right.
And I don't know how you elevate that and how that message gets out, but I think that's I saw it here, but it wasn't really clear. And I think you heard it from Wendy Matuka, who spoke. She was trying to get some clarification about that. So we just need to provide some clarification since it's an update. What will performance reports and customer complaint statistics be publicly available? Because today, I just read about it in social media, and we'll shoot a text to Waste Management saying, hey, I'm hearing this complaint here. I don't know, what statistics we can receive, or if that was a statistic that was factored in based on your data set. But will we be able to track that at this point and define service delivery?
Yeah, so part of the, one thing just to say generally is that we worked really hard on the agreement itself to make sure it's very robust, that there's a lot of accountability, and part of that accountability requires that they report to us a lot of data related to service, customer service levels, diversion numbers, operations, accidents. We have a whole list of data, regardless of which hauler is chosen. Our draft agreement contemplates that they will be providing us a great deal amount of data. As to whether that gets shared on Facebook or not, I think that wouldn't be my decision, but we would have the data and be able to share.
Not that I'm asking for you to share it. It's like, that's how I learn about customer complaints, is a one-off. Somebody posts how upset they are with some Waste Management, for example. Yeah. Not that I'm asking for you to post it.
Yeah. Yeah, my understanding is that we would be receiving quarterly reports that would have a plethora of data for which we would be able to judge the quality of their service.
Okay, great, thank you. And for accountability and enforcement, with green waste, what financial penalties will apply when green waste repeatedly misses service standards, and are those penalties significant enough to deter poor performance? Well, I'm getting so tired, I could barely talk.
Thank you. I know this is all new for everybody, but I've been doing this for a year, so I could stay up all night. So yes, as I just mentioned, my team, specifically Rachel, worked really hard to make sure that all of the accountability component was detailed and was clear. That was something that we felt was a little bit missing from our current contract. Some of the things that we think waste haulers should be accountable for wasn't contemplated in the current contract. And so we've detailed very clearly, if there's a spill, if there are disputes, if somebody needs a new cart and it's not delivered in time, it's not just, you need to do it. It's you have 3 days to do it. And if you don't, this is the actual dollar amount that you're owed for not hitting that. So we've tried to make it very objective and very clear so that it's harder to argue, so that we can hold them accountable.
And can those penalties be passed along to, or administrative charges to customers?
No.
No, okay. Can you give me some circumstances that would allow the city to terminate the agreement for poor performance?
Yeah, I think we were just looking into that. That would be, did you find those?
I don't have there's a whole section on defaults of the agreement, and Jeff might be able to pull it up, but there's, bankruptcy, there's also just not paying those administrative charges associated with the failed performance standards. So there's a cure period within a whole default section of the agreement that lists the various circumstances that would prompt a default. But failing those performance standards and then not paying those charges would be one of them.
Okay. And do we have a default plan if something like that happens, just to get our waste, picked up?
So yeah, that's always a challenge. There is a performance bond that can be pulled to try to scrap together the fill-in services, but you would, the 60 days, we would have 60 days to plan for some type of temporary service.
Okay. All right. Not expecting you to do that, but just wanted to know. When we're looking now at the length of the contract, 10 years, is that a standard? 10 years, that long? Is that typical? Can you help me with, say, the Atlas? How long is that?
Yeah, 10 years is quite standard because that aligns with the lifespan of a collection vehicle. So they can depreciate the purchase of a new collection vehicle across the 10 years.
Okay. So they're going to be getting all new vehicles and
correct
everything. Okay. That makes sense. And is there criteria that Green Waste needs to meet before an extension?
Yeah, so an extension is at city's sole discretion. So we would conduct a performance review like we did with waste management. We would, do surveys and get feedback from the community, and we have the ability to decide whether or not the 5-year extension is warranted. It's not an automatic, and it's up to us.
Okay. It's up to us, like us, or
Well, the city,
Ryan?
yeah.
Okay.
Not just me, no.
Can it come back to council for review? A 5-year extension?
Meaning if we got to that point,
We're looking at the draft agreement now, but I think if that's the council's desire, certainly it can come back to council for the 2 5-year extensions. Yeah, we're fairly certain it is a council level authority. I'd be more comfortable, frankly, if it was. So we can definitely take that. If it's not, we can make it that.
Okay, so that just leads to my next question. Could this agreement lead to a 20-year relationship without another competitive RFP?
It could, yeah. If the council decides to exercise both 5-year options, then that would be a total of 20 years.
Okay, I just want to provide transparency that
Right.
is what we're looking at.
But as Ryan pointed out, the only guaranteed period is the first 10 years. And then it's at the city's discretion whether you would want to extend for another 5 and another 5 after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I've heard that Green Waste is going to offer employment to qualified displaced employees, and I heard that there's some level of agreement. How is the city going to verify compliance with that?
well, we will be working very closely with them during the transition period, meeting with them sometimes even weekly. And so that would be a metric that we would track. We would be checking in with them to make sure that they are following that. And I do believe that is also in the draft agreement. So it's not just something we'd like them to do, it's something that they need to do.
Do we know how many employees, waste management employees, might be affected?
I don't have a number off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I will share, just based on the experience that I just had at YTD and transferring from a contract in which our bus contract we had for 20 years. Many of our employees many of the employees that worked for the contractor had sick leave, vacation, and some other things,
Right,
because they were long-time employees, as well as there were certain programs that the previous transportation contractor had that the new one didn't. And we just didn't anticipate that as a YTD board. And so I would just bring that up as you guys are making some of these discussions, because it just didn't even dawn on any of us that when the contractor said, we'll bring everyone over that we possibly can, it was like, great, done. And then once that started to happen, there was a lot of initial conflict around that. And so I would just suggest that you guys have those discussions.
Thank you. We'll keep that in
Mayor, may I
consideration.
follow up on that?
Councilmember O'Connell?
How would that work? I mean, I know when police officers or firemen have 20 years or more, they can still carry some of that over, into a new employment. How would that work?
I'm not sure. That's not something.
If you prefer, you could have Green Waste answer
Green
that
Waste,
question.
would you like
if
to
you
provide a
want to give them an
response?
opportunity.
Yeah, and a point of clarification too, we do have contracts with OE3 in our Watsonville yard. Very proud of our employees joining us today. So the relationship has already commenced. I anticipate, like many of the contracts, to your point, I think where the question was going about sick time, PTO, and tenure just involved with that. There's going to have to be some legal review. So I've got my general counsel in the audience here, and she's probably, staring at me intently right now. My intent going into it, though, is to maintain that same tenure, same PTO schedule that those employees are afforded. So they're not going to get reset. That would be our intent going into that. Have to make sure that it checks all the legal boxes.
I would absolutely, just as you are in negotiations, that is something that you should really think through, because, you know, again, what I just experienced was there, because it was a different entity, you know, the new entity was like, well, we don't necessarily want to take on the risk of this and that. And so understood your business, right? I'm saying we want to take care of our longtime employees.
Agreed.
That have been here.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
And with PG&E and our interest in SMUD, that was also the concern with PG&E, is their employees losing their jobs, and
Of course.
SMUD bringing them fresh as a new employee. Not a good situation.
Yep. I think we're aligned.
Okay, thank you. You know, so it sounds like they'll be getting new equipment. Do you know where that trucks, things like that will be based?
I mean, I know that they've already worked with builders and have assured us that they have the capital, and they basically have the trucks ready to purchase. I think that was shown in the proposal, so
Not that where it's coming from, sorry. Where will they where will be their base? Like, where will you store
For operations.
for operations?
I believe that'll be at the
Fruit Ridge?
Fruit Ridge location.
Fruit Ridge location,
Yeah.
which is, where does Waste Management currently place their
Woodland.
Woodland?
Yeah.
Just doesn't, Woodland is 9 miles and Fruit Ridge is 8. Okay. All right. So as far as the community benefits, are they contractually enforceable or are they discretionary?
So my understanding is that the community benefits are an exhibit within the contract, and the exhibit is open to being modified.
Open to being modified?
Yeah. So, I mean, we would need to, you know, work on that as a team, but it's not that, whatever.
Okay, so, thank you.
I can just, so it was in these, there are a number of items that were incorporated as exhibits, that is incorporated in the sustainability and compliance exhibit, I believe. And the contractor is required to report on that annually. So it's in there, they are expected of that. I would say there's flexibility to adjust as priorities addressed.
Okay, that'll be great. There is, you know, if we had some other organizations that we were interested as far as youth engagement, that's for me a big deal, and I appreciate the scholarships. But where you have a youth climate, Yolo County has that, you know, a youth climate commission, you know, just providing opportunities for youth. As I received a Bloomberg grant of $50,000 and then $100,000 both, were distributed widely by youth who are interested in climate engagement and education. And I'm trying to continue to expand that in some way in the future. And, you know, also training in the AI world to see if we can, you know, once in the future, all of these elements align, whereas we were talking to partners about that, to find some flexibility to continue to grow and strengthen those components as we're trying to help our youth learn about sustainability and AI technology and how those two can partner. As I was always intrigued by the smart truck and how that worked, and that's why, you know, touring your facility and seeing how that was included. And you know, farming is you know, just learning from that component, but there's also other ways in what do we do with waste and how do we apply technology so that we can provide enhanced sustainability, Ryan, as you understand. So I just want to find some more, you know, just if we're flexible, that'll be great. That'll be helpful.
Definitely.
So can you help me with, you know, you're going to take a look at more than one community engagement. I would like to take it back to Environment, the EU Commission as well. Is there any objection to that?
I don't have an objection to that.
I think,
mean, that would be a
yeah, and I want Ariana to
city
speak to this as
decision.
well, just about the plan for why we are recommending pivoting to the community open house. I think the main factor there is just timing, and then the effectiveness of that venue as a place to get productive feedback from residents and be able to engage with residents, frankly, about individual situations and understanding and unpacking the billing rates. So Ariana can expand on that if she wants.
So that's basically the reason, the format for community engagement. There's all different types of formats. So the idea behind this is that there is going to be more of an exchange of the back and forth. So people have questions or specific questions about their accounts or what would happen if, depending on where you live in the city, and people have very specific questions because they want to know how it's going to affect them. And so forming this community engagement as an open house will provide that opportunity to be able to give that back and forth. And again, it's open to the entire community. That format, we recommend, fits better in terms of the complexity of this, because there's so many layers. To be able to put a presentation together that would address everybody's situation is challenging. And I think that's what we saw happen at the EU, is that there's just a ton of questions. But we're open to feedback. I mean, if we think there's the need for additional meetings, we can try to, squeeze things in. But our recommendation is to do this level of format for the community engagement.
Rachel Arnoldy, Sustainability Division. I would also like to add that for Green Waste proposal, and they have mentioned tonight, they will also plan, if they are selected, to do extensive outreach, multiple workshops, along with all of the other engagement that we do. So that was part of what was attractive about their transition plan.
But that's after the fact.
Yes, that would be after the fact.
So
That would be more focused on
That's not what we're saying here
implementation.
tonight. We're asking for more prior.
If the goal of the council is to get more community engagement prior to you ultimately making a selection, our recommendation is to style those events more like what Ariana described with the open house we're going to have on the 1st. If it is the consensus of the council, of course, to do a return trip to a commission, it can certainly be done if the timing and quorum can be achieved. But I would advise it's probably more productive and effective to have, definitely to have the workshop that we're planning on having, but to look for other opportunities perhaps before you make your ultimate selection, to where we can meet the community where they are and get some of their questions answered in venues that are more comfortable and productive for that exchange.
I will tell you, and I think it was Mayor Pro Tem's idea to have the, was it the community engagement or workshop? I don't know what we'd call it, at Bike Dog, and it was so successful. I rarely see that many folks coming out to learn about it. I think, our outreach was great. Linnea, I think, is in the back watching this, a great job. And so I would say, if your thinking is, hey, the commission doesn't offer an opportunity for the back and forth and the questions, and we really truly are trying to engage the community, and I would argue that we really do want to engage the community on this because it's a really big deal, and it's going to impact their lives, their daily lives. I would suggest not only having the workshop here, which I agree, Aaron, is important. I'd probably have one or two more, and like you said, meet them where they're at.
Yeah, and I can't obviously answer on the spot here, but I think we don't have a lot of time, but we can certainly look for other places and venues to do that between now and at least the September 9th meeting. We can also look at the option. It takes a lot to organize a special meeting, but given the urgency with the bid expiration, unless there's flexibility with our vendors around that, we could entertain the idea of a special meeting as well to give us more time to accomplish that first part, to find more public venues to get more feedback.
I don't think the bid would be modified, or the extension. You said late September, right?
It expires right now in late September, correct?
Yeah.
So I think we would have time before then.
Not only do I think we would potentially have time, I think, again, I'll keep saying it, it's self-imposed, and I appreciate that we have, the funding gap would end, in
Right.
next fiscal year. I understand we'd have to go back and ask for an extension with our haulers. I feel like we've heard from them that they actually would like more community engagement. And so my guess would be that you wouldn't get a lot of pushback if you asked for 30 more days. That would allow us to do community engagement. So I appreciate that we have set this deadline for ourselves. There is a world in which we can move it.
Okay. Well, we definitely, have a partnership with Parks, and there are a lot of existing events happening that we could potentially table at and offer. So,
Right. Great idea.
We're open to that.
I just want to make a quick comment that I think more community outreach versus EU Commission makes more sense to have the one-on-one conversations with folks.
Okay.
So I appreciate that feedback
Add,
or the recommendation.
I know that tonight there was a lot of discussion about our active aging community, our seniors, and our low-income communities are greatly affected. But I mean, we heard from the YCCA director, also a resident, maybe to target the particular areas where people are commuting, such as the senior center or at, on the north side where there is a higher, concentration of affordable housing or whatnot.
Thank you.
Well, yes, definitely. I mean, that should have been happening all along, Ryan, but it hasn't. And now we're, tied to this rigid timeline where we're like, this is all you have. It's too bad. Very disappointed with the city administration's process. Not you, but above you. I think it could have been done better. And I think the commission deserved, a second go-around because things have changed. And things have changed thanks to their input. I want to give them a lot of credit for the opportunity that they were given to make the adjustments so that, this proposal is more palatable. It provided us with the cover that we needed on city council as it proceeds forward to approve it. But now we need to get the message out, and one meeting is not enough. And exchanging, and then we're going to be modifying it again, and then we're going to have another round of we don't know what as it comes back to us, because I don't know how in a public format you're going to be calculating what are the biggest issues that are going to be modified. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't. A public meeting in a commission provided the most formidable feedback for a modified proposal. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Going to a meeting where people are going to be congregating and you're going to get all sorts of feedback, but I don't know how you're going to measure it to say this has risen up to the top. Like the letters we received today, it was easy to track what rose to the top and who it was from. Because we got, contributions from not only, residents, but from organizations. So it was, you have support letters from all sorts of things, different sources. So, it's very different. I'm going to use the Kathy Bailey, it's not apples to apples. A commission and a community engagement are not the same. They're different. And that's why I value the commission process, and it's been unfortunate that it's not going back there. And I'm just going to, express my disappointment with the city administration for not making the effort to make that happen.
I appreciate, I just want to make sure that I'm really clear. I understand that this was a new process for staff, for including our city manager's office. I am giving feedback. I appreciate the work that you guys have done. I think there is obviously opportunities, but that's what you guys came here. I am not disappointed in any way, shape, or form. I think you guys have worked your butts off. I can't curse. And so I just want to highlight that. And I appreciate the fact that through this conversation, we have figured out that there is some flexibility and wiggle room. And so we will be able to do what was the purpose of coming here, right? Which is go back, take our feedback, and get back to the community. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I concur with that. I wouldn't, I'd be remiss if I were to reprimand people, and I mean, we're all going through this at the same time. There's not a formalized process that we have engaged in the last 40 years that included this type of feedback. Now we know, and we are trying to make moves in order to improve the effort. we're here all. I mean, I had to commend every single person who has taken the time out of their nights when they're not sleeping in their bed and being with their families because they care about these issues. The people that are viewing this and commenting, that feedback is invaluable to us. And so I don't know that I want to cast arrows at folks, but rather be appreciative of the feedback effort and all of the work that has been put into this, so that way we can get better at how it is that we serve our community.
Thank you.
Everybody done? All right. With that, Ryan, thank you so much. I look forward to seeing, I guess, I do want to get a sense as to how many other, like, what's going to happen next besides the one community meeting. If you wanted to publicize any updates right now for the public to be aware.
Yeah, I think it would be premature to commit to anything, but we are going to go back and see if we can insert more opportunities. It sounds like there is a desire to do more. So we'll look at existing events happening coming up and release the information on our city website and other channels. But we definitely appreciate the feedback. And like we've said, this is a very complicated and important issue. So we'll take the feedback that we've received tonight and report back on what more we could do in terms of community engagement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Next, under General Administration, Function Part 2, do we have any reports from council assignments?
Really quick, Mayor. I just wanted to say that we had a very productive Bright Park information event about 2 weeks ago at Holy Cross.
Thank you, council member. That was great.
There were about, I'd say, 36 people in attendance. And I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for being there to answer questions, address concerns, and listen to the recommendations people made. Aaron, I did send you a quick little report on that to your email. You got that? Okay. And of course, we're going to have the Bright Park, the groundbreaking tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Yeah, 9 hours from now. Okay, anything else? Anybody else? Next time? Next time.
Good.
Council calendar, anything?
Yeah, just the Bright Park event has been mentioned already. Obviously, a huge milestone for the city to get that project underway. So the groundbreaking tomorrow at the park is at 10 a.m.
All right, city attorney report?
Nothing to report.
Staff direction from city council members. We have
I have no report either.
We have an item, future agenda item request here for the International Day of Peace. Is there a report back from staff about that?
This is on here for future consideration, so we just need to go through the
Right, we
process.
also
of
were
putting it on
asking
the
for
agenda.
just a report back on the workload and anything you needed.
Yeah, we can meet the request for this one, no problem.
So are we going to have the actual peace poll presentation? That takes about 30 minutes, right, council member? Remember we did it?
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that? That was like, it was like an hour.
We'll get them to shrink it, but yes.
It can't take an hour.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, are you asking for an update on the proclamation or the poll?
Well, that's what we're asking. We asked for the peace poll presentation, like installing a peace poll and a proclamation. I think we were asking for both.
So we were able to meet and discuss it and try to figure out a location for it. And so we are working on installation of it.
But they want a peace poll, like, ceremony? We've been to one already, so we know what that looks
Yes, we're
like.
going to try to make it. I know there was a desire to do it before the actual date, and so we're working out the logistics on it, but we are working collaboratively with the resident to get it done.
Okay, just to clarify, we'll just do the proclamation then. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much am I allowed to actually respond here? I don't see this.
We got the vote on it.
No, okay. So, I think what they were asking for was the potential, Ariana, to put the peace poll, like, say, in City Hall, right, in a bucket, or, like, that you would, flower pot. And so I think that was the question that they had.
Is
Oh, they
that
wanted a
possible?
presentation, too.
Yes, but I
Yeah.
think we could
Yeah.
roll it in here and then, you know.
It's, yes, I can confirm it's possible.
Okay.
We're just, we need to order it and get it installed and all that,
Right.
so
Sure.
we'll figure
Can you
out the
keep it
details.
short? Just tell them they got 15 minutes max? That'll be great. Not,
Yeah, and we can time the return to council to make sure that it's available first. So that's not a problem.
well, they can make it available. She said it only takes 2 weeks.
Okay, so the item before you is to whether or not to bring it back as a proclamation at council. So we need to
Proclamation
vote for
and-
that.
As a proclamation.
Yes.
And a peaceful presentation.
Yes, both.
Both.
The presentation of the peace poll.
Right.
I'm sorry, it is so late. I'm very.
Yeah, it's a question of do you want it on a future agenda? That's,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the peace poll agenda,
It
for
has
the
to
peace poll
be
proclamation.
September 9th because there's only one meeting so far.
Okay, yeah.
And unless we have another meeting, because you need additional time, it has to be before September 23rd. There's a date that it has to get done by. So that's our only meeting so far.
Can we put it in September? I'm getting a nod. And
Yeah. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, do I need to second it?
Yes, you seconded.
Second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Cepizio moved and Councilmember Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ocala?
Sure.
Yes.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. And I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Councilmember Early moved. Councilmember Roscoe seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ocala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe? Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye.